you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? This is Karak with ACG, and I'm here with Johnny and Abzy for the Best Gaming Podcast, number 401, most likely 501. Silver is out. He is in pain, fighting his own body, the boss fight of his life, so he didn't want to sit for 3.5 hours. We also had a guest, Citizen Sleeve. Thank you for not showing up or contacting me. I appreciate it. As always, you're 100% dependable. And let's see, Reg. Reg is out making games.
Yeah, man. He's on the grind.
It's a weird thing when, like, somebody and people will say something about digital novels. I see no issue, no difference between digital novels and something else. Like, he's still doing all the steps. But it's pretty cool to see somebody making games. Like, there's something
it's
about
cool
that.
to see somebody making stuff and putting it out there.
And the fact that he is deep into it.
Deep into it. He's loving it.
Yeah, deep. he's
it reminds me of my friend. He just, like, I think in the middle of a game or something, he was super obsessed with a game. I forgot I think it was Lost Ark.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Reg. And then he was like, okay, I want to play Skyrim. And then got super obsessed about modding every tiny thing about it. It took him literally 7 months, 8 hours a day of just doing that, just modding Skyrim. 7 months, 8 hours a day, every day he's doing that.
This isn't Zariel or Zariel
awesome
from our
Discord, no, it's my friend Annie who did that Cyberpunk website before.
Oh, gotcha. Who did the Cyberpunk website that
trying to fill the void, yeah. Yeah, he's a creator. He loves creating things, so he was proud of his Cyberpunk website thing that got a lot of traction. And I think the modding thing revitalized that part.
Yeah. We're going to talk about Remnant too. Johnny and I played, as well as Cadiz played a bunch with me. We ripped through that game, and the game is just highly impressive for a sequel. Like, it's nice. It's
That's
the
really
opposite of Jedi Survivor.
Did they dial in on procedural generation?
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
That'll be up to. I'll let Johnny go first and explain everything he thought, and then I'll go with my thoughts on that because it's a little different. Then we'll talk about Final Fantasy 16. We're going to talk about a new Judge Dredd game, maybe coming, maybe. But regardless, we do know that a big deal was made yesterday by Rebellion and Good Shepherd to do the 2000 AD comic book stuff. So that includes that Trooper. Again, I can't remember the name, but there's a couple comic book series in that line. One of them's Judge Dredd, which is a rumor that I had heard. So thank you, everybody, for joining. I absolutely appreciate it. If you get a chance prior to us starting this, can you tweet that we're doing it, Facebook it, MySpace, GeoCities, Alt Vista, wherever, Sega Saturn, go on your Sega Saturn, post it. Let's talk about, and we'll be giving some games away. Let's see, what games do we have to give away? I do have a Remnant code. Give away a PC version of Remnant, an Xbox version of Remnant first. Also, if you subscribe, that helps, and give us a rating on podcasts, iTunes, Spotify. All right, Johnny, Remnant 2, go.
So I think the main two things from the first game that were problematic, they basically addressed. So those were, number one, the boss designs.
Mm-hmm.
We all talked about the ads, right? And the design around ads.
Mm-hmm.
We still had some that revolved around ads in this one, but I would say most of the ones, especially as you progress, were bosses in and of it themselves, more interesting designs. So I would say positive there. And then the other part was variety, because from the first game, I got like kind of pretty tired of the environments and the mobs and stuff. And then in this one, you have a lot more variety in the areas you're going to. They vary greatly, actually. And they have really good music that goes with them to give them the identity. And then in each of them, you also have different enemies. Some more projectile based, some more melee centric, also kind of fitting the setting, I thought. So I thought those were the two main things that they needed to shore up from the first game. And I thought they did a pretty good job of that. And then the other thing is the co-op worked super well. I think for you too, Karak, like, you know, you're playing from the Pacific Coast. I'm in London. Like, we barely had any hiccups, right?
We had the one
I had
elevator
one crash.
stutter, and you had a crash, but I don't think that was related to online.
Yeah, and man, it's just awesome to see a online game working really well, no rubber banding and stuff like that. So it's hard to have too much of a gripe with it outside of some technical issues on the FPS side that I was having, and the fact that you
On
can't
your
upgrade-
4090?
We'll talk about
It's a 3090, yeah.
But,
It's
yeah,
still,
FPS,
damn.
yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit low in some areas, and I had to use DLSS in performance mode, which didn't look as good as, quality and stuff.
Yeah.
But man, yeah, overall, really fun.
Right.
I was just gonna add, sorry, Karak, finish up the gear. I was a bit disappointed you can't upgrade the gear you're wearing. Like the clothes and shit. You can, of course, upgrade the weapons, and you have mods and stuff like that.
Well, and yeah. Real quick, SP3CU, thank you for the super chat. Super chats help out the channel, definitely. I super appreciate you guys doing that. He says, hope they'll not take you down this time. Yeah, that was weird. I think we figured it out. Okay, so Remnant 2 is in all ways better than the first one. Like, so when you look at sequels, all these times, whether it be Jedi Survivor, whatever, there's always this yearning for something in the first one that happens to me. Where I'm like, okay, they did this, they did that. But KOTOR 2, I know everybody likes KOTOR 2, but there were things in KOTOR 2 where I was like, man, in KOTOR 1...
Even the latest God of War 2.
In God of War, the very last, Ragnarok.
The last one.
Yeah, you're just
Ragnarok.
like, oh, there's a couple things, right?
Yeah.
This is the first time I think I've played a sequel where I was like, everything is better. And we'll talk about the armor in a second, because there's some later stuff that actually comes that you can sort of do. But when you look at how they handled this, the first thing that they fixed were ads, because the ads were ridiculous when you played the first game. They were badly placed. So you would go to a location and you would fight a boss, and there would be these ads stuck in walls or in gutters or in a little hallway, and they would be hard to hit, and it just didn't feel good. Every boss I faced, aside from one I liked in this game, which has never happened, ever. Dark Souls, Neo. Every Neo. I beat Neo multiple times. I beat Neo 2 multiple times. I beat Sekiro. All those bosses, there's always
that one boss.
There's always that one ass boss.
Fuck that one boss. The water boss.
Yeah. Or the lady in Neo
the
1,
lady.
I think it
you
was.
hate
Where
the
I was
lady.
just like, I despised that character. And this was phenomenal, man. Now, again, there is a boss in this one I didn't love, but that was a lot because the AI for the dog is terrible. Terrible.
Oh, is it?
And so, yeah,
Damn.
so it'll try to heal you, which is a great skill. It can heal you if you're down. So a single player can go out and face enemies, and this dog will heal you if you're down. The problem is and as somebody told me, rightfully so in my review, they corrected me. I said, this AI is terrible. And they said, well, wouldn't a dog who's loyal try to save you? And I was like, shit. Yeah, technically they would. But it doesn't work in the game. But I get what they were saying. What they were saying made sense. But it'll stand in acid with one hit point and die. And you'll be like, all right.
Damn. Oh, it can die. Oh,
it can die. It takes up that last health. And when it's dead, yeah, when it just dies, and then you both are dead. So on the other hand, if I die and I've got the dog and Johnny's alive, my dog will heal Johnny. It'll stick around and it'll heal your friend.
Okay.
So I'll be totally dead out of the game. Dog will come in and be like,
wait, what do you mean it takes health away from you? Like, how does it die? Does it just like respawn or what?
I don't know how many hit points it has. It's got a lot, but I do know that when it stands in acid, that lot turns to instantly.
Okay, so it does stand in that. It's like Fallout levels of I'm gonna walk through the laser.
Yeah, it'll just come in. But when you look at all these bosses, guys, so to understand the procedural generation here first, because there is issues. What the game does is when you re-roll a world, it decides what quests and what stories and everything it's going to put in one of the 3 starting locations. And then it drops random bosses in as well that have to do with those quests and so forth. So I played the first level about 9 times, re-rolling it, and had totally different bosses probably 4 of the times, and then intermix bosses the other couple. Different stories for sure. Johnny had a different story completely than I. Well, not a different story. Each boss gives you mythos. And Johnny's was different than mine. But what it does is it keeps you going. But here's the thing that Remnant 1 did that I just didn't care about that I did in 2. it has stories that require completely different rerolls to like get some data from a different universe. And it's awesome. Like that is one of the major, so you're like, wait, I can't, there might be a puzzle or a weapon you're trying to get, and you're like, I can't do it. If you save all your notes and your hints and then re-roll and go into a different place, you might get the other hint. There might be a character there that was never there before to give you a hint. That is awesome.
I love that. That's what I meant by like, did they dial in on the story procedural generation thing where you just get story element?
It ain't great story.
That's awesome.
It's not a great story.
Yeah, it's you know, it's a looter shooter. Yeah.
Yeah. SBZ says, "Are you sure you're allowed to do this live podcast, Karak? $5. Thank you for the super chat. We're just doing it anyway." Yeah, Johnny is right about the armor. So they switched out customizable armor, and you can still buy everybody else's classes if you want. But what you're really doing is all the other stuff. And they said that what they were noticing was that in the first one, and this is their playtest data, so I don't think we can argue. I got an actual letter about this where they said players just didn't like the way they had done that system as much as if they did mutators and allowed for you to just, unfortunately, look somewhat the same all through the game, but you can adjust mutators to make guns look different because when you add fire, it outfits your gun with all these canisters and stuff. So, yeah, there's a little less customization in that way, but man, they nailed it. Oh, procedural generation for the levels. Johnny?
I mean,
what do you think on that?
It works well in terms of, like, when you're walking around, it feels fine. But there are times when, especially in the more closed locations that have corridors kind of going upon each other and stuff,
right,
where you notice, like, there's no way this makes any sense from a design standpoint. Like, there's no way someone would have designed this corridor here. It's pointless. Yeah. It doesn't go anywhere. And it's ridiculous, right? It's just, it creates a lot of confusion when you're navigating these areas because you can't really understand the layout.
Yeah.
And I liked what you said, Karak. You said, okay, but these are like, you know, in one, they were kind of monsters or aliens or whatever.
Right. In the mouth of madness kind of stuff.
In mouth of madness, it's like, okay, they're kind of crazy. But still, it's like, it just doesn't seem...
So there's a lot of dead ends and shit?
Not as many dead ends, but just some designs that don't feel 1, 2, 3. So a lot of times...
corridors going back to the same area. That's what I was just going
to say.
Like,
yeah, corridors. Okay. And there'll be a crystal here, and then you'll go around the corridor, and there's a crystal below you, and you're like, not 100% sure that
what's a crystal?
The bonfires.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So they were too close to each other. Yeah.
Yeah, or just oddly placed. And there'll be times where I turned the map off. I don't know if people saw it in the footage. I don't know if I put that in the footage.
But so there's a mini map.
There's a mini map, and it goes yellow, green, red to indicate if you've been there before, or maybe it's gray, green, red. And it's enjoyable. It works. I turned off the mini map, and I could usually figure out where to go because all places, you know, sort of lead to Babylon kind of thing. No, if you go right, you go left.
Just follow where the enemies are.
That's true. Right. Yeah, you couldn't go wrong.
You couldn't really go wrong. But here's what we did discover pretty quickly. Just because they all lead there doesn't mean there won't be 3 bosses to the right and only 1 to the left, because there might be these mini bosses separated. So there were times where I knew it would meet up to get me to the next true location, the next true map. But there might be a mini boss, and I'm a sucker for it. The moment I see a door, I'm like, well, I'm going in there.
That's kind of like Slay the Spire or something, where you choose different paths that lead to the same end boss.
Right.
But each one has, like, one can take you to 3 bosses, one can take you to a treasure chest and then a boss or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, is there like exploration stuff, like things to find?
Yeah, there's tons of secrets, loot, and it's all handmade, which is nice. So you don't get, you get these traits. You start out with a couple, and I think I thought there were more, but I think they said there's around 10 that you can find total. But the traits then can be leveled up. So you might find one that's like blood something, I can't remember, but it's like you get a little bit of regeneration, and then then the more traits you put into that, it goes up and up and up. And then you have a ton of amulets, a ton of rings. the first game I've seen in a long time where you can just bling out.
You can put
Sons
all
of
5
Anarchy.
rings.
You can only do
shit.
4, but you can at
Go
least
Johnny
do
Depp.
Yeah.
A full Johnny
so
Depp.
you're
Two
like,
on each,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, exactly.
Because usually games just allow for 2 ring slots, and it's like, bitch, I have 10 fucking fingers. Okay?
Right. And this one definitely allows for you to have all those, and they are some wicked rings. That's the other thing. The builds are. You could put a build together in seconds and say, I'm just going to worry about DPS or whatever.
Also, itemization is really good. Like, it changes up stuff.
Yeah, but what I mean by that is you can put things together pretty easy to just maximize and not worry about other stuff. But if you do want to truly mini-max and truly look, then you start doing things like Johnny and I were doing about the second day we played. Johnny had a particular ring, or I did, I can't remember, that did more damage in fire, but I didn't want to have fire on my gun, but he did. So, but the moment he initiated any elemental attack against the enemy, then of course my ring turned on, which is that it did 10% against any element.
Okay,
so it's nice. If you jump in by yourself, this game has a ton of classes that a single player can beat the game, and I love that. The Challenger resurrects, which is awesome. So, and you can even power that up. So when you die the first time, you just are like, nope, not dying. And you get back up. And that shit's insane. And then, of course, the dog. But yeah, we were able to really, I thought we were, Johnny, don't you? Able to like sort of identify, like, I'll do this, you do that. I'll get this, you get that.
Yeah, 100%. I think with the classes, it's just so much more natural to have that understanding of the jobs, because I knew, okay, Karak, you had the kind of concussive shot thing skill, you have a lot of damage.
Oh, he's the CC guy type shit.
Is this? Yeah, he had like the utility stuff. I had heals, and my character also does crits, so just like normal.
So like a soft trinity kind of thing.
Yeah.
So you kind of like fall into a slot that makes sense for your thing. I feel like the classes are quite diverse.
Also, the weapon mods are powerful as hell. So let me give you an example. The Hunter has all of their stuff is about critical. For example, aiming down the sights adds critical the longer you aim down the sights with the Hunter, like some crazy stuff. So if you just don't come out of aim down sights, your shit starts raising. You get these skills that start raising. You can also dual archetype later on. You can mix 2 archetypes together. But the awesome thing about that is I have a weapon that is a drill bore that initiates a temporary weak spot on an enemy. But then the Hunter has a ton of weak spot skills. So if I was with him, I could shoot that. He could have fire or something. I could shoot it. And the moment that hits the enemy, then Johnny wasn't Hunter. But if he was, he would have then been able to aim down sights, use that skill, and you can take down bosses like, maybe it depends. People are going to be better than us because they'll play it. But what we played, we were already learning little things. And the mutators are awesomely powerful, man. They do some wicked stuff. He had a shield. Cadiz had a shield that not only was a shield, but then he could blow it up. Then he had a gun that had unlimited ammo. It overheated, but he could shoot the ammo and then pull it back, like the axe for.
Oh shit! I love that. Okay, like Matrix kind of.
So he'd shoot, and if he missed the enemy, he'd go boop, and then go and they hit him anyway. And you're like, oh, that's so cool. That's pretty wicked.
Is there like a Borderlands level of different types of weapons?
No, they're handmade, so there's not as many as that. But when you add those weapons on top of mutators. And then the
builds,
and then you kill a boss. Sometimes they'll give you a weapon. We got a really crap weapon. One of our first weapons was just terrible. It was like this disc exploding thing that, I mean, I'm sure somebody's going to be really good with it, but the moment I bought it and tested it, I did that thing where I'm like, whoops, probably the wrong person.
Okay.
Yeah. The mods also change how you use weapons a bit, right? Because some of them are what do you call the like steroids, where it adds fire or acid to your gun and stuff like that, and then you can have other synergy steroids. You can have synergies in your gear and rings and stuff like that.
Chris McCombie, super chat, $5. I'm considering getting a handheld, mainly PC player. Getting a handheld, mainly PC player. What handheld? It auto-corrected him to handled. What handheld would you recommend? Need for remote play offline. We'll talk about that in a second. We'll actually cover that for you. SP3CU says, haven't played the first one, but this looks dope. This is better than the first one, by the way. Like,
there's no reason to play the first one, basically.
There's no reason to play the first one. This one's classes. By the way, new classes unlock. Some of the stuff I couldn't show Johnny just because I was doing the review. And he got to... Did you get to post your video yet, Johnny?
I did.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So he's able to do that. But it's just better, man. I mean, even there's friendly fire for non-up-close weapons, which thank God, because I had the fender from like a 97 Chevy, just like, and I would have killed him every time. There's range damage. I lit him on fire a couple times because I had the fire weapon. And, you just like...
I don't think it does any damage, but it's funny because it does like show visually.
Well, up close or range does do damage. Range does. Yeah.
Do you think so?
I know so. You killed me one time on accident. Oh, yeah, when we very first started. Yeah. Yeah. I did. I mean, it's no big deal. I'm sure I killed you probably 80 times. Like I
thought there was no friendly fire.
There is friendly fire. Yeah. It's just not up close, which is great. Different weapons up close, like katana, blade, cleaver, the big Final Fantasy sword I had. Great armor sets.
You had a Buster sword?
I did, yeah. And you can do charge attacks, which I'm sure people are going to just be excellent at. I was okay at them, but I could never really... I just wanted to shoot. Like, that was the big thing. And then
that's the stuff I love, slow, big-ass weapons.
Yeah, yeah. And the shotgun was awesome. It sounded... okay. I would have liked it to have sounded beefier. It sounded more like a flechette gun than it did like a shotgun, but still.
Is it only short range, or is it like
no,
you can actually do medium range with it?
It's still... so all the weapons seem to have like a spread. Yeah, and I was hitting people far away and still hitting them. Like I was still actually doing damage to them, and then that would aggro them. Also, the one cool thing about the enemies is a lot of them have juke moves for the first shot. So if you aim in and get ready to fire, the robot will be like, woohoo! And you'll shoot and miss and be like, you son of a... And that
frustrate so many people.
Yeah, so then you start playing and you're like guessing. You're like, aim, move to the right, and hope that he's going to juke to the right. And then if they juke into each other, they hurt each other. So like you'll get robots together and you start... So I started learning to go like, in quick aim, and they'd be like, bang, bang, and they would hit each other. And I'd be like, ha, ha, ha! There's so many little things about it, and the developer had stated this morning, nobody, even people with 300 hours, have seen everything. I get that. I'm sure what he means.
What does that mean?
It just means every single item, every little trinket, which isn't
of course. I mean, it isn't even out yet, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, he was talking about reviewers and playtesters.
Like beta testers and reviewers.
He was just saying this is how much there is, which is a kudo to them for making it desirable to investigate again. I mean, I played it after.
So it's a replayable thing.
Yeah,
like you just keep replaying the same campaign type of thing.
So when you re-roll, the campaign changes a little bit. Different story parts, different puzzles. I mean, I love that 5 or 6 puzzles that I never saw one in Johnny's, and then we had 3 or 4 in Johnny's.
That's actually like that's the perfect kind of live stream thing for me, or live service type thing for me, because usually with games like that, when I'm done the story, I just have no desire to like play the end game, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So like a thing where you keep going and you repeat and stuff changes in the story, that is perfect for me probably. Because like that's like my main thing that keeps me going. Even if a story isn't good, it just feels like you're journeying through something and not doing the same thing over and over again.
Well, it's like Skyrim Radiant quests in a way for me, where I can still play the occasional Radiant quest and not have an issue. I'll be like, all right, somebody needs me to kill somebody. So yeah, that's what it does. It does a great job. I mean, I like I said, I don't usually play games after I review them, and I'm still playing it, which is like
that's cool. Yeah,
pretty high up in that. Means a lot to me because I also don't usually stick around for those kind of games. Like the Gunslinger's awesome. Mixing Archetypes is awesome. I got to look at the NDA there because is it out yet? Is it fully out?
I have no idea. Is early access even out?
It might be early access.
Early access is out today, but I don't know if already or in a little bit.
Right. So yeah, there's some stuff. They wanted us to not show some footage Johnny and I had got, and I didn't find out until like 9 p.m. last night, which was a shitter. Like I had everything posted, and they're like, "Oh, by the way," and I'm like, "Dude, seriously? Your embargo is like in less than 10 hours." But we got it taken out. But there was a place we went, and a boss we fought that was awesome. I mean, optional? And I rarely am excited by bosses, but this boss, we went. I can say what it is. It's a Rubik's Cube style boss, but Johnny and I went in and we're like, this boss, I don't really know. And when we got done, Johnny said, "What did Johnny say?" Or no, sorry, it wasn't Johnny. It was Cadiz.
I think that was with Cadiz.
Cadiz goes, "I want to find that developer and punch him in the face and then thank him because." It is not what you expect as a boss. Like I was going, what in the hell? Like is
That's
happening?
cool.
What are we supposed to do? And then as more and more stuff happened, I was like, dude, this is actually a legitimate change up for a boss. It is actually causing my brain to have to do like a couple things, but not stress out about the stuff you would normally stress out in bosses, which is like adds area of effect forever, huge cloying environmental damage. It wasn't that. It was like you have to watch patterns and move, and it was fucking good, man. It was sweet. So yeah, it's exciting to see a sequel like this do well. And the music's the best music in maybe 5 years in a game 2 years
Jesus.
at least. Yeah. Oh dude, the music is it's and the sound work is unbelievable. Like
Except for the shotguns.
Except for the shotguns, yeah. Well,
Okay.
even they work really well sound channeling. I don't know, Johnny, did you notice any issues with 3D, like channeling of sound and picking up where I was?
No, it felt pretty accurate to me to the point where you could hear people, when we were playing, and I noticed you did this too, where we were advancing, but we could hear.
Yeah,
that
and we
someone
would
was
look
coming from
over.
behind.
It's
We would
that
look over.
good. It's that good.
Yeah.
It's, oh, man. Yeah,
I like the music. I know you pointed out in your review about the town, like when you entered town, right? It had a really nice...
The Western percussion and like the Clint Eastwood music is like, what the hell is going on? It's so eclectic in its music, like the choice of music. That it's awesome.
Yeah,
it's a really good
because it changes a lot too depending on the location, right? Like yeah.
What'd you think of the voices, Johnny?
I think they're pretty good.
Okay.
The thing is, the problem is there's a lot of exposition. Like at times you will find one of these NPCs, dude, in the maps. Dude,
Man.
I started playing with you, Karak, right?
Yeah.
We run into this NPC. And the chick is talking for a flat 7 minutes. It's like Horizon levels of, but without the mocap.
Dude, when you asked me, he goes, what did he say? You said, I think it was you, or maybe it was Cadiz, I can't remember, but one of you guys was like, dude, do you just want me to skip all of this? Because this guy won't, like, we got to
I was asking you, like, listen, man, we gotta get some footage here, or what's going on?
Good audio at those points, but man, they love to be like, sit down, let's tell a tale of kings, and
it
like,
just isn't that interesting. I think there's a balance between like telling a really interesting story, and then you can indulge in a lengthy dialogue and stuff. Like Disco Elysium, they kind of get away with it, right?
Right.
But here, it's just not that interesting. Which is okay. It's not really like a big focus of it. I think they tried, but it's not really. Like I would rather a bit more condensed.
Yeah.
Like one dude, he spent 5 minutes speaking a very slow voice, and at the end he was like, "Oh, I got a few more tales to sing. If you no, I'm good."
Yeah,
We're
right.
good.
When they ask you if you want to hear more, and you're like, "No, I do not."
No.
Real quick, let's hit these super chats. SP3CU super chat. Haven't played the first one, but this looks dope. Again, this is the better one. Don't worry about the first one. Six Blades Kojiro. What's up? $5 super chat. What is the difficulty like compared to the first one? Easier. The balance is better. The curve is better. The classes are better. The ads are better. Better.
Yeah.
In all ways.
Better.
The intern of war. The intern of war. $5 super chat. With the first half of the year over, what is y'all's game of the year so far?
It's a hard one.
I don't want to do this. I hate game of the year topics.
Zelda, probably. Yeah, so do I, because I usually don't do
Zelda,
them, but
probably.
I mean, the one that... Yeah, I would have to sit down and look, because it's also going to change on, like...
Yeah. There's a recency bias, isn't it? Because we're thinking of the ones we played more recently, I guess.
Yeah, and you think of the ones that pop up And even if I say it out loud, I feel you're planting the seed. Like if I say something, I'm not saying you guys follow what I say. You guys could remind me, and then I'm like, oh, is that game of the year? You know,
yeah,
so it's
because
like
you could say Hogwarts, and I would be, oh yeah, you know, that was an awesome.
Oh yeah, Hogwarts came out this year.
Right, yeah.
For me, it's Zelda for sure so far. Yeah.
I mean, I think Zelda's not a lock until we get Starfield,
not a lock
Baldur's
at all,
Gate
no.
and Spider-Man 2 and stuff, but I still think that it's...
Yeah, I definitely think there's some good competition, though, and like different types of games, because you could look at Zelda and say, you know, it's an awesome game, but not really my cup of tea, whereas... Maybe some.
I wish people were like that, but no, they're like, "Oh, well, that game is trash. It's my game is the game of the year." No, you're getting
objectively the best.
Holy shit, dude! When we have so many good games that appease a lot of different people, look what happens. There's still something that's gonna cause people to complain, right?
Yeah, and well, not even complain, just hate because it's not theirs,
not their game or something. They have this weird attachment, yeah.
Right, and I think that's different than let's say. The Cyberpunk, it's just the title. Any other title can fit this, but let's say a super buggy game comes out and somebody loves it and somebody hates it. Usually there's something to cloy onto and cling to and say, this is why, blah, blah, blah. But some of these titles that I hear people talking about where they're arguing, I see them arguing somewhere, and I'm like, dude, you guys are both sort of like, there's really nothing to argue about. It's just, you just don't like the same thing. Instead of saying you're dumb for liking what I don't like. SP3 or 3CU has to go. Need to bail. Gonna listen tomorrow. Have a good weekend. Thank you very much. The Zeke says, I love what you do and love the way you think. So glad I found you. Thank you very much, Zeke. So yeah, I think we can all agree Zelda's up there. We'll just go with that. And we'll say there's a couple games, right? There's a couple games up there for Game of the Year.
Yeah. Even do remakes count? Like Resi 4 remake?
Yes, if it came out,
count, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And here's why.
Yeah.
It would be unfair if it didn't, because what if somebody didn't play Resident Evil 4 originally?
Yeah, and they also a remake is they actually remade it, not like a remaster with like a texture. If
it released
or
on the 1st to the last day of December, I just consider that like that's a new game regardless. Yeah. We've also seen games on the PS4 then come out on the PS5 later and the Xbox. I have no issue with somebody saying this Xbox One version of this game is my game of the year. I mean, it's what they played. It's their game of the year. I also don't like talking about the game of the year awards because I don't think that matters at all. That's a completely separate thing. And it's like the number of games they allow in is so low that it's like scale is off to me. So I'm just talking about us and people listening. Is the Karak machete in Dying Light named after Karak? I don't know. That's a good question.
Maybe
know.
Get your royalties.
Why did I get a notification 40 minutes in? Karak, can you give me a heads up when you start the podcast next week? No, that's YouTube, my friend. I'm sorry.
Just a personal heads up.
Well, yeah, just personally. Can I email?
Slide into the DMs.
No, I think he's wondering if like something weird happened, but no, that's unfortunately, guys. That's YouTube. They do something weird. I don't know how to describe it, man. Everything that works with YouTube is always off by 30 minutes. Like that video, the review I posted for AEW didn't show up for like a full hour in search and stuff. It's just YouTube, man. Sucks. But let's talk about things that don't suck. I want to keep this thing happy. Well, let's talk about things that are funny. Diablo 4.
Oh, God.
So
the season came out, right?
Yeah, and I asked Abzi to give a little, like, to sort of read up. So what is just the general what's going on and why am I seeing all the memes? Because I was in a review, so I wasn't looking.
People are upset because they nerfed the shit out of they nerfed a lot of the classes except for Rogue, especially Sorcerers. They got really pissed about that. They also got pissed that they decreased the XP gain, so you have to grind more. Okay. But the game is grinding. That's all you're going to be doing the whole time. But anyways, we'll talk about that later. And they added a level lock to changing world tiers, which is difficulty. That's one where I'm like, okay, I hate that shit.
Yeah, I don't like that one.
But they quickly released another patch that took away the level lock. But now I'm looking through Reddit and looking at people's thoughts after they played it. They're still in the early levels, but they're still like, oh, it's just more of the same. You know what I mean? They didn't add that much content in a first season, but I think that's to be expected. Personally, I think a first season isn't going to have that much more content. But they added like this gem system thing. One issue I'm hearing is that these gems that you get through the seasonal stuff is cluttering up the inventory space, and there's no separate tab for that. So now all their inventory spaces are cluttered, and they have to keep selling and buying and putting in their stash and all that shit. And here's the thing about the nerfing thing, the big one. Now, before this, a lot of people have been saying the game's too easy. That's what I've been saying like everywhere. The game's too easy. The game's too easy. Now, I think there's two schools of thoughts here. I think the core ARPG community now want a power fantasy. So rather than adjusting difficulty by making you weaker, they wanted more mob density. They want their whole screen filled with mobs. They want to kill everything. They like that power fantasy. And the other school is like, okay, no, make it harder, make us weaker, whatever. And they want more of that like kind of combat between smaller groups of enemies, one-on-ones, all that shit, bosses. I align with that. I miss the old ARPGs where it wasn't like, oh shit, the whole screen is fucking monsters and we gotta kill them. So I see why they're upset about that, because that's not what they wanted. But one thing I've been hearing though about that whole XP nerf or whatever is that they don't respect your time. And I think that's just like a very, very stupid thing, because first of all, it's a hard line to go with. What is the difference between difficulty and not respecting time or whatever? Like, do you want to make everything instant? Do you want to get to end game instant? And what is like the end goal of those people? Do they just want to get to level 100, kill Lilith and be done? Or, you know what I mean? I feel like the game you're just constantly going to be killing monsters, whether you're going to kill monsters, get more gear, kill more monsters, get more gear, kill more monsters. Right. Oh, and the one other thing is the new legendaries or uniques or whatever aren't that exciting.
So what was so there was something where like they patched something, it didn't work for a while, and then they patched it back. So it's a live service kind of game. So they're going to put something in, it's going to patch, it's going to go away. But like, have they fixed druids? Or druids? Because
druids have been very, very strong after like release. Apparently, at end game at least, they were very, very strong. But there's not much build diversity yet in the game. There's not many new things you can do. Content is lacking aside from like the main story and side quests and all that stuff.
What about necromancers?
There's no like end game content and all that shit.
Have they fixed the ads for necromancers and all that stuff? I know you guys or everybody.
As far as I know, the ads are
casting. The ads are what, Johnny?
Oh, I was just gonna say the ads are not like a good build at the moment for necro.
Okay. Weird. I mean, the necromancer.
You would imagine.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I just think like there's this bias happening where there's other ARPGs who have been in development for years, like Pillars of Eternity is on its more than a decade or whatever, that have a lot of different content and exciting seasons and stuff. And I feel like this game just came out a couple months ago, and because it's Blizzard, I know a big company, blah blah blah. They're expecting too much out of a first season. What I personally believe. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, I actually completely agree on that, because I see it with all games where somebody will compare a game that's been out for 5 years with another game that just came out, and they'll be like, well, why doesn't it have all this? And I mean, you just look at it going, they don't even know if that's going to work in their game. One little change in their game may be dramatically different than... And then you got Lost Ark, which was all out in Korea, I believe, or China, I can't remember, but it was completely out.
And it came out with a buttload of content.
So... I get it. I get why people...
Sorry, Path of Exile, not Pillars of Eternity. Sorry, I made a mistake.
Right. I'm excited for people to get into Diablo, and it's been so many years, and I think that if you walk away and people talk about Diablos, 3 is really just not on the list of the good ones overall. I think that it had its issues. Maybe fix some of them, but people were looking for 4 to nail it, and nailing Diablo doesn't seem like it's ever been instant. It feels like all of the Diablo games have just required
there's also a lot of push and pull, because there's old ARPG lovers and new ARPG lovers, and what D3 did was kind of change ARPG from more I mean, D2 had a lot of enemy density, sure, but it kind of made it more hack and slashy, I feel like.
Yeah.
Compared to old, like Divine Divinity is one of my favorite ones, and it wasn't like that, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I feel like they're gonna have to always just listen to the community and then change and they're gonna get complaints the whole way through whatever they change. Like they're not gonna appease everyone with. But you know that I was excited for D4 because I thought they were going back to that old ARPG style. Now they did with their atmosphere and graphics. It's not a cartoony shit, but I feel like it's still kind of, you know, has that hack and slashy feel.
Johnny, have you done more Diablo 4, or have you sort of put that to the wayside?
No, I will jump in now in the season, but not straight away because there's a lot of other stuff going on. I will be trying a different class and stuff like that.
Are you drawn to it?
Yeah, definitely. I really liked the game. I played a lot of it, more than I expected. I kind of expected to drop it after the campaign, but it stays interesting. And even though what Abzi says is right, you don't have a lot of variety of like good builds. You kind of have to, you know, I mean, you can try without looking up anything, but I think you'll hit walls.
Oh,
Like at some point you'll just hit a wall where your build is not good enough, you know, like you're not killing bosses or you're getting slain by mobs really easily. And then you're going to have to look up a build and you will probably find you have, you know, 2-3 that are like S tier. And then there's a huge drop off comparing the other builds you can do.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Just for me personally to add, I think I got my money's worth for games like this. I just, you know, I do the campaign. What I think what they did with the campaign, the music, atmosphere, even a lot of the side quests, a lot of the world, they were very, very interesting, and I really liked those. And that's why I played it for. I beat it, did a couple more side quests, and then moved on. I might join back in an exciting season or when they add new classes and stuff.
Right.
But I feel like I got my money's worth with that alone. You know what I mean?
How much was this when it came out?
70. Yeah.
And that included a season pass, or was that the base? You guys remember?
That
if you don't,
I think that was the base. I bought the deluxe thing that had the early access for $10 more, so that was 80. Yeah.
Everybody's selling like that early access now.
Yeah. People love that shit.
Super chats. Want to be Dev 25 super chat. Love seeing you guys live. Also, Dave from Divers Game of the Year. Base 23KBKNY $20 super chat. Rumors of a PS5 Pro project named Trinity is releasing November 2024. Do you think Sony is making a mistake? And then last one here on business, $9 super chat. Thanks for being back online interactive on YouTube. You bet, man. I like being on YouTube. I like being on Twitch. They're all good. It's just they also all suck in weird ways. Hush Al Ghul, $5 super chat. D3 has 15 levels of difficulty, which you could choose at any point. Why not bring them back? Some can power fantasy, while others a challenge. D3.
Yeah, and level scaling I wasn't a fan of as well. I hated level scaling. I hated that shit. Yeah.
So let's talk about this real quick. Yeah. So the stuff in the FTC's leak and all, the FTC was the Watergate of video games. That thing was awesome, just because like seeing people, you know, freak out and being like, you know, a company lied to me. It's like, of course they would. We see all this kind of stuff. You say different stuff in front of lawyers, got a bunch of paperwork on all these companies and all the stuff they do, good and bad. And, you know, PS5 Pro is coming. I just don't know what a Pro, the easiest thought process on a Pro is that whatever they're doing, they want to hit 4K 60 more often. Like they want, you know, those kind of improvements.
Yeah.
I get it, but here's the problem, guys. A developer can bring your game to 1 FPS if they want. So, you know,
you can't guarantee, right?
You can't put it on the Xbox tin. Even has it on the tin. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say.
The magic words are up to.
Up to, right?
Those are the magic words.
Up to, and I hate that. It should be, I like locked, and it's just rarely ever done.
That's just it.
Be like, we can hit 60, and well, you know, a Commodore 64 can hit 60, you know, in these games too. It would take, dude, it would be one.
They were doing 60 FPS back in the. That's why I don't get. People
days.
think 60 FPS is a new thing, right? But it's been happening since like what N64 and shit.
Right, but I think that technically people are, you know, for the longest time, native 4K was a thing, and only now are we starting to look and say, okay, it doesn't necessarily have to be a thing. But 4K is locked in people's brains. 4K 60. And then they don't remember to say the settings, because 4K 60 with everything on low is a dramatically different thing than 4K 60 with everything on ultra, which we found out on
Yeah, because between quality and performance mode, it's not just resolution, right? It's like there's stuff in the background that's changing.
Right. We were playing Remnant, and on a 4090, I got from 40 to 90 FPS, which was weird. Like you would, I mean, it was the weirdest coincidence ever. But I was
good marketing there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was watching it going, man, the FPS is so variable, and there's one playing it with fog and post-processing effects of all kinds, and I just knew when I went in there, I was like, here we go. The FPS.
Is it the type of thing where if you put everything on low, the FPS is still going to be bad?
It will be better for sure. Post-processing on that level in particular, but they do that thing where they say post-processing, and you're like, yeah, but what? And there could be 50... There could be 50 different options in there, and the one option could be the option, you know, a lot of times it's shadows. A lot of times I'll look at ultra shadows, and they won't even actually look much better than normal in a game. And you can get 5, 6, 10 FPS back, depending on your draw distance and where you are and the light sources. So
it's weird because also a lot of post-processing effects are super contentious. People love or hate them. It's like film grain, you got like fucking motion blur.
The motion blur in this is separate. It's the worst motion blur. I have no issue with per pixel motion blur, none, because then you can attach it to movement in particular things. This motion blur in Remnant is so bad. It's so bad. It's ugly, man. And I mean, I can play a game with
screen or per.
It's screen, but it's imagine if you took like one sample out of every 4 frames and tried to use that as the like. There's something about it that just the moment it turned on, and I can play with motion blur without, you know, I'll be like, it's not the greatest, but it won't kill me. This was where I moved and was like, oh my God, what is, like, it just made the entire screen look gray almost, like it was hedging everything, like it couldn't even figure out what the accuracy was, and turned it off, and I was like, oh yeah, much better. But yeah, Johnny had FPS issues, Cadiz had FPS issues, I did. It plays well when you start cranking the DLSS up, but then you're talking about, you know, these
like performance mode type
HD resolutions. Yeah. Ultra performance is really what you do.
Oh no.
And they state that they're pretty clear. They're like, if right now there's a patch supposedly coming. They contacted me and said, we know there's an issue with DLSS. They also had streamers like Death Stranding, where you get a particle going, you know, it'd have that weird stream behind it, and they knew about that. So
well, I probably won't play until maybe after Starfield, so by then, hopefully...
hopefully you'll be set up and you'll be good to go, and it won't be an issue. Thank you, everybody, for the super chats. Absolutely appreciate it. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything here that we need to answer before we do the other answer for the super chat, which is there a handheld for remote play? I want to read this super chat again because I believe that is what he says. Very particularly talks about remote play. Wow, it's way up there. I'm considering getting a handheld, mainly PC player. What handheld would you recommend? I need to have remote play offline. So right now, we're going to talk Pure Power, the AEO or whatever, the Asus 1X Player 2 Mini. Those are all really good. The Asus is, I'm just being honest, it's got a lot of hardware issues. There's issues. I mean, they've admitted it. It destroys its own SD card reader if it gets too hot. There's issues with their controllers. But if you're talking about Pure Power, which is what we're going to do right now, and let's say you win the lottery and you don't have an issue with any of these handhelds, Asus is by far, not by far, I'm sorry, but the Asus is top, and then you have the 1X Player, you've got the AEO, whatever, but they're more expensive. The assumption on my part is that Asus has got the lower price because they took corners on manufacturing. I mean, we're now seeing so many manufacturing issues. That's my assumption. But that would be your one for remote play. If you are okay with a couple less frames, then you've got the 1X Player and others where their battery life is also good. The Asus battery life is terrible. Even people who like it are not going to lie to you and say it's not. It is horrendous battery life, even with all their firmware updates. It really depends on your length of desire to play. Because at some point, you're going to want to look at a gen behind with a bigger battery. The Asus doesn't have a battery extender that I know of. Speaking of batteries, though, did you guys see that the European Union demands that at the end of, I'm going to look, at the end of a certain year coming up here in the future, all handheld devices have to have replaceable batteries. So good. So that
hell
means,
yeah, I'm down for that.
Dude,
Get an extra one and just swap.
Laptops with their fucking batteries that like are under a motherboard because they don't want you to, now maybe companies will take advantage of this in a bad way, but to me, having a replaceable battery in every device, the Asus, my handheld, yeah, exactly, my handheld as well, that would be amazing. Tablets, like when you have a tablet and the battery goes bad, you have to like take it in, but the idea to be able to just be like boop boop and pop a new one in, I have an iPad that has a battery that is, because it's an ancient iPad, that battery is like 6 minutes. It just
is it the one with the big white charger?
No, yes.
It's not that old. Oh,
yeah,
is
no,
it?
it's that old.
Okay,
it's that old. I bought it purely to sign in to like some account that only had iPhone. It didn't have an Android version. But yeah, man, batteries being required for all handheld devices. I hope the United States follows that, because that should have been done ages ago, man. The idea of having a replaceable battery. Do you guys have any devices that you can't replace the battery? I mean, we know the PS5, right? Is there any devices that you guys use?
What, like laptop?
Laptop, anything. Yeah, anything like that.
Phone.
Oh, right. Yeah. Can you take that? You can take most phones in at least, right? Switch those out. I have one phone that has a replaceable
you mean
battery.
Replaceable as in take it in and replace it rather than replace it yourself?
No, I'm saying replace it yourself. Do you have any that don't allow you to replace it yourself?
Yeah, my laptop, my phone, my everything, my Switch, everything.
Switch. Yeah.
Pretty much everything,
Switch.
yeah.
I forgot about the Switch. So here, I looked this up. New EU law to force smartphone makers to build, but it looks like everything. Every year, more than 150 million smartphones are thrown away. Making batteries more easy to replace could stem that deluge of e-waste. That's a good point. Here I was thinking just for me. I wasn't thinking of the Earth, almighty Gaia. But yeah, man, that's exciting to me. I think it's awesome to see more replaceable batteries and devices. Be great if we saw more replaceable gamepad joysticks. The sticks being easily replaceable.
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
Yeah, those are because a lot of them are getting drift. I had my dad's, one of his PS5 controllers has drift. So
yeah, both of mine do. Yeah. I ended up buying a cheap. I can't even remember the name again, but I bought an Xbox and PS version wired, and they're both like $29.
Yeah.
They have back buttons, and they never.
Yeah, those usually come with the pro features with the back, but not like obviously not the build quality, but like the
better than the Elite. Remember the Elite's build quality is a dump, but this was $9, and it's a little clip that goes on the Xbox controller. It requires wired, but I don't care because it's got programmable back buttons and.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about wires right now because I'm just on my desk with it. But I feel like if I have a TV, obviously.
Yeah, you don't want to wire, a 25-foot wire for dogs to trip on, stuff like that. Yeah, which I sure had happen. I for sure had devices break. What about you guys in chat? Are you guys big on wires? Do you have to have it? Do you not care? Jeff Hanna says, wondering what you guys' thoughts are on Plague Tale games are on sale. They're awesome.
They're amazing. Yeah, you should go for it.
There's literally no negative to the Plague Tale games. Those games. That Asobo knows their shit. Can you imagine you're working on Plague Tale and then suddenly somebody says, "Do you want to do Microsoft Flight Sim?" What? Like that must have been a mind screw. Or maybe they did it in.
Yeah, what the fuck? They're the same people. Yeah.
Yeah, the same people. Like that's a dev with some
weird,
serious talent to be able to turn around and do those.
That's weirder than Killzone to Horizon. That's weirder than.
Oh, that is, yeah. Killzone to Horizon was a big switch. Remember when that popped? And it was like they're gonna do a dinosaur neon, robot game, and
third person. Yeah.
Looking here, the non-replaceable batteries in the DualSense is the biggest knock against what otherwise probably the best controller. Yeah, no wires only, dude. I have a Master Chief Elite Series 2 controller, and the A button doesn't register. Yeah, dude, the Elite.
Oof.
The Elite, man.
That's an expensive A button.
Yeah, the Elite is just, I'm sorry, I have issues with all the companies, but my one gripe for Microsoft in particular is their quality of their stuff. It's amazing to me that they can't figure out the controller, the Elite, which costs what's an Elite
and the audio on Windows, man. That's my biggest gripe.
What do you mean?
the interface to get to Windows 11 to get to like the mixer or anything.
Yeah, I love that Windows 11 pretends it's changed, but then if you go into the command line or whatever and you type in like msconfig or what, you can open up
get that shit from XP,
DOS.
dude.
Yeah, like Windows 98 SE edition.
Yeah. Just keep those, man. I want to use those. The recording devices, playback devices. Fuck the new interface.
We got the B-Link and it had Windows 11, and I was like, I can't find shit. And so the first thing I looked for was making Windows 11 look like Windows 10, because it works, as Todd would say. And speaking of it works, let's talk about some Starfield. Guys, we're less than 50 days, man.
Is it really?
Yeah,
dude.
Oh my god, man! This year, man, it's moving so fast. A lot of shit's coming out all the time. People are gonna be talking about different things in the split second.
Dude, it's so nuts. I feel like so Starfield was prior to me even starting YouTube, the first leaks, the first like stories that they were doing some space game. It is weird that this year and last year there's been a lot of games finally coming out that were the rumored games. Dead Island 2. When Dead Island 2 finally came out.
Even Metroid Dread, dude. That show was rumored for like 10 years.
Yeah, Metroid Dread. Dude, like people have had kids who are now playing games. Like that is nuts to me. It's so cool though to see the spread of time, because there's a lot of times where you get a game, comes out a year later, whatever, and then I don't think it was necessarily the quarantine or isolation or anything that affected all these. Some of them, like Dying Light, was 5 years, 6, 7 years prior to that, was having issues. But it's awesome to find, or not, I said Dying Light, I apologize, I meant Dead Island 2. It's awesome to see these games because there's a sense of like, this is going to sound weird, I just want to make sure people understand, but there's a sense of closing out a certain time frame with these games. I feel like once Starfield comes, so bear with me here, but I feel like Dead Island 2, Metroid Prime, some of these games that have been this, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And we're finally closing out a chapter with Starfield that feels like there's this breath of fresh air where it's like, okay, all of those games that were, and I'm sure somebody in chat is going to mention another one, but there's a couple of these games that have finally come out, and there's something magical about being able to tick it off your, for example, for me, I remember seeing Hogwarts trailer, the leaked trailer, and being like, what? That'd be cool, a third-person Hogwarts. And then to have it come out and in a smaller time frame than all these other ones we're talking about is just weird to me. So it's going to be cool.
Yeah, it's crazy to me when I'm like, I remember back in the day, it's like, oh man, like you look at a trailer and you're like, holy shit, that's years away. That's for sure years away. Like we're going to be doing this and that. I don't know what my life's going to be like, blah, blah, blah. And then it comes and you're like, well, shit, man, I'm like actually playing it right now. I'm actually playing it. And I remember like thinking about like it was a dream or an imagination or something. So
yeah, well, Beyond Good and Evil 2. I knew somebody would come up with a better example. Chat's awesome. Beyond Good and Evil 2. Okay, here we go.
Oh boy,
it is very sad that one of their artists died here recently. But one of the things you noticed is every person who wrote about him and stuff like that said, we will miss you, and people will see Beyond Good and Evil 2 release. So I know that Ubisoft hasn't really talked about it other than 2002.
Well, there's the biggest motivating factor, dude. There it is.
I mean, in a weird way, I don't like to talk about it in that way, but there's something that pops up where it's like people are like, and I'm sure it's not them. It's probably, Ubisoft. It's them, but it's like everybody trying to figure out where this game sits. But it'll come out. Skull and Bones. Well, that one I'm not quite sure. Skull and Bones is like
probably for the best.
Man. I don't even want it to come out.
Yeah, right. Like let's move on.
Unless they make major changes, because they did that first, and then maybe they're doing it again. Maybe they're like, okay, this is not like Sea of Thieves is doing 20 more things than we are. So
dude, sometimes you gotta let the boat sink.
Yeah, that one's under a contract. I don't know if you guys remember, they got a grant for that. That's why it's still going, because they have to make the game or they pay whatever kind of fine. So talking about Ubisoft, yesterday I posted this on Twitter. AC Revelations, Brotherhood, and AC3 servers are back online on PC, and people are playing MP and getting achievements. Also, investment in AC Brotherhood is back online, or was as of yesterday when I posted this. And then Black Flag got a patch for a bug that's existed forever, which stopped it from launching in full screen, and it always launched Windows, I believe, or the other way around. Regardless, all of these patches for their old games, all of these fixes, servers being turned back on, what I was talking to people about is this a part of the rumor that Infinite merges all the games, and they're trying to make sure that all these games are like working in general so that they can throw it all into Infinite or whatever it's called. Infinity? Ubisoft, what's their merged system called?
Infinite?
I think it's Infinite. There's too many Infinities.
I think it's Infinite.
Right?
Yeah, there's so many Infinite, Infinity, One.
Infinity. So it's Infinity. But that's, I can't say that's for sure true. I looked at the patch notes for Black Flag in particular. The last one was like 4 years ago, and then suddenly they've been patching it behind the scenes, which was really weird all through the last couple months. And I'm like, are they preparing for this, like to make all the games playable? Like maybe you go in and it's just like you said, walk around Abstergo and then choose what world you want to go to.
And then what, the game downloads, or you just download Infinity for like 500 gigabytes?
Yeah, right.
Or
like,
streaming.
Is it just going to be this heavy ass front end like home for PS3, where you're like, why am I?
Yeah.
You can launch a game from home. I can launch a game from the fucking OS. Like
that's
why?
like the Battlefield thing. They did that where it's like you launch Battlefield, you can launch whatever Battlefield you want.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it is weird that these are all getting patched. It's certainly weird that the servers are all back online. It could have been a mistake, but that's it. It would be weird to be like make a mistake and code turning them back on. Like that's like monkeys in front of typewriters kind of thing. But
yeah.
Maybe the same guy fixing all the COD Xbox servers. That's exactly my other point.
There he is.
The COD was fixed on purpose. And we know why COD was fixed because of the Microsoft Activision thing. So it's like, I don't assume Ubisoft's was magically fixed by somebody tripping and hitting the space bar. It seems like the two are...
Microsoft bought Ubisoft.
Oh my God, don't tell me. No. Let's not. Let's talk about the FTC. Well, do you guys have anything to add about Infinite or Assassin's Creed? Did you guys see that Jade has got its open beta or closed beta for the phones? I think that's Jade, right? They have so many Assassin's Creed games. The mobile one went to a closed beta. Yeah, no worries. And you can join that. Johnny, do you do mobile games?
No, not really. I can't get into the input for it because it's always like mucking about with the screen, right? And like even when they put the joysticks on them, like you can drag the joystick on the screen, just it never feels good. And then like having a controller linked to the phone just feels terrible because then you have the phone sitting somewhere, and then you're playing on the controller. There's something about it that never feels good.
Anybody in chat or any of you guys jumping into any of the Assassin's Creed? I believe it's a closed beta. I'm excited for it because I want to see what they do. I think that this is this is for sure the first Assassin's Creed with a fully customizable avatar as well. So it's weird to see that not the console version, but the mobile version is the one with the full avatar. So we'll be able to see customizations on them. Who knows how the graphics will look? From what I saw, the graphics looked fine. I don't know about the control, like you said. Maybe you can play it on a G-Link, which is an Android with the controller connected to it. You could do something like that, a handheld. Looking up here, you never know. Skull and Bones could be like Dead Island 2. Yes, it could. I'm excited for Starfield because I have Game Pass. Yeah, Game Pass is, hey, say what you want about anything else. Game Pass is pretty ridiculous. People are getting in a crazy amount of money and, saving a bunch. And it's just awesome to see. Christopher says, Destin was on ILP last Sunday and thought MS would go after Take-Two. Destin? I don't know what that is. Destiny? Destin?
Destin.
Lance says, I just don't understand mobile. If I'm out and about, gaming ain't the thing I'm doing. I get it sort of, but I'll never take it with me. Okay, I get that. I don't know, man. I don't like mobile games in a mobile device, but I certainly don't have issues with the G Cloud laying in bed. Johnny, what else have you been playing, by the way?
So I've been playing some Final Fantasy 16, some League of Legends, because they released a new mode that's a 2v2 v2v2. As confusing as that sounds, it's
V2v2.
It's 4 pairs. Okay, so 4 pairs of people going up against each other, and you're doing rounds. So each round you're playing against one of the pairs, and It's just really fun. It's a very different mode, and it removes a lot of the kind of, I don't want to say cumbersome, but a lot of the super detailed stuff with the economy and the creeps and the methodical stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's all about just playing the champion and fighting it out with two other champions. So it kind of takes it down to its, to its essence. And it's been a lot of fun to try that out.
Do you main one or two guys when you do that, or do you just jump around then? If it is just about fighting the champions, do you jump around and experiment?
I've been jumping around because what I found is that champions that feel good to me in the normal mode maybe don't feel great in the 2v2. Because there's something about the 2v2 where you need the combination to be very powerful of the two champions. And some champions work really well in a normal game, but they don't really translate that well into 2v2 skirmishes, if that makes sense.
And is that because you have to merge up correctly with your partner?
Yeah, it's because the other pair could dish out a lot more damage if they have a better combination.
Look, a synergy going on. He's talking about League of Legends 2v2v2v2v2.
Yeah, I've been listening the whole time.
Oh, yep. Have you played it? Abzi?
No, I haven't played League for a long time. But what's cool though, now that it's part of Game Pass, the thing is I had a US account, but since I moved to the EU side, I'm in the EU account, but I didn't have any of the champions. But with Game Pass, you get all of them. You just get all the champions. So I was very happy about that.
That's an awesome deal. Yeah, to me it still looks horrendous. I don't know. I watched Johnny play.
It's League, man. Not even, bro. The people who actually play League a lot hate the game. Nobody likes the game.
You mean they like being involved in all of it, but they're not like. They're just addicted.
They just play it. Yeah, it's like Lucitan. Like oh, I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game. I'm gonna play this game. So
I don't think that's everybody.
Lucitan's
I certainly don't.
Most people, John, like 99% of the
I certainly don't feel that way. Actually, I do love the game.
Yeah, you're an anomaly, man. You're an anomaly.
It does happen though, where you like whether it be movies or books or whatever. Sometimes you'll talk to somebody, and after you listen to them for a while, you're like, "Why are you doing whatever you're doing?" Because you haven't said one positive thing.
Why are you the way that you are?
Just so people know, Lucitan's in our Discord, in the patron Discord, and it's so funny because it's like he'll go on a tirade about like Diablo 4, and then it'll be a stream in Diablo 4 in 30 minutes. I'm like, dude, what the hell, man? It's so, and it's not just Diablo 4, by the way. That guy,
every game.
I think also, and this could be like, I have some friends who they don't want to get their hopes up. I don't even know, we won't even go that far, but they're just from a different worldview than I am, and so it always sounds bad, but it's not really. It's almost like they're saying, I love it, but here are the bad things. And then all you see is the bad things. But that's not what they're saying. Lands by Tossin is that way a little bit, where sometimes I'll be like, does he not like it? And then one of my friends was like, no, that's where he's from. And I can't remember where Land's from, but Khadiz's cousin was in a chat with me, and she actually identified one particular like country where that's... was it Denmark? I can't remember, but where she was like, everybody she's met from there has a very particular way of like almost being cynical, but fully loving whatever.
In general, yeah, like I think, so let's take Steam reviews, right? You'll see.
Hang on, I just got to point out something. Johnny's got a reticle on his.
That will go away in a sec. I had to reset the focus of the camera.
Okay,
Don't
go
worry
ahead.
about it.
Go ahead, Abzi.
I feel like you see from 0 to like around 50 hours of a game, it might be positive or negative. 50 to around like 200, 300 hours, mostly always positive. And then after that, you'll start seeing negative reviews where it's like 1,000 hours. And I think those people just are super into the game, love the game so much that they begin to hate it. They begin seeing just flaws. It's like living with your wife, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what that was the example I was going to give. Yeah. That some people are like that, where I love my husband, but I love my wife, but you know.
Yeah. Like, holy shit, I hate her, but you don't actually. Right?
Yeah, right. Well, I wouldn't say that, but I do think that is a good. I just want to make sure I pointed that out. I do think that is a really good thought process. Is that you can play something, you know it, you know, and you feel like you've said the good stuff. So now, you know, if some small thing changes, you're like, what? Like if somebody changes your pillowcase when you live with them for a long time, they'll be like, dude, that was my favorite. I have a lumpy pillow. We buy the new pillows that, by the way, anybody else would be like, oh, and I'm like, no, where are the lumps? I need I need to be able to form it exact. And so I have an ancient pillow. It's been washed a billion times. It's all beat up, but it's like, and I bitch about it, but that's mine. Like that's my thing.
I get why like a lot of people have criticisms of their loved games and all that shit, and certainly the FF16 community, like I'd see like, oh, I love this game, but it doesn't have this, doesn't have this. I love the game, and I get that, I completely understand that, but I'm like, fuck, man, I just like playing games for what they are, not what they're not, right? Because everything's gonna be missing something, you know what I mean? Where I feel like, sure, you could be critical, but that conversation is just going to go round and round and round, like all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
not
why
from a review standpoint. I'm just saying from like the fan standpoint.
Because there's, I mean, I would say like there's a bunch of games where sometimes I won't even say I'm playing it on Twitter because I know that people, you know, why are you playing that? Whatever.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that like I'm afraid of negative feedback. Obviously, if you look at my Twitter, I'm obviously not. But it's at the same time, it's like I'll just hold it for me. I know there's issues with it, and maybe they even bother me a lot. But there's something about knowing whatever it is. You know it in and out, and you're just like, you know.
And then you'll get like let's say like a super loved game all around, like something like Zelda or like Elden Ring or something. Or Witcher, or whatever, all those games that people love, and then you'll get like 3 years or 4 years later, you get those YouTubers that go like, Witcher, a retrospective, and you have like 5 hours of him just picking out every single fucking thing where it's like, you should hate this game. Actually, it's not that good. It's actually not that good.
On a stool on the third house that you can't even get into normally, but I like snuck in with a tilde code. Has a potion slightly off to the left, and you're like, okay, we're getting. Admittly,
or like an analytical thing where it's like, actually, this is why the story isn't actually good because in the Bible, you know, like yeah,
right. I get it. Thomas Anderson says it's like when someone's not bad actually means very good. Yeah, that is true. That is exactly it. The level Decent. The level of the wording changes, and it may not mean what the words are slang depending on how long you've spent with something. So if that's exactly the way I feel about recency bias. Whenever I see somebody say this is the worst game I've played, I'm like, well, what other games have you played? Because really, is that recency bias? Is it just you? Is it hyperbole? Or, you know, have you played a lot of games and this is really truly that bad? Like Gollum, admittedly, was really, 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 really rough.
Oh, there's no liking that game though.
Right, and then you look at Redfall, really, 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 really rough. But then I saw people talking about Gotham Knights, and I'm not a defender of Gotham Knights, but I was like, when you look at those and then you look at that, there is a pretty big gulf between just, you know, not even close to ready for release, and then ready for release, and it just didn't do anything. It didn't, you know, it, like didn't set the world on fire, or had a lot of hope that didn't get met.
You know, a funny thing about your, like when you were saying different words have different meanings to people, like not bad and stuff. And up till recently, I thought decent was really good. I thought I was like, when I say decent, it's like, holy shit, it's decent. You know, it's
right.
But I just learned that decent is less than pretty good. Like that's decent, you know?
Yeah. Decent is a little less, you could consider a little less than average, but I will say decent meaning average. You know, it does
average,
change.
Okay.
But yeah,
I didn't know. I thought it was like a really good thing. Yeah.
Or have you ever had it where, well, especially people learning English, like when Johnny, you know, we used to talk when he first came in, and his inflection was slightly different than mine. And I would be like, is it a question or is it a statement? Lands by Tossin, we joke about this all the time. I love that guy. But he questions when he agrees, which is a mind fuck for me.
Oh,
like, so
you know,
he'll be like, blah, 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 blah. And you're all, are you, what? I just said that. And then you realize it means he listened. It means he listened, which is so awesome, but also confusing. What were you gonna say?
No, that was like my pet peeve, man, is when you ask a question and they go like, no, no, it's not. You know, like, why is there a question, dude? Why is there a question mark after your answer?
Yeah.
I asked you. Oh, my ex used to do that. Holy fuck, dude. And I'd be livid when I do that.
And it shows why in games context, like when you're doing a preview, it's difficult because you have to make sure that you're contextualizing whatever you're seeing and, you know, the arbitrary shit that's not done or whatever. And you like context is very difficult in anything you're doing, but it's even more difficult when the slang changes year to year. You know, like something was lit one year, lit may now mean lit on fire. It's terrible. Just because somebody randomly said it in a TV show.
I think lit is dying out or something.
I'm sure lit should be dead. Lit should be dead.
Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to say it anymore.
Oh, we're not allowed
lit
to
is like the old person's way of trying to be cool with the kids now.
It's frowned upon. It's
in that
rad.
territory.
Dude, now I'm gonna just drop all.
You gotta say it now.
I love doing that. Some guy was so mad.
Gang. I love gang. Though.
I love gang
so much.
Gang.
Regardless of what anybody thinks of Theo Von and stuff, that particular term and the reasoning around it is awesome. It's very pro, which I like.
It was
very
just him using
friends.
that, right? It was his thing. Yeah.
He popularized it.
Yeah, gang, your own gang, our gang. It was just funny. Gang. I was like, that is hilarious. It sounded very wholesome.
No, just at the end of your, like, I think it was for spoken review. I think even Asmongold
a few videos.
And you were just like, you ended it. Yeah, you ended it with gang, and it was just, I love that.
I think also that, like, even when I hit on games, or we all do and stuff like that, time may pass, but after a while, it can suck to just talk about the bad. It's one of the reasons why when I look at Cyberpunk, I don't want to touch the expansion. You know, as a reviewer, I'll play it on my own, but it's because that soured me, that I don't want to sour others. Like, I'll sour others by saying, hey, listen, the release was this, or Gollum is this and this and this. But if Gollum released a patch and fixed everything, you do have to at some point go back and be like, okay, we can mention the trouble at the problem or at the starting because we all agree. But then if somebody fixes it, you do have to look at that. But then there's the opposite side of that. I'm just now thinking about this. Whenever I talk about this, people bring up a very valid point, and I bring it up all the time. We all do, which is that, you know, we don't want shit games day one either. You know, it's a weird process. What if you got a book and the book was missing every third letter? You'd be like, what the?
You can't patch that. So hard to come back from that. I feel 2 games have done that.
No Man's Sky. What else?
And Final Fantasy 14.
Or can I add Fallout
76? Yeah, but I feel like people still hear that, and even though a lot of people say it's good now that have been playing it, in their heads, it still has that, right?
Yeah, true.
I think
but so. It is because I've been hearing the story is amazing in it too. Like, it's their favorite Fallout story and shit. And I'm like, holy fuck, dude. Yeah, it's crazy.
I think that one of the things I talk about is, like, let's say you have an FPS issue in your game. You buy a new game. You're a consumer who gets a game. You've got your 4090, so you've spent $1,500 to get a video card. You've spent $1,500 on your PC. You got 64 gigs of RAM. Pretty much anything other than quantum physics should be run by your PC, right?
Yeah.
And then the FPS is bad. And I truly understand where people are coming from when they get mad about that, because it impacts everything, the story. Like, if you get a judder in a cutscene, you're like, damn it. Like, he was saying something cool right then, and the judder happened, like the FPS issues happened or something, and it throws you out of all this other stuff. And I think that's what happened with Fallout 76. Admittedly, they had a ton of issues, but there was obviously some good writing at the core, because I am hearing a lot of people saying that. And again, I haven't experienced Fallout 76, but I have actually heard a lot of people that I sort of know that they like the stories I like, where they're very pro on 76 now. And that's cool. We don't ever want that to happen, but at the same time, I'm not gonna diss on them for fixing it and patching it. I mean, people are playing it and liking it. So it's like the same thing happened with Sea of Thieves. I told people don't buy Sea of Thieves ever. Because when that came out, there was nothing in Sea of Thieves.
That one, Sea of Thieves is Sea of Thieves is a good example.
Yeah.
Sea of Thieves is a really good example, actually.
But a bad one, because if you push that's okay, then these companies, like, it just makes sense financially for them to do that if they get away with it, you know.
Yeah, it's just hard to do that. Yeah.
But
on a side note,
go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, on a side, did you hear that the quest designer for Far Harbor is the quest designer for Starfield? I heard
No.
that recently. I was like, what? I'm like, damn, okay.
If so, there's probably some good quests in there because Far Harbor is the best DLC for like any of their games other than Shivering Isles. Shivering Isles
True.
and Far Harbor changes Fallout 4. Like when you load up Far Harbor, you're like, what the hell? This has turned into a horror game. Like this is way different than any other feeling of that. It's one of their best DLCs. Yeah, I didn't know that. A main quest, or
I think that's just the lead quest designer.
wow.
Yeah.
Man, that's exciting. Yeah. People are talking, No Man's Sky. A lot of people are talking about No Man's Sky being a good example. Jedi Survivor, not yet. Oh no, I see. There's a little emoji there. Sorry. I still play No Man's Sky. Sean Murray is the savior.
Yeah, he's turned around, man. He was like the liar douchebag, and now he's the good guy. Or is he not yet?
We'll just never know, right?
Okay.
You'll never know who did what. You'll always get investigations. What'd you say?
Dude, it's just that they're releasing expansion level content for free as updates, and that's still, how are they making money, dude? That still blows my mind.
What pisses me off though? What? I would love like another game by them, and not being limited by the framework of the existing game, right? Because they can only do so much in adding layers to that, because the layers need to.
They're a relatively small company, right?
Are they?
20, 30 people?
No Man's Sky? Are we talking? Yeah, they're a very small company.
Yeah, I would love to see them have another crack at making, a new
like a
game.
brand new thing.
Oh, I'm sure they'll move on at some point, unless they want to be running 20 years.
Because it's been years, man.
It has, but they've also released substantial, incredible DLC. So it's
crazy,
like
yeah.
People who play No Man's Sky.
Kudos to them.
Yeah, No Man's Sky, Johnny, is the game I dreamed of when I was a child. It is now that game. It has every single element, whether perfect or not, that I, as a kid, when I was sitting at home playing a Sega Saturn, Shadow Squadron, going, man, I wish you could get out. I wish you could. And now when I go into No Man's Sky, again, regardless of bad towns, which they have terrible towns, they have, there's a couple issues. It is that game. It's nuts to me we're there, technically. And we'll only see more, which is cool. Philip starts with my favorite comment, to be fair. Okay, here we go. I'm going to read this. Sea of Thieves was always meant to be an ongoing game from the start. It was advertised and communicated as such. Yes, absolutely correct. When it first released, though, it was terrible, regardless if it was to be built. But I agree. Will you play Atomic Heart DLC? That's a good question. I've got time to set aside. Yeah, and by the way, the enemies in that DLC trailer, they look.
Are they flesh or robots?
The ones I saw were robots. They looked awesome. Good. Let's see. If No Man's Sky has a better UI for PC controls, I think what they're saying is it's bad. And
the UX, going into the inventory and then trying to put something on your gun, and then you have to go through like 4 menus. Yeah, it could be way better. Yeah.
It's awesome to see these games. I don't know anybody in chat if you have other games of this sort that I'm sure we're missing that have cleaved back a little bit of success. Yeah, because
Diablo 3 is a good one too. Yeah.
Yeah, Diablo 3 stained forever because the auction house and stuff like that. But as a game, and again, I don't think people consider it as good as 1, maybe even 4, but for sure 2. But it's definitely, it crawled back. Diablo 3 is like a different game now than it was in 2012. Better in every way, the turd says. I love that username. I enjoyed No Man's Sky at release. Yeah, see, No Man's Sky at release still had a lot of content. That was another thing. No Man's Sky I liked a lot on day of release. It just was missing a lot of the stuff. And it was hard to tell because we didn't find out until, Sandworms.
And the onboarding was god-awful, the beginning and all that stuff.
ESO was pretty bad at the start. Okay, I'm not disagreeing with you. I liked ESO at the start, but I do agree that it is 8,000 times better. When they did Tamriel United, they took everything and put it together. It was like, wow.
And they stopped doing subscription-based. I think a lot of people had a problem.
With subscription-based? Yeah.
I like subscription-based MMOs, but I get it. Like, I understand that people might have
You like it because that means there's an influx, which might mean DLCs like Star Wars.
Yeah. But update. They usually their patches are more content worthy. Usually they have good patches and stuff.
Yeah. Gilly TV says, "Are you guys excited for BG3? What's that?" I mean,
I am. I'm very excited.
I am. I just want it. I'm done with like
I stopped watching anything, seeing anything. I'm
Right.
fucking in the beach playing golf, and then when I'm done, it'll be here. So
Yeah, Johnny, are you getting Baldur's Gate 3 day one?
Day one, dude.
Are you gonna play
Day
it
one, fully blind.
Fully
no
blind?
idea of what the different classes and stuff are.
oh man, I don't know what I'm gonna do for a first playthrough.
I'm so
I have
excited,
no
dude.
fucking idea. I want to do like a necromancer barbarian.
And by the way, okay, as a first,
Beat
I
'em
told
to
you
life.
guys.
Go ahead, Johnny.
I told you guys how much of a goody two shoes I am usually writing games. Like, I think I mentioned I tried to do a Renegade playthrough in Mass Effect, but I couldn't bring myself to say some of the
Yeah,
lines.
because that's just like asshole mode, right?
They were too
I'm gonna
mean,
punch
right?
everyone.
They were too mean. I want to do like a full evil playthrough because
manipulation and shit.
you know Larian are really good with evil characters. I noticed this.
Well, Dark Urge, dude. Have you seen Dark Urge?
I haven't seen any.
Oh, okay. You don't want me to tell you about?
No,
Dark
it's
Urge,
okay.
right?
Don't worry about it. I just don't know anything. But I'm super curious, like like an evil character,
and how that's going to play out.
So Johnny, you know how origin characters work, right? You know how like there's characters that are in the game that are pre-made that you play with. Dark Urge, you create your own character, but you always have a thing in the back of your head that is urging you to do the fucking darkest things and shittiest things. You can resist or you can give into it fully. So that's like a 2 playthroughs worth of cool shit that can happen out of that, which is pretty cool, I think.
Damn.
That's like a old Baldur's Gate thing, right? You have like a thing in your head or something that tells you to do bad things, but I don't know.
They also had a character like that.
Yeah, they also but I can't dude, I played a lot of Baldur's Gate and I don't remember that, but I could have just spaced it by but they had minks, they had the minks hamster hawk, like a couple companions. I don't remember a Dark Urge in that, but it's possible there was one. Do you guys think with Baldur's Gate 3, 1 to 10, 10 being bugless, 1 being...
Oh my god, don't ask that question, dude. I'm
10
so
being
afraid.
bugless, 1 being unplayable or a game-corrupting save for almost all people. Where do you think Baldur's Gate 3 will land on PC? No, on console. Because the reason why I'm saying... You can say PC as well, but on console, it's a specific platform. What have you.
Yeah,
but anyway, we can say both. What do you guys think?
What do you think?
Oh man, I'm hoping for a 6.
Hoping for a 6.
I'm hoping for a 6.
That's a realistic worldview if I've ever heard one.
I'm hoping for a 6, man.
I am hoping.
I'm afraid with that many variation in a large game.
Because there's a thing like there's hope and there's expect, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I think I expect. I'm not gonna say barely playable, but something
dude.
I was not expecting
1.5.
Go for it,
I don't want to be me. I think it's gonna be held together by what's the expression? By pins? By
held together by what?
Dude, you know what's weird?
Yeah, I can't remember the term.
When something is held together just barely, right? Like by duct tape or something. Yeah. I'm sure it will get a lot better, but like day one, I'm definitely expecting close to like quest breaking bugs where I'm gonna have to reload saves very often.
F5, like baby. Just spam that shit.
F5, yeah. Remember to save, chat. This is your service announcement. Because, dude, I lost so much progress in Divinity Original Sin 2 at times due to random things that went wrong and I needed to.
Pathfinder was that way, Path of the Righteous.
Was it?
Yeah, I had some issues with that. So my version, Baldur's Gate 3. I expect it right in the middle at a 5 with a lot of bugs. So the early access is fairly bugless, but it's also because they have a million playtesters playing it, reporting issues. The later game and continual variation, 17,001 endings, all this crazy shit. that builds progressively. We saw it with Wasteland 3, by the way. This is something that you, Johnny, experienced with Wasteland 3, and a lot of people I know experienced with Wasteland 3, was some bugs in the saves and the choices, and you guys had, like, started over randomly, which, by the way, that's a huge bug. But I think it was Reg who was telling me you guys were playing, and all of a sudden it loaded the starting cut screen again. You guys were, oh, no.
Yeah, it was unplayable.
That was the retail. By the way, I didn't have that, so I got lucky, but that's a bug. That's a real bug, and our Discord's a small 1,000 sliver, of people. So I think Baldur's Gate 3 will release at a 5, meaning there will be some pretty hefty, real big bugs.
Yeah.
But I also think that any game that has that much choice, gamers will still be mad, but I think most people are prepping for it already, whether it be multiple saves, cloud saves, saving their own saves on their hard drives. There's going to be all kinds of workarounds people are going to plan.
Yeah, like Bethesda games were my fucking favorite, and I accepted the bugs because I was like, this game deserves to have bugs. Right. That was my outlook, man. I was like, this game no other game is like this, and this.
I would say Skyrim was probably a 7 when it released, though. I'm talking worse than that. Yeah. Skyrim
was like, Only I think the only issues I had with like Fallout 3 was like loading screen bugs, some visual stuff, and that's all I had in my experience. I didn't have like crazy bugs.
I'm gonna read some numbers from chat. And chat, you guys, I love you. You're so positive. Listen to this. Well, first one, Mike says, "Hey, Mike, it's been a long time." He says 5 out of 10. Chris says 7. 5 plus or minus pi. Lance says Dark Matter says 8. Ooh, Grunge Bob name checks out. Said 3 to 4. Cyclone says 7. AV Plays says 7. Kumar says they better be 10 after the time in early access. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be expecting that, but I wouldn't if I were you.
No.
Man, if that turns out to be true.
I mean, even their animation timing, like a problem I had with BG3 early access was their animation timing switching between animations, and they still showed that in the new live letter.
SBZ quotes, BG deserves to have some bugs. Quotes, Absy 2023.
No, don't quote me. No, don't quote me, dude. I did not say that.
Baldur's Gate 3, it's got
I'll stand with it.
You should. I mean, put your foot in the ground and be like, we'll just go with it.
Yeah, it deserves to have bugs. Yep.
I absolutely think that a 5 is probably what we'll get, and if we don't, it's going to be fantastic. But I also think it's so big that the number of bugs are going to be so oddly skewed. No, they'll be skewed towards individuals getting weird quest bugs. Then it probably will be performance or anything like that. So you're going to have a lot of people saying, I lost a weapon. Where's my weapon? Which happened in Remnant, by the way. I bought an upgrade, just never got the upgrade. And it was unfortunately the first upgrade. So it was like for a long time was like sucking hind tit because I wasn't doing enough damage until I had enough to buy another one. Those will happen. And I think people making those decisions, you guys with your dark core, to me, that's light core. I'll go as dark as humanly possible. I'll meta as dark as possible. I think that's going to be a blast in that game to see how evil you can go and how good. That's also going to be highly entertaining to see if you decide to be a paladin or you decide to be cleric. You decide to
go against your oath, right?
No, I'm saying the good part now, not the bad. What if...
Okay.
To hold on... Well... Okay, I get what you're saying, go against your oath. But but the idea of holding on to it in the face of all this other stuff, or the idea, that'll be very fun to see.
Yeah, I'm hoping there's some motivations to go evil, but you don't want to type thing, where it's like, go against your oath, paladin, you'll get this and that, and try to.
Well, I mean, you're going to lose some followers either way, right? True. That's one of the major things I think is that followers will be attached to choices.
Stacy dislikes you now.
Yeah. See, at some point, this won't happen for years. I'm talking about it in my upcoming AI video, but at some point you're going to have NPCs that you'll be able to lie to. Even so, if you make a choice, we've seen it occasionally in Divine Divinity, where you were able to do something, then lie to the person so that they believed you. So Baldur's Gate will probably have some of that, but I would like it even more where you
Wasteland, man.
Wasteland
3 had a lot of that. You could be like a fucking triple agent in that game. That was the amount of choice and amount of manipulation and shit you can do in that game was stunning. Yeah, you don't have to go like, oh, I'm completely evil, I'm completely bad, good. Yeah.
So some people were asking about Armored Core. So we saw the trailers for Armored Core 6. I'm just waiting for it. I don't really have any thoughts on Armored Core 6 unless you guys do. I'm just waiting to see it so that we can play it. It looks good graphically. It's cleaner than I would like, as in sparse. But then I saw some parts that didn't look that way. So I just need to play it. I mean,
I like the idea of the bosses because even though it's not like a Souls at all, we did see some cool like boss encounters in the trailer. And I think one thing with mech games, it can get a bit repetitive when you're shooting down these B-sized,
right?
Flying airships and stuff like that. And I like the big enemies for a mech game. I thought that could be a cool thing.
Did you ever play the originals, Johnny?
No.
Yeah, so
I have no idea what they're like.
I think this will be the first Armored Core for a lot of people. I mean,
dude, it'll be my first real-time.
A lot of people
game.
had no idea From Software did these games at all. They thought like Dark Souls was the first,
or Tenchu, or any of those,
or Demon's Souls.
Or what's that first-person one? They had like a first-person fantasy game back in the day.
Did they? Oh yeah.
Oh my God, that's
Fuck, man, I can't remember the name.
of that. But
it's ancient, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah. It's
dude,
very, very old.
Once they got the Dark Souls pattern down, it was that for decade plus or whatever. Other people were asking about Spider-Man 2. Yeah, Spider-Man 2 looks awesome. I can't wait. I know some people, Spider-Man 1 looked so good that it's hard to double up on Spider-Man.
It's like God of War, where it's like, I know what I'm gonna get and I'm gonna like it.
Chris says King's Fall or Kingsfield. Yeah, that is
Kingsfield. Yeah, it's Kingsfield. Yeah.
But yeah, Spider-Man 2 looks awesome. I mean, it looks impressive. Like Spider-Man 1 looked impressive.
Yeah, man.
Maybe if we get a pro.
And I love Venom shit. I love Venom stuff.
Oh yeah.
I love Venom.
Indio says, I watched a 90-minute YouTube video of someone that played all of the Armored Core games. Pretty fascinating to see the evolution. Yeah, true. I mean, that's the thing, is some people are going to get into this and have no clue, and they'll think it'll be dark. Even though they've been informed it's not Dark Souls, they're going to think it's Dark Souls for robots.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are going to expect it. I'm telling you. Yeah. Where's the souls?
Let me tell you a game I'm worried about.
Very.
Very.
Don't say Alice Fallen. Oh, thank God. Yeah, of course. That looked like shit. The
last demo was terrible.
Holy.
Dude,
I mean,
I
didn't mind the look of it. But
look, yeah.
The gameplay didn't feel good, man.
Right.
The range of the weapons, the responsiveness of the dodge, and just the timing of things felt so.
It was worse than the Automata one, the automated. What's it called? The one by Greedfall devs.
Even though that was pretty jank.
I enjoyed that one, but it was pretty jank. But Lies of P's demo was pretty rough, man. It was rough in its design for the locations, just everything about it. I was like, ooh, man, this is. I
they didn't know
where this is going.
Yeah.
They didn't nail that bloodborne, visceral feeling of slashing someone. Yeah.
Yeah, right. The best part of using a sword is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And so what you're saying is the best, most basic.
They didn't
part.
Nail the.
They didn't. Yeah. They didn't nail. Okay. Yeah. What
and,
are you
and
say,
also, obviously, the locations make no sense in that demo.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, because a lot of people.
They're
like
to the same spot.
Dude,
I feel like when people want to do like a Soulsborne clone or whatever, they go like, "Oh, let's just make it weird as fuck," and
they try
people
to
won't
tick
know.
the boxes,
It doesn't work. Yeah, they have to. They have to think it out. Level design is very difficult.
I think level design is one of the things that it's not a lost art, obviously, because we have really good level design. But what I mean is, people get lost in their systems. For example, Remnant has a relic fragment system, which is plus 1.2345 to speed.
Oh my God, so many
their placements in the level, that becomes like a priority for them or something.
Yeah, and just those systems. And they forget
design.
that those systems are fun, but to experience the game world is what you're going to be doing. So that needs to be interesting. Otherwise, people are going to start to focus on the plus 1.23 and be like, seriously, this one's plus 2.10, and you're like, dude, I mean, it doesn't grab me as a fiction.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, oh, this is a cool upgrade. Instead, it's these functional, fractional upgrades. It's like it's just barely usable so that you feel like you have to talk to the merchant that, by the way, in Remnant, is like one of the farthest ones away. She's just like, oh, God, I got to go back.
What do you mean far? Like you have to, oh, okay, you have to
just
go back
a trot. It's not even a long ways, but it's a trot that when you add that up, you're like, please, guys, just warp him to the other manufacturers because there's 2 guys and then him. Oh, and then there's another guy, by the way, on top of a crane that I just stopped going to. I was like, I'm not right. I'm fine. We can ignore the guy in the crane. So, it happens in those games. Twitter's got a couple questions. We're going to go through these fast. Part-time, super villain. That might be one of the best Twitter names. He says, what fantasy or sci-fi game do you think that you would not only survive, but thrive in? So what's a game world that you think, using the game systems and just the way it works, that you would thrive in? Me's KOTOR for sure, because I would just use the Force on everybody. KOTOR.
That's the one thing, right? People never use the Force when it would make sense. You see these battles where they're struggling with the sword fighting, when in reality they can just like shove someone away or like drop an entire
drop a dumpster on
them.
Darth Vader was awesome in the original movie when Luke would swing and he would throw something at Luke's back each time. Just like a Dark Souls game in a way, where like Luke would swing and he'd hit him here. Luke would swing over here and he'd hit him here. And I was like, ha ha ha, that's exactly what you need to do. What were you going to say?
Can Star Trek be...
Yeah, Star Trek's for sure.
Okay, I will live on Earth in Star Trek and just live in a fucking utopia. That's
right. Never work. Just be like, thanks guys. I'm gonna paint.
Chill, man.
I'm gonna paint. That's my plus
some aliens and shit.
Yeah, bang some green ladies. What about you, Johnny? Do you have one?
You know, I'm not thinking of any right now. I don't have any good answers.
Juan says, how can I grow an awesome beard like yours? Took me a while, man. It took me till I was 13. So get to be 13.
Did you do any creams or products?
I mean, you do beard softener, so when you like kiss your wife, it doesn't scratch her face because it is hair. But that's it. I didn't have to use like Chia Pet on my face to grow more beard.
Is that what they do?
No.
Like
Chia Pet grows moss on like statues and stuff. Yeah, sorry. Let's see. Super Wheel says, won't you be warned again? If not, we'll be watching. Won't you be warned again? Oh, about YouTube? No, it looks like we got it. Ask the crew if they're going to see Barbie or Oppenheimer. Either one of those movies.
Fucking Oppenheimer, man. I wanna see that. I'm probably going to go to a theater and watch it. Yeah.
All right. No Barbie for you?
No Barbie for me, unfortunately.
What about you, Johnny?
I will see it at some point. I don't know if I will actually go to cinemas to see it, though.
Right.
I have to check.
Wait until it comes out. Brandon. What's up, Brandon? He says, hey, guys, do you have fatigue with a certain genre? Mine right now is superhero stuff. I'm not interested in Spider-Man 2 at all. It just looks like the same, and the superhero genre is growing or is becoming overwhelming. Just my opinion. P.S. Oppenheimer is amazing. He saw it. So is there a genre that you have become overly...
Is this for movies or in general?
He's talking about a game genre because he said superheroes in Spider-Man 2, so that's what I assumed. But
okay.
Absy,
honestly, I think
you're muted.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you were giving an answer. I'm sorry. I thought you were giving an answer.
No, what was the question? Sorry, I was just talking to my brother.
He says, do you have a certain fatigue for any specific game genre?
ARPGs, man. Fuck, man. ARPGs, really? I can't do that. Yeah, fuck that shit. I can't. I don't know, man. I can probably like throw one on and like kill shit while ARPGs as in like, you know, PoE Diablo-esque type stuff.
Right.
I can throw one on and kill shit while I watch something, but it's so boring to me. Like an hour in and I'm like, ugh, I'm just doing the same thing over and over. The builds don't really like excite me that much. Yeah. So that's one I'm fatigued on.
Gotcha.
I don't know about another one. Yeah, it's the only thing I can think of. Yeah.
Lucitan is hot for Absy. He says, love and tan Absy.
Thank you. I went to the beach today for like 5 hours. So.
Johnny, white Johnny, pasty white Johnny. What about your genre? Is there a genre that you're like, not for me anymore?
Yeah, I'm a bit burnt out on the Souls formula for sure.
Oh,
I agree.
yeah, dude, it needs to be really good
Needs
to
to
have
be
that
good.
formula.
Needs to be
yeah,
tight,
it
man.
needs to be like really good, like really good.
Yeah.
When I see when I get
like
PR,
Lords of the Fallen looks great.
Lords of the Fallen looks. Hey, I mean,
Looks
I'll play it.
awesome,
It looks
man.
awesome. It looks awesome. But when I see when I get PR and they're like, it's a Dark Souls like, and I'm like, here we go. It's just not every game needs to be it, man, and that's why Armored Core is looking so exciting, because it looks like it's just going to be balls to the wall action. You know, you'll have to dodge, you know, but sports games over Blythe says sports games. Yeah, sports games definitely are a little hedgy for me. Rachel says she just wants good topics. We've got them always. How about the new season of Justified? Paquette says it's good so far. I've watched the first whatever's available on Hulu. It is a different style. It's very good so far. I'm a fan of Justified, so I mean, what can I say? I love that show. So it's awesome to see them come back. And then Hush says, some complain about digital games, yet most physical games are DRM keys now. You have to download the game and all the patches to fix the game. If you delete the game after the server with the patches shut down, you have the CD and you're shit out of luck. Am I wrong? No. For some games, no, he's not wrong, right? Like if you have, I mean, whether they're doing it on purpose or not, a lot of these games don't even have close to the full game on it. They're not even close.
Like on release?
Yeah, on release, a lot of times
or
it's
CD?
an executable where it'll, or DVD, even if it's pressed.
Sometimes or they just give you a fucking game code in a case.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. Is he's seeing that a lot? Yeah. Look at premiums, man.
I mean, what is the max disc size now with Blu-ray? I guess
Blu-ray is like, I think it's like, I think a Blu-ray's 47 gig. I could be wrong, but I think there's there's something to that effect. And these games, Call of Duty, 130
200 gigs, bro. What?
200
4
gigs.
CDs in the fucking. Why did they advertise that FF7 Rebirth is gonna be 2 discs? Or what? Like, what is that in today's age? Like what is that? What does that mean?
It really depends, actually, Abzi, because we already saw 2 discs for Final Fantasy VII Remake. We had a play disc and we had a data disc. But it was still small.
Right.
Yeah, it was play.
But if they mean like the game is divided into 2 discs, that would be a different thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess I just don't buy physical copies that much and I just download. But I feel like, wouldn't you just rather have 1 disc and then download the rest? Or do people just not want to interact with the internet?
Well, people want it so that they can. Okay, I'm not. Anybody listening, don't get mad. I'm not saying that everybody's like this, but a lot of people just feel that if they don't get the whole thing when they buy it, it's like buying a book where you download some of it on your Kindle. You're like, all right, this is
right.
So they want the full thing. Some people are just want to collect, and they want, they don't want to worry about patches. They don't want to worry about a game server going down. All very valid. Some people are probably just bitching because it's a change. That happens to all of us too. All those combined, what I think's going on here is probably a little bit of nostalgia love, where they're trying to say we're on 2 discs like the old days. Look how much we
switch
got.
the disc around. Yeah.
I mean, otherwise there'd be really no reason if it's the same way,
or to advertise it. Because I think it goes without saying that some games just have 2 discs.
Yeah, and this is the honest truth. Back in the day, 2 discs or 2 DVDs or whatever meant content, which it does not now. It used to mean like a Baldur's Gate would have 4 or something. You'd be like, oh my God, that's a lot of content. Like there's actual content there. Here
even the amount of size, like 200 gigabytes doesn't mean more content. It could mean like super
uncompressed
audio and all that shit. So it just depends, like the assets, all that shit. So
most games I have still work without an update or internet connection, one of the guys says in there. Yeah, I mean, it's always good to have one because you want to be able to grab your whatever, your PC. I like to go to the cabin and just evaporate for a weekend, and I try to find places with no cell signal and no internet. You want it to work, and you want your consoles. I will say this, ignoring PC just for 1 second. Consoles are a thing. So I do think that console games should, even if it costs the developer money, and they should foot it, not us. The developer should give you all of it on that disc. I'm not saying PC is different. I just want to point out console in particular because there's some things about consoles where they are sometimes people don't have internet in their living room. You know, they can use wireless, but man, the wireless boards on the console suck. Like, they are just not very good, not compared to like some of the newer ones. So I can see people complaining.
You know, one thing that's a huge advantage of discs, even though you can do that digitally nowadays, like with a lot of services. But for example, I went to my friend's house and he's not like a huge gamer. He just started getting into games with Elden Ring. And I gave him, because I bought Resident Evil 4 Remake hard copy because I bought it before the release date. Mm-hmm. I was like, here, try that out. And he loved it. And that feeling of just, it's easily shareable games and being like, just bringing it to your friends, I would be like, here you go, try it or something like that, without having to be like, oh, let me log in with my account and do the sharing family shit, you know? Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. And I forgot that. The best part is giving it to I've let my friends borrow all my games, and there's been occasional where somebody's like, oh, you know what? This needs the internet. Now, they had the internet, but I was still able to give them the game. But now with the certification and all of that stuff, it is a mess. And they don't want you to. Just like, you know, a car dealership would love to get every sale down the line 10 years later. If you sell a used car to a friend, they would love to get that money. So they try to do leases, or they try to do this. They try to get you into it. Yeah, a lot of it's money. I want to read a super chat. Speaking of that, Umo says, and thanks for the super chat, bud. They help the channel immensely. Welcome back to YouTube. Reading anything lately? I got to admit, I don't know what's wrong, but I can't read right now.
Oh, shit.
Interesting.
Yeah. For the last...
What do you mean you can't?
I can't. For about the last 2 weeks, it's been... I can't get like 3 or 4 words or 3 or 4 sentences before my brain
you get too bored, or does it just... does it just not comprehend
what I just read? I'll be reading.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
I have a Kindle. I've got thousands of real books, and you know, it occasionally happens where my brain that's not working for me, and I lay down like 2 hours before bed to read because I love to do that, and I've been having a huge issue with it. It's just an attention thing for me right now. Maybe it's summer. What about you guys? What are you reading?
Nothing.
If you're reading, nothing. Okay, Johnny.
I'm listening to Eisenhorn.
What are you reading?
And I'm okay. We're not counting,
right? Because I am listening to something.
So reading is a Final Fantasy VII novel that's like canon. It's called Tales of Two Pasts, and it's about Tifa and Aerith and their childhoods, basically.
No shit. I didn't even know such a thing existed.
I didn't know. Yeah, I mean,
it's like an official.
FF7 has a lot of different media.
Yeah,
a lot of different games and media. Yeah.
So does Assassin's Creed. I finished all the Assassin's Creed and Far Cry books. The Far Cry 5 prequels, good. Man, that guy.
Really?
Yeah, the writing isn't the greatest, but he obviously played the game. So like he'll talk about the bar and a couple other places that are in the game, and I was playing Far Cry 5 at the time, and it was cool to like walk into where he was talking. It was just like, and Joseph Seed's in there. This is pre the game. Right at the end is when the game sort of starts up. Some of the NPCs are there. It was actually, again, the writing's not the best. It was more of that fanfic, you know, where you're just like exploring the world at an additional time. Do you guys find yourselves... Do you guys read on purpose? Like, Abza, you said you're not reading. Do you not read, though? Because some people don't read.
I read. I've just been using my time for... I've been getting into golf a lot. I have a coach. I've been learning it. I've been training every day and doing other things. Yeah, so I don't have much space for reading right now.
Gotcha. Understood. What about you, Johnny? Do you set time aside?
I do. It's a really good wind-down activity for me. So before going to sleep, it's a way, because I have one of those Kindle that has like a dark mode.
Yeah.
So I can actually read it without any lights, and it's very soft on the eyes. And what I like doing is I put some nice sort of piano music or instrumental in the background. I have one of those friggin' galaxy light things that, you know, fill your ceiling with cool lights. And I just chill for an hour and I read. And it's a great way to get sleepy for me and disconnect from the screens and stuff.
Karak, back on YouTube live. Have been only listening to your podcast on Amazon. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, we're on Amazon, which I almost said the name of the device, but I was actually pretty impressed with the ability to just bring the podcast up there. Did Abzy change his hairstyle? Scaps asks.
Oh, I cut my hair today, yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I got a haircut today and I shaved my beard.
Should we have noticed? You shaved your beard? You had a beard?
Oh my god, you didn't notice? Oh my god. Okay, that's mean. Okay, holy shit. Well, I had hair on my face, so it's
Alex
gone now.
Johnson says, I'm super Scandinavian pale. My wife has dark skin, so my kids have perfect tans. A perfect mix. Perfect blend. People are talking about what they're reading. My cousin borrowed my reality dysfunction for a good 6 years. My cousin borrowed my reality dysfunction for a good 6 years. This is Necro. Necro, what are you talking about, bro? I never understand.
My who's gonna what?
That got weird for a second there.
Anything Necro does always gets a little weird. Death Proof says, I like to read porn comments. Admittedly, I've done that.
Some poetry in there, I'm sure.
Thoughts on the Netflix Warhammer 40K stuff? Overly Blythe says. Blythe. Overly Blythe. I was separating each word. Yeah, dude, I can't wait. That's Cavill, right? Doing the Warhammer stuff for Netflix, I think.
Yeah. Have they shown anything yet?
I don't know. Maybe they showed something today. I mean, Cavill is a big fan of stuff, and it's always nice to have a fan behind whatever that thing may be. Speaking of fans of things.
They had info today. Something.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Dude, the new Mission Impossible. Man.
Dude, when is that coming out?
It's out.
Do we know? Oh, is it?
Is it bad?
No. It's
good?
Dude, man, whatever, weird space god Tom Cruise prays to, I hope he keeps praying. Because there's few action stars left, You've got like triple X movies. You have the Fast and Furious. Well, Triple X hasn't made a movie in a while, but you have Fast and Furious, you got The Rock, you got Vin Diesel. You have these guys. But dude, Tom Cruise, I don't know how it's even humanly possible, but that guy's stuff every single time, I'm like, all right, whatever. He just did that. Like, it's so weird to consistently see him upgrade a stunt. And
dude is an athlete.
No, it's beyond that. It's not only an athlete, he's probably got a once in a generation mind for learning new things. So it's not just that he's there doing stuff. It's that stuntmen who I respect, and I'm not saying my respect matters. I'm saying I respect them because I know that they've worked on movies, and you hear them when they say this guy is like lifts everybody up, is consistently wanting the best, but also if somebody does a good job, he's like, dude, you nailed that, whatever. I'm like, dude, that is so cool to hear.
Damn.
And then you hear and the Henry Cavill, I did not think Henry Cavill and Tom Cruise's fight would be bested. The fight that they did in the last movie, because that's one of the best movies.
It was insanely
dude,
good.
When Henry Cavill hip tosses him through the wall. It was the best timing for. Yeah, well, that was funny. It one ups it. I was watching it, just going "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? How is he one upping every single goddamn thing? At some point, he's either gonna die or just jet off on a personal rocket into space and never.
Do you think that creativity of always innovating the moves, what he's doing, is that coming all from him, or I'm sure he works with a great team of people.
He works with others, but whenever you watch behind the scenes, everybody else. So I don't know if you heard this, but one of the stunts he had pulled in the last movie, people were like, "Well, we can't do that," and he's like, "No problem," and he got a different group who said he could do it.
Figured it out, found a way.
yeah, fondle that into reality. It's unbelievable to see. And the reason why I'm talking this up is because we get these big games like Witcher 3, Cyberpunk tried to be big, but you get these massive games. I have not felt that the movies are massive other than Triple X, sorry, not Triple X, but Fast and Furious and stuff like that. And it's always good to go see one of those big, oh my God, movies. It always fires me up. And so right now, there's nobody who's really replacing him. And it's going to be weird to see if somebody else has, because he had the practical life that he grew up with, where everything was practical, there was no CGI, and he still carries that into the future stuff. And I think that newcomers probably won't do that. And it's a little like games where procedural generation replaces handheld placement. And you see a slight change where, remember Star Wars when they went all the green screen and you could tell? You were like, I get it, it's more fanciful. Obi-Wan can leap into the air and do crazy stuff, but it didn't feel as grounded as the originals. And I think that we see that in movies, Fast and Furious, they're going to space, in cars. And you're just all right, it's still fun to watch, but let's see. The perfect blend personality and athleticism. He's such a perfectionist, yeah. Yeah, but he's a perfectionist that, at least from what I can tell, doesn't push other people off, which I think there's a big difference between perfectionists who make it impossible to work with them.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to be. Deb says, Super Chat, what's up? He says, who's better at stunts, Jackie Chan or Tom? That's not even a question. Yeah, Jackie Chan's obviously better at stunts. I mean, like, he's also so crippled now. You don't hear a lot about Tom Cruise being hurt. Yeah, I mean, all of the guys who did all the kung fu stuff, they just, over time, there's so many wounds, and you hear all these hospital bills. And the one thing about Tom Cruise, and a lot of the bigger movie stars now, is they don't have them. But a lot of them, it's because they don't do their stunts. With him, he's doing the stunts, and he still has been, he broke his ankle. That was the one. And then he broke his ankle and continued running to finish the stupid, like, that part of the cut. Like, I was like, dude, seriously? Why didn't you just call cut? I mean, you can see him break his ankle, too. It's pretty gnarly. Like, Tom Cruise smashed his ankle, and I think they said, like, 3 months, and he was back in 6 weeks. Hey, guys, just got here. Have they already talked about Judge Dredd? No, that's the next thing right now. Russ says, Jackie broke every bone in his body. Pretty true. Pretty true. Dude. All right, let's talk about Judge Dredd. So a couple weeks ago, I had posted on Twitter about, I wanted a Judge Dredd game. There were reasons why. Yesterday, Good Harvest Games, I believe, is who they're called, teamed up with Rebellion to announce that Good Shepherd is working in partnership with the Rebellion to create games based on the iconic 2000 AD comic book stuff, series of comic books, which includes Judge Dredd and a bunch of others. And to me, I think Judge Dredd is probably one of the most ill-used game, or like big IPs, where it could fit perfectly, especially when there is no Gears. There aren't a big of those sci-fi third person. We're playing Remnant. You've got Division, but neither one of those are true sci-fi, cyberpunk style, which I would say Judge Dredd is. Do you know much about Judge Dredd other than the movies, Johnny?
Not other than the movies. I've seen both the Stallone one and the recent
Carl Urban.
Yeah. I thought both were great. Even though a bit goofy, the older one with Stallone, I still love it. I don't know much about the character, because the movies, they kind of on purpose don't tell you much about him, as a character.
It's just like, here's Judge Dredd, he's a judge, and in the first one he gets in trouble, and the second one he goes up a
which works really well.
Yeah,
I think if they did a whole character thing, it would be a totally different.
Well, yeah, because I think also when you see those movies, they make these judgments, and you don't know enough about their history to go, they should know better, right? They should know this criminal isn't that bad. They should, when Stallone shows up, you're just like, he's a judge and that's his thing. You have no clue. You learn a little bit about him and Rico, but you don't learn a ton. I just think Judge Dredd is hugely misused, man. I mean, we just don't see anything that really goes on with Judge Dredd other than comic books for years, man. And that's where Judge Dredd originally showed up, I believe. People can correct me in chat, but I believe Judge Dredd didn't even have his own comic. I believe he showed up in the 2000 AD comics and then got his own comic books and stuff. But yeah, dude, Judge Dredd's armor, the big over-the-top shit. The Stallone one's probably my favorite for its cheesiness, and it's like, something about it is just over the top, but I know people in chat are going to argue with me, but I know the new one is beloved. And Carl did Carl's a good actor. That guy knows his, knows his stuff. But I would say that when we look at it, what do you think about a sniper? So I love Sniper Elite. I'm hoping from what I'm just hoping it's not necessarily like Sniper, but a little bit more like Gears, because Judge Dredd's a big dude. Like in the comic books, he's massive. Carl was actually pretty small for Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd is a Stallone-style, big, massive guy.
True.
So I would like to see a Gears
like a
style.
Gears of War.
Yeah, like Dom and Marcus, rolling
like
in
a
at
wardrobe.
HGH. Yeah, lifting weights on the beach and shit, and then going out and chainsawing people. But I'm excited for it. Do you know anything about Judge Dredd, Abzi? Do you follow Judge Dredd?
I've just seen the two movies. I thought they were really cool. I liked the first one a lot.
Okay. Yeah.
But I mean, it's like Warhammer, right? It's like it's even less so.
It's a good point.
Yeah,
that is
Warhammer
and Rifts, the old Palladium D&D game Rifts. It's got that over the top, big one group looking over everybody. kind of process. I hope Judge Dredd's going after criminals. I hope they don't try to do the, we're after him. I get a little tired of that. We saw that with Halo when the good guy, when they were like, Master Chief might be bad, and you're like, this story's terrible. That was a bad story. So I hope they don't do that. So you guys have just seen the movies then. That's it for Judge Dredd.
Is there other shit? Is there like other
comic
media?
books for 40 years.
Comic book. Oh shit. Is it like part of Marvel or DC or anything, or totally disconnected?
No, it's AD Comics. It's their own their own thing. But Judge Dredd's always been like, I admit I got into it because of Stallone's movie. That's when I started looking, because I'm not a huge comic book fan. But I saw it and I was just like, this guy's awesome because he has that overarching. Well, we were talking about with Baldur's Gate. If you have a good guy who has to do stuff that's like bad, how does that work? And that's the way Judge Dredd is he's a good guy that like might give somebody a really harsh sentence. He's that judge who like hits somebody with the maximums all the time. It's just like, what's the maximum crime, punishment? I'm going to give you that every time. And so I want to see him pass judgment on people. I don't know how they'll do it, but I'm excited to see. I wonder who they'll do the voice. Probably Troy Baker.
Ooh.
Hush says, Grudge Dredd Boomer Shooter. Gudge Dredd. I think he meant to say Judge, but Gudge would work too. British Comics. Thank you, Rusty. Thank you, bud. Somebody asked if I wanted it to be third or first. I actually think third works quite well because it gives you a little bit more sight. Third lets you look around your character, and I think Judge Dredd you have a lot of enemies. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't spit on either one. I'm excited to see him. Do you guys? Here's the problem. Am I wrong on this? But Rebellion's always B level, right? Budget wise.
What's Rebellion?
Rebellion's Sniper Elite. Wouldn't we say top tier B, but like, not AAA, right?
No, they're like, what, AA or something?
AA B, yeah. So I'm wondering what type of budget and how they would put mission, would it be open world? Maybe not, because that requires a budget.
Would it be maybe it'll all take place in a mega building like Dredd?
Like Dredd, yeah. I mean, which admittedly wouldn't be, like, I could buy that. I would actually be okay with that.
If they make every floor like a completely different vibe, that'd be cool.
Dude. Well, see, okay, so you were gone. I don't know if you heard, but we were talking about, it's a little bit like Cyberpunk, Judge Dredd is. You could do,
I was listening, yeah.
Yeah, and their skyscrapers are huge. That would be awesome. What if your entire, don't be roguelike, please. Each level you go up and then you die and oh man, dude, I will be mad.
Climbing a tower.
Oh, please God, no. But I like Absy's idea of like, what if because in Cyberpunk and that stuff, one entire building level may have its own merchants and its own blah blah blah. So it's like
Chinatown on
Chinatown,
floor,
yeah.
Right?
That'd be awesome. That's a good idea. I hadn't even thought about that. Wannabe Dev says, will we ever get another Punisher game? I don't know, but probably not the way we want.
Oh, I missed that one.
Great.
The one game I played, and I just killed people in the most brutal ways possible.
Chrome their body, put their head in the shark tank, the mammoth tusk.
The shark tank, yeah.
Oh, it was, and I remember my friend left because he couldn't handle the violence, and because I was doing I was just like, oh my God, and I get where he was coming from.
It was an interrogation thing, right? And you interrogate them, and then you kill them anyway.
You could be like, and he'd be like, okay, and you'd be like, nah, too late. And you chrome them. The shark was awesome. Anybody else who has remembers Punisher, I'm probably forgetting 1,000 different, there was murders on every level that you could do, but Punisher was a great game. It reminds me of Gun, the Western game Gun, where they were
I never played Gun.
Dude, Chris Christopherson, Thomas Jane, who played Punisher in the movies, was the main character in it. Yeah, they had
nice.
They had Lance Henriksen. They had a lot of big voice actors.
Thomas Jane, that's the movie I liked a lot. That Punisher.
Punisher, it's my favorite one. I know
with
people
John
love the
Travolta.
shows. Yes, and with Big Daddy Diesel, in his sailor
Remember,
outfit.
dude, one thing stuck with me until today. It's when he was torching the guy with a fucking ice cream.
I know,
because when something's super hot, it's cold.
Awesome, and he was like, and the guy's like, no, and he's like, the human brain or the nerve centers get confused and think cold is hot and hot is cold. It was Thomas Jane. I mean, admittedly, I know a lot of people had issues, and I just watched an amazing interview. If anybody gets a chance, there's an interview with Thomas Jane that came out 3 weeks ago where he talks about the making of it. And he was laughing, saying that they planned on filming it in a totally different place. And John Travolta is like, No. I want it here in Florida so I can fly my plane to work every day. His 747.
Okay.
That's how much money that dude's got. He's like
747.
His 747. I thought that movie was awesome. I know everybody loves the TV show, and I liked it, but the movie,
dude, I watched a couple episodes of it, and I thought the flashbacks to his family or whatever was too much, so it just took me out of it.
Gotcha, it took you out of it. Yeah, flashbacks have to be done. Man, they got to be done good, or it can be jarring. Where you're like,
Lost, baby.
Yeah,
Lost, dude.
Oh,
yeah.
Dude, in Lost, you'd be like, is this now or now after now?
Is it the side now or the future now or the
especially as it got further in, then you'd be like, well, is it now on the island now or is it? Oh my god, dude, that was, I love the show. I still love. But
dude, the first season introducing the characters with those flashbacks was just
dude,
it would be a whole episode, like a flashback, like a whole episode, man.
And then you'd find out that like Sawyer's dad might be the dude who like broke
Sawyer
up
is the actual son of the,
you'd be like, oh dude, this is awesome. Looking here, 2 old 4 games says, so potentially Dredd, the VCs, Johnny Alpha, Rogue Trooper, these are all comic books, could all be on the cards for upcoming games. Yeah. Or should that be admirable? Interesting or admirable? I get it. I would say overall, I think that they'll probably hit the bigger ones, but we'll just have to see. Dolph Lundgren, Punisher, is underrated. I admit I have not seen that one, and he's one of my favorite actors, so I'll have to check it out. Cameron Shaw, $2 super chat. Thanks again for the super chats. They help, especially because we don't do sponsors. Alan Richens, perfect Judge Dredd. I know a lot of people liked him. He passed away recently. That guy was awesome. I believe that's the guy who passed away recently while I was filming the new Star Wars TV show. We're losing a lot of actors, man.
Was that an older Judge Dredd movie?
Yeah, it was after. So it was after. No, he said he want. I'm talking about Punisher because he was actually in Punisher. I believe that's who we're talking about. Oh no, we're not. I think he's talking about the Alan Ritchson from Jack Reacher. Isn't that Alan? I get him mixed up with the guy who sadly played Punisher a couple years ago, maybe 2 or 3 decades, and he passed away recently while he was doing Star Wars. Ray Stevenson, thanks, man. Ray Stevenson passed away. That sucks too, because Ray Stevenson, man, that guy was just. This is so weird. B actors can go for years and never catch, right? And then you'll get a guy that does something for whatever reason they catch on, and Ray was just sort of catching on. Like there was something about him that seemed like it was finally becoming a thing. That sucks, man. Let's see. Speaking of comic video games, The Invincible is having one. Did you guys ever watch The Invincible TV show?
Yeah.
Was it good?
It was very good.
Was it? Was that the
cartoon?
Yeah,
I heard it was really good. Yeah, people loved it. People made memes out of it.
It got quite dark.
Did it?
But it was very well done.
So would you say, Johnny, compare it to The Boys? Would you say it was about equal in darkness?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll watch it.
But in animated form.
Sure. For sure.
But a similar type of
Does anime
vibe.
give you a feel, Johnny, when you're watching it? Is it worse when it's violent in cartoon because it's taking the cartoon space and bringing it to reality, or are you less impacted by cartoon violence?
I think it really depends. There's something about the cartoon where I can, dissociate more, right?
Okay.
It's more of an art thing. Because it is art versus something that's live
right
action.
In your face.
Yeah.
So I don't know about you, Johnny, but for me, cartoons inhabit the space of. I know they were made for adults originally, obviously, but they inhabit this child space for me. So when I see violence in a cartoon that's overt, it makes me. It's more noticeable to me for whatever reason. When I see, I just think. I don't know why.
You don't expect it.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Because Akira, Ghost in the Shell, saw people exploding into gelatinous tomato pastes of blood, and I was as a kid just like, what am I watching?
Oh, as a kid. Oh yeah, man. Those are dark for a kid.
Indio says Invincible is great. Can't wait for a second season. Man, I gotta check all this out. Karak, you're missing out. SBZ says I don't know which one. You must be talking about Invincible. Sage. Pyro Sage says, I'm still surprised John Wick never actually had any type of video game done. It did. Had a top-down shooter.
Yeah.
They had the Hex one, right?
The Hex one.
And
no AAA thing.
No AAA, but I got to tell you guys, let's talk just for a second about John Wick versus something else. I believe John Wick 4 was a pretty big misstep, in my personal opinion. I thought it was janky or slow, or pacing was off. But Extraction 2 was not. And Extraction with Helmsworth or whatever has actually replaced John Wick for me. This second one was just...
They took it a level above, and it was
flaming
insane.
fist punches in prison. You're just like, dude, all one cut? What John Wick does.
They had a lot of these crazy sequences that looked like one cut, man.
Yeah, it was
like
nuts.
The one with the helicopter on the train.
On the train? Yeah, that was insane.
How the hell did they do that outside of actually having a helicopter do that?
And I love John Wick, by the way. I'm not saying 4 was bad. I'm just saying it was a misstep compared to 1. 2 was good. 3 was good, but 4 feels a little bit like a misstep. Extraction is just... Chris looks like he can pull it off, too. You know, that dude is like jacked on jacked. Like, that guy is just beef, you know? And so whenever I do love in the second one, they're like, he's hurt himself and they're all, okay, man, you've got this cabin in the woods to lift weights like Rocky as long as you want. And then the other guy's like, you got 3 weeks to get ready. And he's fine in 3 weeks. And I'm like, nah,
dude,
man.
he has like a broken
He's got like a broken leg. And yeah, I'm just like,
3
dude,
weeks.
You know, even if you are Tom Cruise, the first time somebody hits that leg, it's going to shatter like balsa wood. I love the Hotline Miami scene on John Wick 4. Max Payne is John Wick. Yeah, I don't think anyone can argue with that, right? Max Payne, John Wick, pretty much an overlap there. Let's see what else we got going on. Nothing there. All right, let me look in Discord and get the questions.
By the way, Karak, one thing, did you see this pop up? Speaking of games and games made from movies and movies made from games, Borderlands has a movie coming out next year, August 9th, with Jack Black as Claptrap, Kate Blanchett, Kevin Hart, huge cast.
But Jack Black can pull it off, probably.
I think so.
Jack Black can definitely pull off a Claptrap.
Karak is not sold.
I am not sold on a Borderlands. I'm sorry. Like, not every game needs
live
to
action. No, I
yeah,
think it's
who
animated,
asked
right?
for it? That's the thing. Who asked for that?
If it turns out to be good, I have no issue being wrong. But I mean, it doesn't even.
We're assuming it's animated, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Probably because the whole game is like cartoony. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be funny if they just went with
actually Jack Black
originally when you said it, I was thinking that, but yeah, animated could work 10 times better. 10 times better.
I think so.
It makes sense for Borderlands. Yeah, 100%.
If you said that it's going to be a cartoon, then 10 times better. Like immediately, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, but you can kind of see it, can't you? You can more or less
more than a real.
More.
I mean,
like Handsome Jack. Who the fuck would play Handsome? Like, imagine a Handsome Jack looking guy in real life, looking exactly like Handsome Jack.
Yeah. Well, somebody just mentioned the Tetris movie.
He's so cartoony.
That is true. The Tetris got a movie, but
Tetris has a.
Yeah, but it was about the making of. It wasn't.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody says it might be rotoscope. Interesting. Go ahead. What were you saying, Nabs?
Imagine it was just like a Tetris fucking movie. Like, what are you gonna?
Yeah.
I'm just imagining.
Let's see. What else do we got here for my list? Star Wars has Handmade Planets. Square is impressed with their Final Fantasy sales when compared to PS4, PS5, and Xbox being the initial sales platform for the last Final Fantasy. They said they were pretty happy with the Final Fantasy 16 sales. I mean,
it's weird to see them be happy about sales, but it's happening.
True, that's true.
Yeah. Their response was because it dropped off in sales terribly, and people were after them, and they were like, "No, we're happy with where it is." I don't know if they are happy. I don't know. Obviously Sony paid. They made it clear that Microsoft didn't pay them enough. Sony did. So it's like we don't know what the offset is. But selling to a lesser platform, we've talked about, that's why companies go with the older platforms, because that sales through is huge. Vault Guy, glad to see you back on YouTube. In defense of Borderlands movie, Jack Black as Claptrap did sell me. I get it.
Hey.
I think he can pull it off, man. I think he can pull it off really well.
Atlas Fallen preview, Absy wrote up here as a comment. It looks good. I think Atlas Fallen is going to be one of those games that it's going to have to nail it. It's going to have a lot of impressive reviews because it's coming in that little, that little window
I just, man, like the biggest thing for me is that a lot of multiplayer games are shooters, and there's only a couple that have like combo systems and interesting systems like that, like Monster Hunter. I can't think of many others, so I'm very excited for it. And I really like the idea of, dude, the idea of the momentum system, that you take more damage when you have more momentum, is amazing. I love that idea so much, and I want to see it, see how it plays.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I like what I played. I liked, so I'm certainly not. And the devs were nice enough to let me do that little exclusive Q&A, which was very nice of them. There's a lot I like. I just need to like really dive into it and see, because the momentum system could. There's two negatives to how it works, and I don't mean negatives as in bad. I mean in that it pulls away something. So you can't use special moves until you build momentum. Special moves can be used when you have enough momentum. They unlock in like almost like I don't know how to describe it, like level up.
Yeah,
level up.
tiers.
And then more damage is done to you when they level up. So then when you do them, there's a lot of balancing, I guess. Because like, what if you're getting hit right when you pull something, so that the hit, like, there's a lot of stuff that could go really massively wrong with a I just think
it's a neat idea.
It's a very neat idea.
Yeah, like keep building it up to unleash like a really special attack, but you're gonna get hit more, you know.
Yeah, I completely agree that it is an awesome idea, but man, it could. What if you have a boss, like there's just like,
it could be jank as fuck.
It could be jank. It could be one where it doesn't feel good because of how something works. And I asked them, can I give my momentum to the other player? Because I was wanting to know. And they said no, but there are a number of like those shards you get that bounce off each other. So that's also good. Also, what if you have this? What if the tank guy, so think about it this way. What if I don't build momentum on purpose? So I run forward so that I can take more hits because I haven't built momentum, where then you are behind me building up momentum with ranged attacks or whatever, and then you leave. You know what I mean? So that could be awesome, where you're like...
Give and take,
Yeah, where
risk reward, man. I just love risk reward stuff.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just sort of talking myself back into it. Or not back into it, but like... Just nervous.
You know, I don't quite
It's just a very hard time frame.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah?
No, I was just going to say, I don't quite understand the logic of... you know, like taking more damage as the combo builds. Is it like a risk reward thing where you're consciously
it is,
taking
but there's
a bigger
no
risk?
fiction for it. If that's what you mean,
it's like
there is no.
It's like
it's kind of weird,
tiers.
right? Like you should
like
be getting strong. Normally, like the thinking is, I'm getting stronger. You know, I got the momentum, but you're weaker. Like you're taking more damage.
Well, if you think about it like this, and this is not true. This is me lying to myself to make it make sense.
Okay, you found
but if you think about it, that in some way, every time you hit a jewel in your momentum, you're sort of taking your life and powering that jewel, even though you don't see it go down. But now when you get hit, it will go down more. That's the only way I was able to lie to myself. And I can lie to myself with no problems. I just need a fiction to make a little sense. So I can go, why is this risk there? Like in the fiction. Now, I haven't gone enough in the story, so maybe it's completely explained, but their magic system is awesome. It's basically these overarching this god that steals the energy of the world, which is why it's a desert in the first place. And you're one of the guys that mines this like material, and you decide to rise up in a rebellion. So there's some really cool stuff they could play off. I just haven't seen that described yet. But yeah, it looks like it could be 2-player, right? I mean, you know, there's always something to be said about that. So
definitely.
Going on here, what do we got? What's a moment in a game where you felt most immersed in a respective world? Wannabe Dev says, what's a moment in a game where you felt the most immersed in that world?
I'll pick one out. I don't think it's the most I've been immersed, but there was in Pillars of Eternity 1. You get to a certain trial where you're talking to... There's a certain trial because things went down and you have to answer for stuff. And there was like a moment in the dialogue where it switched from one dialogue window to another. And there was like a little pause. And then this really awesome atmospheric music came in as you said like the answer that was like shocking. And I was like, holy, it gave me goosebumps. And I was like, oh my God, I'm like inside that, I'm in this. And with Pillars, Obsidian has like really good writing and imagery in the dialogue that just makes you feel super immersed. Yeah,
I would say mine would probably be like Red Dead 2 or something.
For sure.
because immersion always makes me think being able to interact with the world, and there's not a lot of games that really let you. You know, Red Dead has things going on and building of things, so it feels like
those events and scripts and stuff.
Yeah. And I would say Origins, when I first saw the guys building some tomb, and you saw the dude packing up mud to make a stone and carried the stone somewhere, and then dropped it down and then returned. You know, say what you want about Ubisoft, but some of their like patterns for NPCs and jobs can
they have good world design.
Really cool. Yeah, really cool. What about you, Johnny?
I think it also depends on like exactly what the person means by it. But if it's like losing track of time and being completely absorbed by a game, is that more or less what we're saying?
That could be your answer. It's
that could be it. Yeah.
That for me, that would be Final Fantasy X. I completely lost track of time with that game, like nothing else.
You mean so like the entire game made you feel
I would spend like the entire day playing, only to stop, you know, for like toilet and grab some food. It's never happened with any other game.
Alex Johnson has a good answer. Alan Wake, listening to the radio show segments in the woods. That was awesome. Wow. I hadn't even thought about that. That was, and for me, Alan Wake also, when you looked back on your path, and because it was an open world, and not a close-up gun, it was so
You're
good.
like, oh shit, I was there, and I came down,
People are talking about Valhalla. Valhalla had superb world design. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. Forbidden West world building. Yeah, they did a good job. Yeah. There were all those games, regardless whether you like them or not, they've got really good like locations where it feels like, man, something happened here. I didn't give an example for my question, but for me it was Outer Wilds, when I was trying to traverse the sun station and actually was scared by the sun since it's real and not just a skybox. That's true. I bounced off Outer Wilds.
Yeah, me too, man. I see a lot of comments and a lot of people saying, "Oh my god, this is one of the best games you could ever play." Blah blah blah. And I've tried like 4 times, and I just can't. Man. I get bored.
I don't know. I get what he's saying, because that kind of stuff is almost like a star in Elite that Johnny and I always talk about, where you get too close to a star and you're like, "Uh-oh, that's real. Like that'll burn me up." So that feeling is real. There's a feeling of vertigo in Outer Wilds that definitely hit, which was really cool.
Yeah,
everything
and controlling your being super orbit based type thing.
Yeah, all that was awesome. Have you ever had a funny or memorable multiplayer experience with complete strangers in it? Sojourn asked that. Complete strangers.
Yes. I was playing CS:GO. Dude, I have a million stories about meeting strangers in CS:GO. But
you mean you would just is this multiplayer or is this co-op?
Yeah, Counter-Strike is multiplayer, like PvP, but you go in and you talk to people. So one of the matches, I was back in my college days, and we all I just met those guys, and 1 minute in, we're taking shots together. We're just taking a shot before the game starts, and it's a ranked game, and we're like, okay, let's go. Like we're terrorists, we're gonna go in and rush B or whatever, and some dude's just like on the toilet with a joint or something, he's like, guys,
playing
I'm still
on a
taking
laptop.
Shit. Yeah, he's like, no, he was just not there. He was like, he had this like wireless headphones, and he's like, guys, I'm just taking a shit right now. So we were just all laughing and shit, because it's supposed to be like a serious ranked game and stuff.
No one's taking it serious. What about you, Johnny?
No one was pissy. Yeah, which is cool.
Got any randoms?
Not with voice comms. I had a really cool interaction in Death Stranding. You guys remember you could have like stuff out in the world that belonged to other people, right? Yeah. I remember I left a ladder, and it said my name, Johnny Plays Live, and the person found my stream and joined my stream later on to say, dude, your friggin' ladder saved my ass.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's
because
cool.
They were completely out of everything, and the ladder made the difference of them being able to just get over, that
is amazing.
It was such a cool thing that they found me, and then
Yeah, I don't do a lot of randoms anymore. I remember I would join Arma, the old really military sim game, and I would barrel roll through the entire game for no reason. I would just troll people, so I would take like the leadership spot and then just do a side roll, like stupid shit. that was like it was just fun, and it was ruining other people's games. You know, like you realize that when you get older. You're like, that was a jerk way of playing. But I love doing it. And people would look at you like you couldn't tell if they thought like your keyboard was screwed up or something like that. You would have all those kind of stuff. But I never really did stuff like you guys did with the for me, it was always people I knew. We just didn't really have, there was a couple MMOs where like you'd see somebody go to an item and they'd hop to indicate, oh, go over there. There might be something. And I remember, there's not a distinct memory of one person, but I do remember understanding the lingo, and that was cool. There was this communal thing of like, hey, there's something over here. You'd go there, they'd hop, they'd back away, and you'd be like, can I have it? Can you have it? Go ahead. And then they'd drop something, and you'd, there's a lot, people diss or talk about trolling all the time, but there's a very amazing communal factor that I almost always see in multiplayer games, where I see people give away shit way more often than I see somebody screwing. You know, you'll hear somebody say, he took the drop or whatever. I almost have 100% memories of people giving away stuff that helped me, like Johnny's ladder, where you're just like, oh, that was really cool. Like that really helped me. That weapon was awesome or what. So, but I don't have a specific person.
I remember. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
No, just back when I've never done online gaming before, and then I got an Xbox 360 and I got into Xbox Live. I was playing Perfect Dark Zero with a random person, just co-op, and we it was like mind blowing to me that I was like in the Middle East and he was in the States. I was like, holy shit! Like I'm talking to a dude from like the other side of the world. Yeah. We're playing Perfect Dark together, and we became friends and we had such a blast. I wonder what he's up to now, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I just had one. Dying Light #1 with Purple Santa from our Discord. I knew him from 12 years ago, and one of the first games we played was Dying Light. And I told him, I was like, dude, trust me, I'm a good driver. And in games, I do everything I can to fuck up the car. And I lied to the entire group, and they all got in, and we somehow got a car in like the highest tree ever. Like no one figured out how I got it up there, but we were all up there. And they were so mad at me, and I was like, dude, nobody can steal the car. It's all the way up there. And we spent hours trying to get back to this car. And it was just one of those times it was funny. It was everybody just having a good time. Nobody was super serious. It was just this time where, and you know, you probably screwed somebody's resources up. You may have made the game a little bit harder, but it's like everybody was just having a really good time. And I remember distinctly every username of the people we played with, because we all weeks later would be like, dude, remember when Kato did this in that game? And Dying Light 2 was one of the great ones because it had that 4-player co-op. It wasn't an MMO. It was like, so you knew pretty much where everybody was, and it was always good.
Dead Island, you mean, right?
Dead Island. What did I say? Dying Light again?
Yeah.
Let's get those mixed up. Next up, what is the funniest game you've ever played? One that literally made you laugh out loud.
Oh.
Very rare.
Oh, yeah. High on Life.
Oh, yeah. High on Life had some actual funny parts.
Easily. It made me laugh. I mean, Disco Elysium made me laugh a couple times, but High on Life I love that humor. Yeah.
Humor is so hard in games, right?
Yeah.
It's, I mean, if it's not a glitch or whatever, what's a game that has good humor that nails it all the time? It's pretty, I mean, you could say the Telltale's Tales from the Borderlands Telltale games, they had some funny parts. But I mean, Yakuza has a lot of comedy. Oh, Yakuza's Yakuza.
But they don't make me laugh out loud. Right. Like it's very hard for a game to make me laugh out loud.
But even, dude, I mean,
but I go like, you know,
just in general, not a lot of things make you laugh out loud, right?
Unless you're with someone else. If I'm with someone else, I laugh more.
Yeah, but it still has to be like really funny for you to burst out laughing.
Yeah.
Looking here, Stick of Truth. Stick of Truth might have made me laugh out loud. Saints Row. Hey.
Yeah.
Good example. Saints Row. I am absolutely 100,000% sure I laughed in Saints Row. All of the Saints Row had something dumb. I'm not saying they told a joke, but I'm saying that in the game without a bug, Saints Row, whether it be the turd gun, shooting the poop out of the back of the sewage truck. I mean, I know I giggled mercilessly.
Or I don't know if
Trevor made me laugh in GTA 5. Sorry, go ahead.
Trevor, yeah,
he did.
Trevor, Sam. No, but most of the times when I'm laughing out loud, like crying laughing, it's mostly like in a multiplayer game where the game isn't intending to be, or even in Skyrim where the game isn't intending to be funny, but something funny happens.
Yep.
Like in Monster Hunter, I had a hilarious moment
but it
where
wasn't
a dinosaur
the game
whipped both of us. It wasn't the game. Yeah, it was just like a moment where shit happens and it clicks and you just laugh. Yeah.
Has there been any game that's taught you real life skills? Ric Flair Randy asks, any game that's taught you real
Guitar
life
Hero.
skills?
Yeah, Guitar Hero 5 drumming.
Right. Yeah, because the drumming's real.
Yeah, it's real. Yeah.
That's a good example. Rocksmith is what their example is, and Rocksmith definitely. I mean, Rocksmith is legitimately like a guitar.
It's a real guitar.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
Yeah.
Any from you, Johnny?
No, not really.
Gaming Alejandro. Sorry, what do you wish you'd learned sooner rather than later when it comes to reviewing games and being active on YouTube as a creator? Oh, absolutely. That buying yourself out of stuff does not work ever.
Oh,
what does that mean?
Technology to fix a mic, better mics that are $5,000 versus
throwing money at shit.
Dude, throwing money away. I have a phantom loop issue because I have an older house, and I spent so long. And I remember Total Biscuit was talking about his setup, and you want your mic to be somewhat okay, but at that point, as long as you don't have like wind or whatever. And dude, I was recording using a cardboard box with a Yeti and some stuffing around it, talking inside the box because it was impossible. Hardwood floors. I bought a carpet which covered the hardwood floor, which stopped the bounce. You know, there's all these little things, but man, there was a lot of times where I tried to buy out of an error or an issue.
Tell that to the devs having networking or server issues.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but I didn't learn quick either. It cost me a lot of my retirement fund because that's how I got into YouTube, was spending my retirement fund from my prior job. And I would say I spent almost all of it setting up. And what I always tell people who like join the Patreon or something and they ask questions, I'm like, dude, do not. Like, I've seen people do, you know, as long as you have a good quiet room, you can use a Yeti. You guys are using various ones and they might be a little bit more expensive. But once you get into like $299 and above for a mic, now you're just jacking off. Like now, you know what I mean? You can do a lot better if you have, and dude, I'll tap the mic. You know, there's also a lot of habits that fuck up too.
So many content creators, especially streamers, got famous with shitty ass cam, shitty ass mic, nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it depends on the video. That's true too. If you're doing a retrospective for 4 hours, you don't want your dogs barking, you know, unless that's your thing. Mine, everybody knows I'm sort of like off the cuff. So it's like, okay, if a dog barks, I'll usually just be like, oh, my dog agrees, and I'll just continue. But yeah, man, to not buy yourself. And then also, and this is not a negative, but yeah. There are some things about dealing with people and stuff like that that real life dealing with somebody is different than internet. We all know that, right? And when I say something, it's not that I won't break it or something might not come up, but usually I'll follow through with it. Or if I say, if you have an issue I need to know, I've found out that is not returned. Like I've learned over the years, I'm like, okay, there are certain things that it just won't happen unless you're in place with a person. You know, it's almost like a job where if you go in, there's a different environment than if you're working remote. And sometimes you do need to go in to maybe clean some shit up and be like, I'm standing here in front of you. You know, there's no fucking internet between us. It's like, I need you to fix your shit. And there is a difference there. Johnny put in comments. I think we've talked about those. We'll maybe get back to his question. Russ says, in relation to my previous question about step out moments. Oh, when he talked about your favorite step out moment of a game. What is your favorite step in moment entering an enclosed area, such as Bleak Falls Burrow in Skyrim or Megaton in Fallout 3? Oh, I see. What's a dungeon you've walked into and you're like,
I guess that's a step in moment, but when you break the glass because you're technically stepping into the reality of
that was an incredible moment. For me, it's definitely BioShock 1. Like going into Rapture. That might be a cheat because that might just be the same as stepping out. But it's like
it is the same.
Yeah, that'll be a cheat. Go ahead, Johnny. What do you got? What's a dungeon or someplace you've entered in a
Oh, there's a lot in FF15 as well, dude. Remember the dungeons in Final Fantasy 15? Like
were good ones.
Crazy designs. Yeah.
Yep. Johnny, do you have any?
That's a good question. In terms of entering a location, the best thing I can remember was the Citadel in Mass Effect.
Oh,
I remember
that's
loving,
a good answer.
Oh yeah, that's a good one, man. That's a good one.
Because it was such a, I don't know, it was kind of booming, and it
So
looked
dope,
amazing.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the fucking elevator in Elden Ring, man. That was such a moment. Holy fuck.
I remember,
Oh,
Johnny.
the long one?
Yeah.
I was just going to say about Mass Effect. When you go back and look at Mass Effect, there's like 6 people in the entire Citadel. You know, there's barely any NPCs, right?
Don't say that, man.
But when you
like
first go,
you.
when you first go into the Citadel and the fountains are in the center and it's like goes off into like space and has a little bit of blur to make you think it's deeper, and you're just like, what in the fuck is happening?
Remember trying to find all those drones fucking working?
Oh yeah.
Oh
Trying to
my
find all
God,
33
yeah.
of them?
Dude,
think
I had
it
a
was
hard time
33.
just finding like the Citadel Presidio. You know, there'd be times where I'd be like, where is, you know,
100%.
you're looking at the map.
Always gotta ask that.
Yeah, you gotta talk to the AI and be like,
AI.
dude, I need to find the elevator to the fucking other
even
person.
worse than that, dude, when someone says, you need to go speak with this person, and I'm like, for the life of me, I can't remember who that person was.
Right, because they introduce a lot of characters in there.
And it's like, wait, but how do I find this person? It's not on my map, like, and now you have to go out and talk.
And
to
that game also occasionally moved a person to a different place, and they'd be like, talk to Commander Anderson, and you go to the place he always is, and you're
where
like,
is he?
I'm the only one here. No, there's no command, and you find him like, you know, in one of the places where all the aliens meet or whatever. You're like, come on, man, you got to give me better. You got to give me something better than that. Let's see. Next up, Flocidian says, thoughts on the rumors of Microsoft buying Take-Two? Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that. And then Rush says, in the upcoming months, we're getting some large RPGs, Baldur's Gate 3, Starfield, etc. If you only had time to play one of them due to some kind of limit, which would it be? No, wait.
Fuck no.
Which would you, due to gaming time, which would you pick, or which would you take time off of work? I don't take time off of work, but which would you play if you have, so you've got, he says etc., but are there other big RPGs? Baldur's Gate and Starfield?
No, just those two. Yeah, just those two. I don't know, man. I'm not.
Is Spider-Man 2 an RPG?
Yeah,
probably
right.
Starfield. Probably Starfield.
If you had the choice between the two.
If I had the choice, if I know, do I know if one of them or both of them are good? Both. Let's say both of them are good. I would say Starfield, because fuck, it's hard, but like at the end of the day, I played a lot of CRPGs. I played Divinity. Like, I really want to play Baldur's Gate, but like, we haven't had something like with Starfield scale yet in terms of RPG.
Yeah, mine's Starfield way above. Like Baldur's. I mean, Starfield's got other stuff going on, other planets and flying around.
I'm just way too curious.
It's the one I'm most curious about. Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah,
that would be the best example. Is like, which of those are you more curious about? And curiosity does drive me to review a game, even. So
yeah, like
Starfield is just there's a ton of curiosity, from tech to artistry to, I mean, there's just everything. Like, it's Baldur's Gate 3 is probably going to be phenomenal, but it's also just a top-down CRPG. I mean, there's
like, I know what's coming. Like,
right,
like it's going to be awesome, but like, you know, Starfield has that wonder where it's like, I don't know what's.
Yeah, it's got that question mark, like that sort of. I lust after a little bit of not knowing, and with Baldur's Gate, I feel like I absolutely know, and that's not a bad thing. But if I had to choose between those two, I wanted to pop off on what somebody said in chat. No, not a bad one. I think it was Indio. He had said, "Oh no," he just said he straight up did not enjoy Outer Worlds at all. I got all the way to the end and
Outer
just
Wilds,
hated having God damn.
Yeah,
Outer Wilds.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Outer Worlds too. You know, that's another one coming, and I love the truncated feel of the original. I cannot wait to have one that's like not Starfield, but also space, like, you know, Firefly. Like, that's exciting.
I'm the most excited about Steamworks, by An Exile. I'm very, very excited about that one.
Oh right, that's the BioShock / steampunk,
like first person.
Yeah. That looked awesome, by the way. I cannot wait.
Yeah.
Reversing time.
There was a lot of stuff Microsoft showed that I found myself more interested in than Nintendo even or whatever. The other one, Forza. I know you guys aren't huge Forza fans, but I just cannot.
No, I love Forza. Yeah.
Oh,
Horizon.
Rush added that Cyberpunk's Phantom Liberty is a part of the RPG question. So, no.
Oh.
For sure, Starfield.
I don't care about. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I when you look at like all these games coming out too, I don't consider, this is really weird, but I'm just gonna say I don't consider it is an RPG, but Cyberpunk is not in the level of those two. I don't know any other way to say it. There's something, the complexity is not there for Cyberpunk, like that is in Starfield.
It's hollow. It's more hollow. Yeah.
And even if it, by the way, like if it's good, and that'll be awesome. I can't wait because I want a good Cyberpunk, even if it's a DLC. There's something about it that just doesn't light my fire. Like
I just feel like it's gonna be like a thing because I love Idris Elba, but like it's like that's their main. It's like, oh, it's Idris Elba. Oh, it's gonna be like a story. Like I want like the pure RPG refactoring, doing all that shit. More so than like a new actor.
This isn't a hot take either, but I do want to. So if I say something to you on a podcast or a stream, and then I say something that's slightly different, people take it. They can be like, "Well, you said this here," blah blah blah. So I don't want this to be taken that way. But I do want to point out that in the PC Gamer interview, the Cyberpunk main quest writer was talking about how the money isn't there for these big games, right? These big RPGs. The time, the resources aren't there. But then they're pushing Idris Elba, who probably cost him a couple dozen million. And I'm not saying Idris won't magically make it more interesting to see him in a game. But if it was that or add more interactivity in the game world, I would for sure choose more interactivity in the game world of Cyberpunk.
Yes.
And it was odd because he doesn't choose that, I bet, either, by the way. So I do want to point that out. I'm sure he wasn't the one saying Idris Elba. He's the Quest main narrative writer and stuff, but he can't be the only one thinking that. And so it's like, I'm not 100% sure. You already have Keanu Reeves.
I just don't give a shit, dude. I just want a good game. I don't give a fuck. That's it. Like, it's cool.
About like actors.
I don't give a, I don't, if it's good, it's good, man. I don't give a fuck if they got a famous person. I want the what they promised, like the RPG to be good. So
yeah, I want some more immersion in Cyberpunk with the world, like actually
more interactivity and
yeah. But again, I could be.
Sorry, one sec again.
Yeah, no worries. I could be completely, wrong on that. And I'm not calling that person out. I just, when I see that kind of stuff, it always makes me go like, Rush continues asking other stuff. Do you think Cyberpunk can become redeemed like Witcher 2 was? Yeah, Witcher 2 was pretty rough. I don't know if people even remember that. Witcher 3 was also rough when it first launched. Do you remember Witcher 3's control stuff, Johnny?
Oh, yes.
Everybody likes pretend Witcher 3 launched without an issue.
Rough, by the way, because I jumped in
to
play
around?
Witcher 3. The moving around, there's a wind up to animations.
Yeah, right.
When they don't respond as you would expect.
Yeah.
It's definitely a bit...
yeah, isn't that funny,
too?
Rocky. Because it's almost like No Man's Sky, where some people, their first experience will be the end result, where ours was the day one. So there's a different thought process for all that. It's funny. Rockstar said they ditched celebrities because they're huge lack of time. I think he meant ego, lack of time, and also because the attention was not 100% on the game. Well, I mean, a voice actor, I don't know how much attention a voice actor, I mean, I don't know what that means, because I do know some they ditch celebrities because lack of time and also because their attention was not 100% on the game. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to pay an actor a lot of money to replace them. If they had the choice to do your game voiceover, a TV show, and a movie. I think with the game, they don't require 100% attention. I think it might mean like getting them to the office to record and stuff might be harder to get a big star. With the actor strike, do you guys think more celebs will find their way into games, or VAs might also strike? I mean, voice actors are striking. The Evie voice actress, she's on the picket lines and stuff. So I think it's hurting everything. TV shows, games, all this kind of stuff. And I don't even know what the contention is. I think it's just money, right? Isn't that what do you know what it is, Johnny? Do you know what the major contention is for the actor strike?
I don't. I haven't caught up. That's usually been the case.
Yeah.
Or better contracts.
Residuals
right?
or contracts.
Better working conditions.
And a lot of this, again, I'm just talking for myself. If I had a agent who's going to sign me to do something, that's also, if I signed it, I can't go back 2 years later and complain, which I have seen sometimes.
That's right.
Where somebody's like, I'm not getting this and that. And it's like, well, what? I mean, you definitely need to tell your agent, I need that. Like that's, and maybe you would lose the jobs, but at some point, you can't go back in time. I mean, we have a tendency to go back in time all the time, but it really doesn't make a lot of sense to say, hey, I didn't get this, and then be mad about it. The actor playing in Sienna's, in Hellblade, did a much better job. Well, I don't know if she did a much better job than any A-list actor. I mean, it just depends. Yeah, Lance Reddick was great in Horizon Zero Dawn. I was actually just who I was going to mention.
Oh, yeah.
And I would consider him AAA, or was. Yeah, dude.
Of course. Dude, that guy, immediately it's him.
Right?
Right? You listen to one line and you go, that's Lance.
That's why, when he was still alive, I wanted him and the Del Toro, I think his name, Del Toro, the gladiator ruler from Spartacus, the black actor from that. That's the only role I've seen him in a couple of other roles, but I wanted them to join together in a Lethal Weapon, not Lethal Weapon, but like some kind of like gritty detective show, a little bit like Idris Elba did. Hush says more money because streaming and AI. More money because streaming. Oh, because of streaming the shows. Yeah. I mean, you got to talk to your agent too. The agents got to step up, man. Hopefully they do. I remember hearing something like a celebrity endorsement or a celebrity appearing in a commercial in a game was usually a red flag that a game is likely not going to be good. That was for sure back in the day, man. Back in the day, if a movie star did a TV show, people thought it was terrible. And only in the last 2 decades. Do you remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger would do commercials in Japan because it was considered the kiss of death in the West? And then after a while, it's now
you're done, right?
You're done. Yeah, it was considered no one. And then you would hear people talking about it. They'd be like in Japan, Brad Pitt selling ice cream or whatever, and then it became more acceptable.
Yeah.
Rip Lance, man. He was that dude was
he was unique.
He was a good actor, dude. He
would put his stamp on whatever he did.
That's when I first saw Lance Reddick was in Fringe, and I remember just going dude,
I love Lance Reddick.
All the characters in Fringe had to play at least 2 people because of the world. And I remember just being dude, this guy is 2 different people. They both were, they all were, but he's so good in everything. He's good in all of the John Wick, even for small parts. I would
even for an Eric Andre fucking episode.
Oh, I don't know what that is. I mean, I know
Eric
who he
Andre,
is, but I don't know what episode of what, his.
They do
show.
joke interviews or whatever, just fucking with people, and you see Lance Reddick just playing with the bit and stuff. It's
so,
really
by the
funny.
way, this is what I was talking about, where B actors become big and then pass away, because the guy who did Star Wars, he just recently passed away, and he was becoming big. Lance Reddick was becoming huge. I mean, Lance Reddick in Bosch is phenomenal, man. That might be his best acting in Bosch. Did you see Bosch, Jimmy or Johnny? Did you see Bosch?
Oh yeah.
Or Bosch?
Yeah,
Bosch?
Bosch. I don't know. I really like Bosch.
What
I just started The Wire, so.
Oh, did you? The Wire. The only problem with The Wire is it aged pretty poor. Detective shows have a tendency to age pretty poorly.
Yeah. you have to adapt, because when you start, right, it's so old. It's the fourth.
I couldn't continue The Sopranos, man.
Yeah.
I got to the 5th season, and then just episodes started to bore me a lot.
Real quick though, Johnny, what were you talking about though? You were saying what now? You were saying that.
So
what
it's
goes
a couple
on in the
things.
first?
So when you start watching it, you realize first it's 4:3 ratio, so it's the old
that's what you're saying.
recording ratio.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's something about the pacing, and the same goes for The Sopranos, where it's slow progression. Like the story progresses glacially, which makes sense for the format back then, which they had like 26 episodes per season. They were just bombing you with episodes.
And commercials between.
And commercials. So the pacing is kind of like slow as hell. But once you settle in and you understand, oh, I need to chill the hell out and just let this happen. That sounds wrong.
I don't know though, because like, oh, sorry, continue.
No, I think you can get into this type of trance, Abzi, where you're like, it's almost like smoking a joint. I don't smoke, but I imagine that's the experience, you know.
It's just like Boston Legal was also around that time, and it just was like this.
Because that one is fire. Like the chemistry is just.
It is fire. Everything is fire. Like every scene, But I feel like you're right, because I think Game of Thrones changed a lot of things up, right?
Yeah.
I think Game of Thrones is
Lost did. By the way, Lost changed.
Lost. Yeah, and then Prison Break came, and all those. Like,
you can quite literally look at like pre-Lost and then look after Lost and go, oh, okay. I see. Everybody saw how to do a stinger at the very moment a commercial came on. They understand how to like thread you to the next one. Where, for example, Boston Legal has the threads are long in the relationship, but each episode is contained. Where Lost is like, you got to show back up.
I love
next
those
Tuesday.
Contained things.
So
they don't do those anymore.
Oh, dude,
yeah,
and
it's mostly like, dude, SG1 Stargate. You'd go to a new planet every time. It's a new story. There is an overarching.
All of those.
Yeah, there is overarching, but at the same time, you get these little stories that are just fills out the world. I like it more than those contained like one story things.
Yeah, it's so awesome when you get a show that if you want to return because there's an overarching story, but you don't feel like, because I did feel a weird stress at Lost. I actually stopped watching Lost live because they would continually cliffhanger, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. Like, I'm just, because a lot of times you'd be like, do they know what the polar bear is? You know, you started to question it.
Really? Do they?
Yeah, really?
Like,
do they? Like,
really?
You know, after the second or third season, I was like, oh, you know what? I'll return to this when it's all done so I can binge it if I want to. And we did. I mean, crazily, like some uncomfortably long nights.
Dude,
also,
that was such a good call from you. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, you got to take into account TV shows now also account for binging. That's all it is binging. They release seasons at a time. There's no week-long wait between episodes. So that's also another thing that must have changed things up a lot.
Yeah, a couple have started to go back, which I like. I think Justified did that because I was only able to see 1 or 2 episodes. Sometimes they'll do 3 and then 3 and then 3. I watched Rabbit's Foot, which also was short. They had like a couple. Rabbit's Foot is awesome, by the way. I never thought I'd like a Keith or Sutherland. Yeah, never thought I'd like another show of his, but because I didn't like 24 that much. Looking here, did anyone watch the premiere of Justified? Yes, yep. I just mentioned that. Spader would be great for voice acting.
I love Spader, man. Just put him in everything. I don't give a fuck. Put him as the Spader character in every game.
I love that him and William Shatner, like, they really liked working together, but they both have weird attitudes. And, well, they still talk occasionally. I don't know what I was saying.
But they weren't like tight, like,
Yeah. Or maybe they didn't feel the need to be, but they were, if that makes sense. But they were talking one time about messing around with Spader because he's sort of a clean freak and the stuff Shatner would do. And it was just like,
Spader seems like a clean freak.
Because somebody just said he's old school, and I'm like, Spader, dude, and Blacklist, that guy's awesome. That's why these games we talk about with like big actors like Idris Elba, he's big because of AAA movies, but I would never say his acting. I mean, I get that people like him in The Wire, but if you take that away, you look at most of it, you wouldn't go, oh, wow. I did like him in the movie about the lady who had the poker game with all the movie stars. But he doesn't capture me. But if somebody said Spader was doing voice acting in a game, I would probably.
Oh, dude, I'd be on him. I mean, I hate Blacklist, but I love Spader in it.
You didn't like Blacklist?
Bro, okay, listen, I liked it, okay. But by season 7, dude.
By season 7, you liked it then. You just said by season 7.
Okay, let's say by season 6, all right? I grown to hate the protagonist because she's just some stupid ass. The reason I hate it, dude, is because they dangle one thread of fucking plot for 7 seasons, and they go like, "Oh, not really. Oh, is he the father? Is he the mom?" Dude, I hated that. I hated it because I was like, okay, I felt like a fucking slave to the show, dude.
Yeah. No,
I was like, just tell me already.
I definitely think Blacklist almost like they didn't know if that, you know how when two actors kiss, that's the kiss of death. You always hear that the romantic chemistry can't be fulfilled because it ruined. Friends did it quite well, but most shows don't do that. Everything
there was a bit on Friends
to whatever.
Where it's like
even Castle had issues afterwards. So I don't know, when you look at Blacklist, they just didn't know whether to have them, you know, like I am your dad, move on. And it was just after a while,
dude, Darth Vader said it in the second fucking movie, man.
Yeah, right. And it didn't ruin nothing. Yeah. Danny Crane and Alan Shore, the best legal duo of all time. Yeah, dude. I like, these are the kind. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is really good. I know a lot of people don't like it. Gotham's good. But all these shows, I mean, all those actors I'd rather see in movies or in games than big stars. I have no issue with Johnny Depp. I think he obviously loved Cyberpunk. But most of the time, it doesn't feel that, if you guys get my drift. Like, it just doesn't feel like there's a reason for them to be super enamored. There are some gamers, though. Right? There are some gamers. When you hear, like, when somebody's talking about games outside, like a Cavill is a gamer. That guy. So if he were to do a game, I would, like, let's say they said Space Marine, Cavill's going to be the bad guy. I'd be like, dude, that bad guy's probably going to rock, because Cavill knows and he cares, and he probably wouldn't do a bad job if he thought he was. He might be a guy who's like, I can't deliver on this. You know, I'm not your guy. I think that's awesome.
Yeah. Dude, and Vin Diesel, man. I remember back in the day just digging any hints of any interview about Vin Diesel being a gamer or into Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that, or playing WoW. Yeah, and it was one of the main reasons I would love these actors. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of those guys understood the nerd culture before everybody. They understood, like, they sort of, well, especially Vin Diesel, who was like tubby. You know, you see that first movie he did, which is like him filming it. Like, it's about a car salesman, I believe. You know, he's like all tubby and you know, it's like, we're talking ancient, but you see those people, and it gives a lot of kids, gamers and stuff like that, somebody to look up to. I mean, when you look at Cavill, you're like, dude, gamers.
Damn, like a Giga Chad can be a gamer.
Giga Chad can be a gamer. Like,
yeah. And it's like, okay, let me go to the gym. Maybe I can be a hot gamer.
The best thing about Cavill, too, is that unlike others, there's something about Cavill where you can tell he wants to talk about it over the top of a movie. Because he was on Graham Norton, and they were asking him questions, and the moment Graham's like trying to joke, Cavill got serious. He's like, and somebody asked him like what his chapter was.
He's a Redditor.
And he's like, wait, what?
He's a fucking Redditor.
It was very cool to see. And that gives, you know, it gives a little crossover if they were going to do games, which would be, you know, it would be fantastic to see. I would like to see them take, like, Warhammer 40,000 on Amazon or Netflix or whatever is exciting. But I would like to see him do games. Maybe he just doesn't want to. Games are a long time, too. Guys, they bitch about a TV show, which is 8 months, 6 to 8 months of filming. A game, 5 years.
5-6 years.
Of recording.
Dude, they're making games for the next gen probably right now.
Very sure. Or at least targeting what the power of a next gen system.
Pre-production.
And I don't mean the Pro. I mean, they're targeting like 40, 90s
PS5,
in somebody's
Xbox
console. Yeah.
PS6.
Xbox One Series 360X or some, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do after Series X. Series X is such a bad game, dude. A bad name. I hate that name. I don't know why they named it that.
Xbox 360s. I mean, I like get their thought process, but
I like that though. It had a zing to it.
Xbox is funny because, like, it's a perfect name for the original, the Xbox. You know, it's like the unknown
that's
competitor.
Just it. Yeah.
And then Xbox 2. Look at the One X player.
They took it back to Xbox One as well.
Yeah. Xbox original one.
Like Mortal Kombat 1. Yeah.
What else do we got to cover before we wrap this up? We're at 3 hours. By the way, thank you to everybody for listening. I appreciate anybody who stayed. Appreciate the super chats. You'll see a review from me in the next couple. I think next. Yeah. Wait. It has to be next week. Today's Friday. Oh, any famous celebs that are hardcore gamers? That's a good question. Yes. 2. Aubrey Plaza used to play a ton. I think she said, just like Miley Kunis, both of them have stated that as females.
Oh, yeah. Mila Kunis did play well.
Mila. Yeah, she definitely gamed a ton.
Oh.
Sorry, go ahead.
Karak, what was the actress from the show we saw, The Peripheral? The blonde girl.
Florence. No, that's not Florence Pugh. It's the other one. Yeah, Renee, I can't remember her name, but she's a big gamer too.
Yeah,
or at least
she was
she
big
is.
game.
I'm not. All these people say they are.
Yeah, But
And I
it's
think
because she talks about it, so it sounds like because she explains.
Darrow O'Brien, is he around anymore? Darrow O'Brien was a funny
I have
comedian.
no idea
but he
who
sort
that
of
is.
came and Darrow O'Brien, dude, I think he's Irish, Scottish, but he's got
Let me
some.
look it
He's
up.
the one who talked about Metal Gear always kneeling and not knowing what button to press because he's old. You haven't seen that, dude? He's got a series of jokes about Metal Gear that is phenomenal.
Oh, I know this guy.
About
Yeah,
being
yeah, I
an
know
old
this guy.
gamer and not knowing the button to press.
I didn't know he was a gamer. Yeah.
Conan O'Brien, yeah. Female celebs though.
Wait, Conan O'Brien. Conan O'Brien isn't a gamer. He
well,
did
he's
the
just saying
show
Conan
ages-
O'Brien does a clueless gamer.
Yeah, I love those. I miss those. The old ones.
Yeah, Grace Van Dien from Stranger Things has a Twitch channel. Grace Van Dien. Is that the redhead? Is that the younger from
Is
Stranger
The Rock
Things?
actually a gamer?
Is The Rock? No. I mean, it's a little bit like, in fact, it's a tiny bit like Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel is a gamer, but he's not like, he was definitely into it for a while, but I think those guys get too busy how, like The Rock gets up at 3 a.m. to lift and stays up till 11 p.m.
fucking Fast and Furious movies today.
Yeah, and he's doing, all these movies and stuff. I think sometimes they just don't have, there's just not enough time in the day. What else do we got before we wrap it up?
But a real gamer makes time. Let's be real, right?
A real gamer makes time. I mean,
makes time for games.
Do you know who are big gamers? All of them. It seems like most sports fans are gamers. I mean, or more sports players. Sorry.
Players, yeah.
Especially
yeah,
maybe
true.
less so baseball. I could be wrong, but basketball in particular and football. It's not their sport. You'll notice, like they might show up for UFC or NFL 24 for some thing, but you'll hear them talking about Witcher or something like that, which is always very cool to hear about.
I know an NFL player who's like a complete Twitch gaming Reddit, like fully on that side of the spectrum, like keeping up with everything, just being part of that community.
I think you've actually
just like full on degenerate, basically. Yeah, Tabor snappings. Yeah.
What's he do?
Snapping.
What's he play? Oh, he's a snapper for
snapper.
Football?
Yeah.
Lots of comics are into gaming. Oh, comics. Yeah, I get you. I was like, what? Comic books? Man, what else do we got? That's about it for us. That was a lot.
Is it? Yeah. I mean, I can't think of anything else.
I spent too much time making babies, so now I have no time for age, right?
Well, yeah,
I have dogs and they cause me to not be able to game at times. I mean, that's definitely happened where I've got ready to review a game and like something happens with a dog or whatever, and that can happen with kids, obviously, even more important. So Jamel Williams, I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
You guys
One thing we didn't mention. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say Spider-Man 2 got a date. We didn't mention the date. It's the 20th of October this year.
20th of October. Interesting.
They showed a new trailer.
Sorry.
Go on.
20th of October would also be right near when Alone in the Dark's remake comes out too, because they were shooting for an October date.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Co-Carnage will produce an indie game. Any game dev ever approached you for advice? Yeah, actually, that's one of the coolest things about reviewing. So you'll do mock reviews sometimes, but I don't like doing those because I want to review the game. It never came out. But there was an open world game that I worked for a while on and just help them identify like how a level might work or might be better and stuff. And that was really fun. He was just a fan and it was not an English speaking because we had a couple translation issues, but I believe he was from Pakistan, actually. A very odd place to do games. I'll have to look up this email so we can talk about it. But it was so cool to talk to him. And this is back Unreal 3, I think, but it was awesome to talk to him about games. I've been approached voice acting, don't want to do that. Don't really want to be involved in game making. I want to critique it. I want to talk if it's fun. But dude, seeing those guys,
you want to eat the sausage and not make it.
I know how it's made already and I don't like it.
Yeah, I think that type of community outreach is just really fucking
Hold your mic
cool.
up closer.
Because now,
did you flip it
it's
around?
In the back. Whoops. Yeah, I flipped it around.
Okay, go ahead.
Holy shit.
Go ahead.
I think that because now you got certified people who make content that you can say, oh, you can tell they play a lot of games. So there's that level of trust where it's like, oh shit, I can ask what the community thinks about it now. You know what I mean? Rather than just seeing a ton of random comments.
SBC says, thanks for returning live to YouTube. Really miss the live interaction. Hope to see you guys next week. Thank you very much, man. It's been a blast. Yeah, I would say also the big problem I worry about is I don't want to be the person ever in charge of anything because like they know games and they've lived there. Like every job I've gone to where systems were set up or I set up new systems, but people were there who knew, they were really they knew things about everything and they could take years of experience. I'm just speaking out of turn and saying personally, I don't think an influencer is probably the best person to ask about a game, even if I'm a reviewer. You can ask me what problems this level may have or what do you like, but that's just me. And it seems better to have the entire dev team come up with stuff instead, build it, and then, like, do you want to beta test this or do you want to...
Like not even input or...
Input's fine, but dude, I'm telling you right now, okay, most sports commentators, I don't really want to hear from them other than like what they're seeing, but I don't want them writing up plays for an NFL team. It doesn't make a lot of sense. They're not there.
So you don't like when they
level.
Talk about like the future stuff or, oh, he might do this.
That's still okay. All that's okay. It's when they get into the nitty gritty where I'm like, dude, you're not there. And I can't tell you how many, this is probably because of my past of doing call center stuff, but I got to tell you how many times a boss would come to me and be like, blah, blah, blah. And I'd be like, you're not there. That's not what happens.
Yeah, that disconnect.
Yeah,
right?
You're hearing from a person above you, or you'll have somebody complain, say, so-and-so said something. You're like, okay, we'll check it out. And I'd listen to a voice recording and be like, that's not what they said at all. And you had this disconnect where I knew my job, they knew theirs, and you filter back and forth. That's great. And they would come to me with ideas, but I wouldn't want to jump into their world and try to run their part. That wouldn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah,
and
of course not.
With games, it just...
It's like a thin line, kind of, right? Like criticizing versus like you're not there, so you're not qualified. You can, but like at the same time, you are qualified.
There's a huge difference between saying is this fun when it's done versus how do you make it fun.
Yeah.
And by the way, I do like to dive into that, but I would not want to run
fun
the
to
financial.
Research.
Right.
Yeah.
Like imagine being in charge of all that and being like, and you have somebody say, we can add one more interactive or blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, I'll tell you when I get it, what it's worth. But when you're in that part, I would just rather have the people who are putting it all together. And
because then you wouldn't know like what would work in their infrastructure or system that they're doing or tons of systems
even their
that
game
they have.
engine where we just talked about this. I'm doing the video on the Ubisoft game engines because they've got 5. And I was looking, they have a game engine just for Beyond Good and Evil. And I was like, I was explaining it. Somebody was on me and they were like, dude, you should hate Ubisoft. They've got multiple game engines, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, have you ever seen Far Cry do a good city? But hang on. I explained to him, I'm like, have you ever seen Far Cry do a good city? No. Because the Far Cry engine is not good at doing cities, but it's good at doing this other thing. Where Division, their engine is good at doing one thing. Beyond Good and Evil, they have a very particular engine for something else. It's not Unreal. And
they have different teams.
And they have different teams with different skills. Yeah. And Watch Dogs had its own engine too. And so it's just like, I would rather look at it and say, what did they try to deliver than be in there trying to deliver. It also wouldn't be, I'd probably get bored.
I just sort of didn't understand like the relationship between having many engines and being a shit company. Like, because of like as a cause, I didn't see any relationship.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there is one. I think it just popped up. I mean, and it's
because it's Ubisoft. I think it's a knee jerk reaction.
Probably. It's also one of the reasons why in reviews I no longer go after. When I first started, there would be times where I'd be like, what was this person thinking? And then after a while, I'm like, wait, like that's probably does. I mean, I still see big people going after teams, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not. I don't really know what's going on some of these. So it's just like I'll certainly go after a company lying like Cyberpunk where they lied, but
it's definitely there's like a weird. I feel like it's very stressful as a dev working at like something like Blizzard or Ubisoft or EA or whatever. But at the same time, like that on your CV is fucking sick, right? Yeah. So it's like a
do you know what else is sick,
cons,
Absy?
man? But fuck
money each month on a specific day.
True. Yes.
There's a lot of people who will tell you
they're voted as the best place to work at. So
true that. Yeah. A lot of people. Activision. I know that people at Activision were really happy Microsoft was buying them too, and no one wants to hear that. Yeah. But it's like the people themselves. You even saw it on Twitter. People were like,
yeah.
Happens in education. All the armchair design is already a big enough problem. I've heard PS5 rumors before PS5. Oh, true. What's all the Dredd business out? We talked about that. John from Digital Foundry also helped with level design on a 2D game that's coming out. Yeah. I mean, helping is different than building. BioWare with Frostbite.
And they're mostly indies, yeah.
All right. Is that it? I think that's
it. Is it?
Well, we're at 3 hours and...
Are we?
20
oh,
minutes.
shit, we are, yeah.
I still have time. I can talk forever.
Same. I'm chilling. But,
do you need to go, Johnny?
To you guys.
Yeah.
Okay,
I need to fix some dinner.
Okay, go eat. He's the only guy I know. Right. We were also playing Remnant, and he's like, gotta have my sandwich. Actually, you put it off.
I put off the sandwich, man.
You put off the sandwich? Damn.
He did. Reg and I were just joking about Johnny, and like he has a very specific time for eating. But admittedly, we were doing that Remnant review, and he's like, no time for sandwiches now, bitch.
No, man.
Yeah. Have a good one, Johnny.
All right. Take care, guys. See ya.
What else should we talk about?
Hey, I have no clue, dude. I have no idea.
Oh, whoa. I got to make it smaller. So you are, with this vacation, no games, some games?
The only game I've been playing sometimes between excursions and like late at night is Tales of Majayal.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's fucking awesome, dude. It's not, dude, it's not as hard to get in. It's not like Dwarf Fortress, I would say, is very hard to get into, but it's still like kind of palatable.
Is this like,
but this one,
like RimWorld or something?
It's a D&D roguelike, but not really like a roguelike in the sense that at some point, either permadeath or like 3 lives. There is an option for like infinite lives, but you die and then there's just a lot of different options you can start a character with and roll that would put you in different places of the world. And they've been going since 2012. Like there's people with 10,000 hours on Steam still playing it and finding new stuff in the game. And it's just a wonder. It feels like an amazing adventure, and you just level up. It's very simple in systems. Like you level up, you equip better gear. Everything's like clear. The skills are clear, and it's the type of turn-based game where when you take a turn, the enemy takes a turn, because it's like it was ASCII based. So it's kind of just like it looks like Dwarf Fortress on Steam. Yeah. So it's not like super graphical or cool looking, but it has so much content and a lot of stuff can happen, and it's just so much fun. Every time I roll a new character, feel free.
When you're playing this, have you played Zombioid? Is it like isometric or is it 2D, this game? Or
it's 2D fully, like you're looking on top and there's like sprites, like there's no depth. There's no depth of field. It's like like you've seen Dwarf Fortress, how it looks like, right? Imagine ASCII, but like replace those ASCIIs with little images.
And you said it used to be ASCII and they've upgraded into graphics.
I think so, because there is an ASCII mode in the game, so I assume that it used to be ASCII, unless people just like playing in ASCII mode.
It's so, I would love to know. So ASCII was just originally used because graphics weren't possible, right? It's just symbols, right?
I think
just
so.
Keyboards.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
Isn't that there? It's something awesome about somebody who figured that out. It reminds me of John Carmack, who figures some. He's like, oh, the game can't do this, but I figured out if I cheat, and lie to the CPU and tell it the frame's already done or whatever, and you're just like, what the fuck? The idea of using ASCII is crazy to me. I do remember. I don't think I've ever played one other than Dwarf Fortress, and I didn't know.
I've never played it in ASCII. Like I've never played in ASCII. I look at it and I'm like, okay, I'm not even gonna begin to learn deciphering that. Yeah.
Homeless Bird says,
I love Dwarf Fortress though.
Hang on just one second. Homeless Bird says, thank you for the stream. It's $5 super chat. I've been a fan since your review for Battle for the Sun. Thank you very much. Battle for the Sun, Jesus. There's a lot of fans from Battle for the Sun. I wonder if people secretly play it. Oh, hey, wants to know any thoughts on X Primal. Did you ever Exo Primal?
That did come out. Yes, I played the beta. I have some thoughts on it. I think on a micro level, the gameplay is fun. I think the different mechs are fun and they're fun to play as. I just do not like what the game is. I don't like what the game mode is, the main one. I don't know if they have any other, but it's basically a 4v4. So 4 players against 4 players, and you have to go through this like kind of PvE type of gauntlet, and the person that finishes first gets like a handicap thing in the actual PvP battle. I just wanted a straight up Earth Defense Force.
Right,
I wanted dinosaurs to attack the city and just to kill them with these classes. That'd be great. They could still implement that, and I'd fucking play it because I think the gameplay is fun.
Do you think that's too basic compared to what they? Do you think they added all this stuff because they felt that would be too basic?
I don't know, man. I just don't like it as a 4v4 kind of thing. It's just a PV, and the thing with these games that have like really fun kind of skills and combo systems is like I don't feel like they get translated that well in PvP, and then they have to like they're gonna have to balance a lot of stuff and then homogenize a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so I just want it to be a PvE straight up kill dinosaurs game. I wish
whenever anything's PvP, I inevitably, it's why Diablo 4, I still haven't reviewed it because I got into the review, I started playing it, and then they patched it, and they patched it again. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, what am I even reviewing? When do I even, it's just because I mean, enough has changed now where I would have to go back. But with PvP in particular, they try to neuter everything. And sometimes I do want a character that's like hard to play, but you know, like Ryu on Street Fighter, where you're like, that guy's a little harder to play. Maybe, I don't know. Some people probably disagree, or Akira in Virtual Fighter. But where if you're good, it's good. But it seems like with PvP games, a lot of them are like, we don't want that. We want it so that. And have you ever seen the games where you get a skill?
Like everyone deserves the right to win, right? Like that type of thing.
Or you'll get a skill that says add dexterity to your firearm. You're like, great, that's what I'm. But then somebody else's is like add strength to your firearm. You're like, wait a minute, that's exact. So if that person has a strength build, they have the exact same skill, and it doesn't play towards any kind. It doesn't really cause you to have to worry about why you chose the dexterity because you know a skill is going to be there.
Yeah, I wanted to get into that a little bit. I feel like it's very difficult right now to with a game that relies on like a lot of builds and stuff like that. I feel like it's difficult to just make a bunch of stuff bad and some good, and like just have this maneuverability. You know what I'm saying? With maneuverability for all those, where you can just try stuff out, and stuff can be bad and stuff can be good, because there's the internet and there's like meta builds that are going to be posted and people are only going to play that. And as we talked to that dev from Darktide before, where he said there's just some stuff that are Victor, that there's some stuff that is fun on paper, but then they implement it and realize, oh shit, nobody's going to play it because they're going to all homogenize into one thing because there's like the internet, which is going to tell people the most efficient way to do things at all times. So I don't know how they're going to solve that problem of just having a game like that where
you know where games get away with it, free to play, because there's no cost involved, and I think a lot of people
give it. But people still get mad, and I don't know.
Indio says Xprino also has a PvE mode now that is still PvP, except you don't fight at the end. It's just a race.
Yeah, that too. Like weird. The scale was just too small. Like I wanted a large scale city that dinosaurs attacked. Yeah, Earth Defense Force or wave based horde mode, shit like that.
Makes me wonder. This is Capcom.
Is it? I don't know.
It Capcom?
Actually,
I thought it was Capcom.
Yeah.
But I think with these kind of companies, they're so not risk adverse, but it's like they just sort of slap a new skin on an Extraction game or whatever. And I mean, it works sometimes. I liked Rainbow Six Extraction, same name, but I like Rainbow Six Extraction, even though technically, there's rightfully so, a lot of it is just Rainbow Six. But with this one, with dinosaurs, it feels like they didn't do anything special. Just like, okay, here's some dinosaurs and a generic PvP game. I haven't really heard anybody talking about it either. So maybe I don't know if it's even catching on or what. Like, I don't know the popularity of it. When it comes to the one thing I'm excited for is that we're starting to see, at least from what I can tell, starting to see companies going, I don't know if you saw this, but Meta is dropping Quest Pro. They're dropping support for Quest Pro, so they're pushing
Wait, what
Quest
do you mean?
3. So Quest Pro
people with
is
Quest Pros are just shit out of luck?
Yeah, and I don't want to make that sound positive, but what I'm happy about is that they're going just to the one SKU, which is the Quest 3. And then I don't know if you saw, but HP dropped the Reverb. So now there's no WMRs. So it'll be, even though I love...
Wait, there's zero WMRs out there?
I think so, yeah. I'm pretty sure there's
shit.
no WMRs anymore. It's all these other companies. Some of them are using Inside Out and different tracking, but...
Those were a great, just cost-effective way of getting into it.
Yeah, but developers bitched because there were no SKU requirements on WMR. So, like...
What do you mean by SKU?
You could have a Lenovo and a Reverb, and the developer had to figure out how to deliver the proper picture to both, where with Quest 3, it's like... Here's our thing. So what I was getting to was you got that, and then Apple has made it pretty clear that theirs isn't for gaming. So right now for VR, if they can drop the price, if it's not super expensive and people get into Quest, you'll have one VR system, which admittedly I don't like that Meta has it, but I'm sort of happy that one company has it, because I was really looking at how many headsets I have, and it's pretty stupid. I mean, it's pretty stupid.
Have a lot. You like to test everything, though. You like to just try everything on every system.
Yeah, I want to test them. But I mean, still, like, no one knew what to get. Even when we'd be in Discord and somebody'd be like, what VR headset? And you'd be like, okay.
Wait, with that much hardware? Sorry, yeah.
No, that was it. What was that?
No, I was just, with that much hardware, like, how do you just go with the newest one? Or, like, how do you decide which one you're going to use?
Oh, no, I'll go with something that has something interesting. Yeah, it's got, like, the Reverb was interesting.
Do you change up, like, for each game or something? Or I'm going to try this now, or, like, you know.
Yeah, I have 2 WMRs, and then the Quest, and then the Pico. Okay, I do have a lot, and then the Pico. But, no, they have to have something, like, like, super light. The Reverb is super light, which is a massive plus for being able to play. But then the Quest has wireless, which is massive plus. So there's a Pico. So, like, those are big differences. Wired versus wireless is a big difference. But again, I only did it because I was testing and I wanted to talk about it in videos. Now that they're consolidating it, gamers might have a chance. VR is never going to take off unless a company releases one that's, again, cheap. And Meta's the only one. PSVR 2 is just too expensive. I mean, and nobody...
And then you got Apple with...
and Apple's sounds like is not for
$3,000. Yeah, it's definitely not. Yeah.
Wannabe Dev says, are you guys excited for the RTX remix tool by NVIDIA? They just released Portal Prelude RTX. Yeah, I think it's awesome, but I just really haven't seen it go anywhere. They showed...
The RTX what?
So they had that Portal... sorry, not Portal, but they had the RTX remix tool, which could add, like, lighting to old games, and they showed Daggerfall a bunch of times. They showed, like, old lighting, new lighting, and you can remix it by taking the information...
like the Minecraft thing they
AI.
did.
Right.
Yeah.
But I just haven't really heard much, like, anything about it, really. But it was a good idea because it was built by NVIDIA. So, like...
You can do it with any game.
Well, that was what we thought, but I haven't heard anything about... like, it popped up. He just said Portal's been released, but it's like... that popped, like, almost a year ago. I did a video on it where I was just talking about the technology, and then it just went away. I mean, that's one of the problems with... like, I just don't... Unless a company's remaking and know there's money involved, you leave it in the hand of modders, and modders already have, like, high texture detail packs, and maybe they're not interested in relighting. I don't know. It's awesome. It's all using AI too. And there's another issue with AI right now where, like, you know how many companies want to do stuff with AI, but they're so nervous that the political landscape... They kind of did stuff
like that with, like, Reshade and G-Shade with adding RTX ambient occlusions and stuff like that. Yeah.
And some of them do, as long as it's got the right, I think it's the depth pass they need to do ray tracing. And some games don't, depending on the renderer, have it. But if they do, yeah, you can... Reshade does some... And some games with, like, a reshade, you'll see somebody's special reshade on YouTube.
It's necessary.
Dude, that's incredible.
Fallout 3 with reshade only.
GTA 5. GTA 5 has, like...
GTA 4, by the way, as well.
Yeah, 4 looked awesome with Ice Enhancer, which did destroy my video card. I remember they were like, hey, they did something weird, and I'll say it destroyed it, but I've never had a video card go bad until Ice Enhancer, and there were warnings about that. I'm surprised they didn't choose old school Doom. Oh, for the RTX remake? Yeah. What I was talking about with technology, though, is seeing VR sort of solidify would be nice. And then the one thing I'm wondering about is monitors. We were talking about that prior, HDR. I'm still wondering if somebody's going to have an HDR automatic tool where you can, like, push a button.
Doesn't Xbox do that? AI
Xbox
HDR
has that auto HDR, but it doesn't set your monitor. It takes the colors and says, here's the HDR version, or what we consider, but the monitors are still screwed up. Like somebody will have a different monitor.
The adjustments you have to do with every single game. Yeah, that has to.
It would be
I don't know
so
how, is
cool.
it
I don't know.
The eye of the beholder type thing, or
that's the thing, is I have no clue. I have no clue the tech behind it. I do know one company that was trying to send the signal to be like, but you would have to have like a Samsung. You would have to have like it on both ends, where the signal was.
Dude, I just never know. Like setting the luminance, and I just never know. It's like, wait, does it just have shit HDR, or did I set it wrong?
Right.
You know
did
what I mean?
I think HDR has sort of gone to the wayside compared to latency and stuff like that. I think like people looked at HDR and they were like, that's awesome, and they bought the TVs, but in the end, latency.
I like it more than 4K though. You know, like I'd rather HDR.
Oh, you mean good HDR versus versus
good
like
HDR
4K?
Versus 4K, like if you're comparing not 1080p, if you're comparing to 1440p, I would rather HDR to be a focus. But yeah, man, the having to set that up is just a hassle. Yeah.
Dude, and I do it, and it's like even I'm like looking at my settings, going, I don't know if they're right.
Yeah, it's like wait, this looks good. Wait,
I
no,
remember
this looks.
spending a week on a review, man. A week on a review when I was trying to figure out what was wrong with my footage, and it was because I was looking at it on this screen. And I finally dragged the Premiere over, and I was like, "It's not the footage; it's the monitor." And your brain gets. It was stupid.
Or if it's the opposite, it's worse. Like if you did it to look good on a monitor that doesn't look normal.
Yeah. Hush asks, "Did you guys hear about Wi-Fi through lighting?" Yeah, we talked about it last week.
Yeah,
man. It's gonna be. It's exciting. That's gonna be a game changer.
And it won't cause seizures, right?
No. It's it won't even, dude. It's
like the frequency.
I saw one test, and this was prior to you. No, it wasn't prior to YouTube, but it was like 7 years ago. And
that long ago?
Yeah, and you couldn't even see it back then. So I'm sure the technology has improved. But it can do it with because it's sending data. It can do it with bounce light. So meaning it doesn't even. So if the light's here and it's giving you HDMI or LAN or whatever. If the sensor can't see the light but can see like a wall with the light flashing, that's still data transfer.
So good that you don't have to have a line of sight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's huge.
Dude, it's awesome, man. Like the technology for that means no more wires for places, no latency. There's zero latency. The only problem is sending it back. That'll still have to be Wi-Fi, I'm assuming. Because unless you have you could have, I don't know.
Wait, sending it back how?
So all data is in and out.
Oh, because you won't have, wouldn't it have to be both ways?
I think it is, because I saw a device that does plug in and it has its own light. Yeah. But your up speed most likely would still be slower than your down speed because you have a big light versus, a USB device, let's say.
Wait, an up speed would be bigger than a down speed?
Yeah. So you have let's say you use Li-Fi and you put it in your light in your room, and you have your Xbox running this new transfer device. If you have a little USB dongle plugged into your LAN port to get that internet, it has to give your controls back to the internet to tell PvP. Right. So I'm assuming that is slower. Your up is slower because it's a smaller
Your
light.
Up is slower. Yeah, down is faster.
Assume. Down's faster, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. I thought you said up was faster.
Oh,
yeah,
I may have screwed that up, but
okay.
We all don't know. But the idea behind it is, dude, it's the idea behind it was unbelievable when they first showed it, and now they're saying like the threshold for gigabytes is like 380. So
that would be like the true wireless.
That's beyond wireless. Yeah. Well, yeah.
No,
true.
I mean like it's like the true not having wires. Yeah, it'll be like the.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Hustle and Motive, what's up, bud? Good job on the weight loss, by the way. I've been seeing your Twitter on health in whole. He says hello, everyone. Hope all is well. Would Li-Fi become complementary widget to your current internet? Yeah, your internet comes into like your Comcast modem, and then the Comcast modem, instead of a router, well, you might have a router anyway that does this. It uses light to transfer the internet, and we don't know exactly what hardware they're going to use for all of that. But I would assume it looks like a router device. But instead,
I'd assume it'll have to go standard, like be a standard thing.
Yeah,
like Wi-Fi is now.
Well, yeah, and they got this is the big news. They got the standard. last week was they
they got it
solidified the
approved.
standard. Yeah. It took 7.
Oh shit, that's great news. 7 years.
7 years.
Damn.
Yeah. Hustle. I've been watching your Twitter pretty religiously, man, on the weight loss stuff. So very good for you. I mean, not that I thought you were heavy before, but I saw like your pictures of you.
Wait,
flexing.
who?
Hustle. He's been on the podcast. I think I've had him on once or twice. I met him through Iron Lords, I believe.
Oh, I think I remember. I remember.
And he started just decided, I think, to just start working out and was doing good games.
Oh, that's
and
awesome,
what was
man.
even funny
I'm back on keto.
How many times do you see Twitter where somebody's I'm going to start working out? I'm just trying to explain his thing. So you see all these times where somebody says they're working out and they don't post again, because they didn't. He did. It was why I was watching, because I was like, is he going to keep working out? He's been doing good. You were saying you're back on keto?
Yeah, but sorry, I was saying you were cutting out. That's why there was.
I apologize. I was just telling his story.
Yeah.
He's just doing very good for himself. Raises questions about security. It lowers security worries because it's inside your room. But if somebody was outside your house, they might be able to pick up your signal, if your windows.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But I mean, who knows? The encryption on that could be blinking at different speeds for different. I mean, the encryption is. Yeah. I have encryption for my power line adapters, and I don't know.
Yeah,
how
if it could transmit data, it could for sure encrypt the data.
Yeah. Well, true that, right? That's right. Any transferal de facto can have some kind of security. Did I miss the Dredd info? Yeah, but only by 2 hours. You can go back 2 hours. What else do we got? LEDs already flicker at high speeds. Yeah, there was, just so you guys know, I've been studying this for a long time. There's no issues. You can't see the light flicker. I mean, it's phenomenal, man. And I think they said at 10% dimming, it still has 70% bandwidth. So a normal light could be dimmed all the way to 10% and still give you.
Oh, that's crazy.
Bandwidth. Yeah. Dude, technology. That's the thing. We're even our Cyberpunk game. Everything we look at in future stuff in movies is all built prior to AI. So now when you see a movie and a character in Blade Runner talks to his car, and he's like, "Car, what is the destination?" You're like, "Dude, we don't even do that in ChatGPT.
We're way ahead of you.
We're way beyond that." Yeah. So imagine in 2 years,
sci-fi predicts it, and then we make it happen.
But we're beyond all of the cyberpunk. Altered Carbon is dated now. I was watching Altered Carbon going, oh, this and this.
Is it the new Netflix show or is it an old one?
A couple years ago. But but I mean, do you know what I mean? All of their talking is stilted.
Especially with AI blowing up in the past couple months with GPT and all that stuff.
I'm doing
way past.
I'm doing stuff with GPT that's. I did something last night where I called my wife and I was like,
"Did it scare you?"
It's beyond anything I've ever experienced in my Wait,
what'd you do?
I'm not going to talk about it, but it's not bad. It's just
okay.
But it's mind blowing. I was like, "Can I do this?" And I did it, and I called her up and I'm like, "Dude, you got it. This is not believable."
You're just teasing us now, dude. Damn.
What'd you say? Oh, I'll talk about it later. I'll talk about it later. But
okay.
I'm just ChatGPT. All of these AIs. Companies, all the companies are using it. All the companies. Everybody who's overt about it, well, what you do, and I joke about, or in Reg for sure, where we're AI's already out. It's beyond out. Did you hear what happened day before yesterday on the the dark web? Somebody released a ChatGPT that was purely trained on writing phishing and malware, and that is a disaster.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the creator of AI was like, the one thing we don't want and that happened 2 days ago. Yeah.
And it would adapt every time.
Dude, they were showing the phishing emails.
Holy fuck.
It's nuts. It can go to Facebook, it can go to all your socials, find data about family and blah blah blah, and write an email that sounds like it's from them, asking for to click a link. And that's all you need to do is click a PDF. So it can be like, "Hey man, I heard your dog, blah blah blah. I took a picture and this is from your mom," or whatever. You click it and
that's fucked, man. That's scary.
Yeah, but for game stuff, one of the things I saw, didn't I show you Google improving bad audio samples? Didn't I show you that one from Google a long time ago?
Yeah, 100%.
Those kind of things are awesome because Ubisoft, you know, Valhalla, if somebody were to take all the bad audio from Valhalla and run it through a cleaner and, you know, remove the that goes on the weird.
That's the part of AI I just really love is improving things without using power.
Absolutely.
Yeah, without using more resources. Yeah, just manifesting shit.
Yeah, dude, it's so cool because for games, I don't want to replace anybody, but people are going to have to learn how to not be replaced. That's the big
I feel like
right now.
Yeah, and I feel like a new skill set now that employers would be looking for is just being able to interact with the AI. Just that alone, just being able to prompt it correctly.
Cadiz has my old job, and he runs the call center now. And I was telling him, I'm like, dude, you got to watch out, check your contracts, because if your contract, the contract I know when I signed it allowed for our employer to check all chats. So it's like if they scrape that, put it into a learning machine,
you don't need people.
You don't need people. Yeah, or you need one to so the person gets through all the AI shit.
Yeah,
they get through all the AI stuff, and then they pop into the real person, which removes 80%. And by the way, we're talking, I lost my password. Okay, blah blah blah. AI can do that without you even knowing it's AI. Like that kind of that. And so people, the reason why I was telling him was I was like, prepare yourself. Don't sit there and worry about it. Make sure that you know how to do all that stuff so that you can like make yourself irreplaceable, or, you know, so that you're on top, because it's already happening. Every company's doing it. But I want to read here. Ref said, my friend's Discord got hacked that way. A friend he recognized sent him a link to a game. We talked about this.
That's what happened to me. That's exactly what happened to me. Yes. That's exactly, dude, my friend messaged me. He's like, I'm working on a game. Can you please try it out? And it was a zip. And I was like, yeah.
No way. No. Yeah, that's happened to so many people in our Discord. It's nuts.
You also get the ones that are like, hey, I accidentally reported you on Steam, so we need like a Steam developer needs to talk to you, and they send you the Steam developer user, and you click on the link, and it says Steam developer as a badge on their account, and then they talk to you and try to fish you for shit and your password, obviously. That happened to me like 20 times, and I always love just wasting their time, man. I love like looking like I'm falling for it, and then just keep talking and wasting their time.
Yeah, I do like wasting their time, but one of the things, especially like in psychology, you'll learn is that most of the time somebody who's trying to waste somebody's time or will still leak data. Humans are leaky in our conversations, so even leaking fake data, there's ways for them to be like,
is a form of data.
Yeah, is a form of data. Real quick, one of the things they were saying is, Hush said, which future do you think will come true, Cyberpunk or Dune? Dune at a certain point in tech, they turned away. Oh, you mean humans? I don't think humans will turn away. Natural disaster might happen.
True.
But Cyberpunk, I don't think will happen either. I think Cyberpunk was based in like 1970s, 80s. You know, what would Japan look like?
I mean,
that's gone.
Obviously, there's still like corporations and stuff.
Yeah, true. And
I don't see it going that bad.
I mean, we've already got rings.
Chip,
Samsung's doing their ring. Amazon's got their ring that can make calls using the devices in your house and stuff. So there's that. I'm sure somebody will get an earplug. You're wearing earbuds. You know, there's already Amazon earbuds that can
translators.
Dude, that's the one thing we were talking about, is that learning another language will really no longer be required in a very short amount of time.
That's insane, man.
You could be married, you could have kids, you could all speak a different language, and very quickly.
There goes all the translators.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. All the translators, not only that, I'm using a lot of AI voice to text for games and for just messing around, and they've got accents nailed. On some of these, it's been nuts.
It'll also be tricky to know what the subject or the sentence is with the context, because words change depending on context, and that would be like a hard thing to figure out for sure.
Slang. I mean, slang. The weird thing is
I keeps getting updated.
I write slang to GPT all the time, and it knows. Dude, I did something yesterday that I thought there was no chance it was going to know what I meant, and it was dude. Yeah, it's beyond belief. Hush says body augmentation was what I was referring to. Oh yeah, body augmentations for sure. Yeah. I mean,
it's already like Internet of Things is already incorporated into our biology now. Like the phone, the phone you can say is an extension of you.
Do you man, I can't remember his name. Shoot. So there's Lex Friedman, and then there's a black interviewer. He's amazing, and he does high-tech interviews, and he interviewed the guy that just left Google. That's where I'm getting some of the data that I'm talking about right now. And the stuff he was talking about was just mind-bending. And he's the one who created it. Like, and he was like,
what's his name? Do you know?
No, let me look on my, I don't want to pop away from my Google because I'm worried that the stream will stop. Anybody else?
Yeah, you
can probably find it pretty easy, but it's an interview in the last 2 or 3 days. He's, I believe he's Indian. And his discussion was about, it's called Emergency Podcast. This podcast is called Emergency Podcast, I think was the name. Marquise Lee Brown. I believe you're right.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
I know
he's so good at interviews. He's so good. And he's got like, he's not like Lex. He does talk more, but he asks, they get back and forth. And this guy, dude, the stuff he was saying, I was like, oh, we're screwed. Like and what was crazy is he's like worrying about Terminators. He was like, the step to make Terminators an AI for the robots to kill us requires 10 filters for humans to fuck us up prior. So he's like, I'm not worried about Terminators. He's like, the humans prior is what's gonna, he's like, to get there, there's like 10 extinction events before that would ever happen. So that's not even the worry. It's these other things. And the stuff he was describing was like, oh man, of course. Because AI it's a game changer. And the one thing he was worried about, which happened the day after they filmed that, was the deep web thing. He was like, one thing we don't want is the AI getting out to like blah, blah, blah. And I was like, uh-oh, because I was listening to it last night
already
going, bro, you need to have Emergency Podcast Part 2. Because you guys... How
would they even do checks and balances?
Well, that's what he's talking about. He said he's talking about the morality of developers for games and everything. He was like, creation, you have to have your core developer group. But he said the problem is AI is a force multiplier, so it only requires one bad actor to destroy everything. And he's like, that's why we're screwed. And that's why he left. That's why a bunch of them left. They don't even hate. It was very cool because he was like, I don't even hate anybody at Google. He's like, the main guy has to do it because Google will just disappear if they don't, because somebody else will, like Microsoft with Bing. He was like, if you don't, it's if not you, then blah, 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 then someone else will do it. But he was talking about moral coders and stuff like that. It was really interesting. And it's going to feed back to games, moral game developers. Like, what do you replace voice actors?
Do you think that's immoral or cost effective?
No, I'm not saying I do. I'm saying the developers have to. Okay, let me ask you another question. Is it immoral for one developer who doesn't have any money to replace a voice actor he can't pay for in the first place? I would say no.
No.
But I can tell you right now, social media would say yes. They would be like, you can't make your game.
But even if you did have money for a voice actor and you chose it to put it into other stuff for your game, because there is a solution for that one problem, I don't think it's immoral. I don't think if the voice is that, unless it's using someone else's voice, unless it's like illegally using someone's voice.
And I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about them using their own voice. There are already people. I just saw it yesterday where somebody was like, I'm going to use my voice in the game, but I'm going to adjust it, blah, blah, blah. And they were like, why don't you hire a voice actor? And I was like, Jesus, the guy, it's one guy.
I don't think that's immoral, though. I don't think it's immoral.
When does it become moral? When does an indie become a double A? That's the problem. There's no rule. There's no rule for how many people become a bigger company where now it's not okay. You know,
I think for whatever size company, I don't think it's immoral to do that at all.
It's
I don't think so.
It's like procedural generation. Do you remember when level developer, and by the way, I still don't think it's there. I just played Remnant. It's not there. But procedural generation, remember, people were like, oh, you don't need a person to create all this. It's bad. And it's like,
dude, you don't need elevator operators anymore. Is it immoral that you don't hire elevator operators?
You know, that was a big deal, right?
A button.
There was a union for elevator operators.
There you go.
For a long time.
There you go. Because I think it's just technology advancing and seeing no need for that type of work.
Yeah, dude, this is why I tell everybody, if your job has any kind of overlap, you should at minimum know so somebody is coming for your job, even if it's not a person, which is it has happened before to manufacturing for cars and stuff like that. And those people were not prepared. You have to be prepared for a thing that
preparation is key for that. Yeah. 100%.
Even if you just know. So for example, developers, we've got developers in the Discord who've talked at times about, oh, well, code will never be, or people or computers can never write code. And it's like, they can, maybe not a game, but what they can do is magnify one developer's job so he can do 5 and make it good and error correct. So that one person needs to make sure they're on top of things. I mean, it's almost like music right now.
There's your augmentation right there.
Yeah. Well, did you see the two? By the way, in the emergency podcast, he alerted me this, but Drake has 2 of the songs that are made with AI, not Drake, but it's Drake.
Oh yeah, and Kanye
good.
West, man,
and
he
even
insane,
said, he's like, dude, he was like, I'm tapping my foot. So does this mean it's not as good? He's like, I can't tell you that because it's actually good. So it's like, we're getting to the point where creativity is replaced.
I feel like it'll be good for musicians or singers that are almost gonna die to sell that shit for like one last big
James Earl
huge
Jones
amount of money for your children or whatever, or for whatever you want to do, cancer or whatever the hell.
Darth Vader's voice actor did. James Earl Jones, he sold his voice. He said, you just have to make sure my kids get whatever residuals that would normally, it's go
very
or whatever.
Smart.
Yeah. Well, dude,
prepare for that shit. Yeah.
The thing is what if you sold, Troy Baker was trying to sell his voice as NFT and people got mad at him. Admittedly, he did it wrong. But here's the thing. His idea was not, he was actually pretty forward thinking. Like when I was looking at what he was talking about, he's actually about 2 years ahead of everybody else, which was that it's gonna you got to get it. If you're a voice actor, you should prepare your agents and say, you need to make sure that it does not go into perpetuity. It does not just continue forever. You have to tell them, if you take my stuff into a new title, you cannot take my voice unless you pay me, whatever. Agents.
That is smart, yeah.
And book writers are using it all the time for editing.
It was just the idea of selling a voice as an NFT that just was hilarious to me.
Do you know why he did it? Because the NFT allows the locking of the content, which is smart. Because right now
you got the hex code.
Yeah. I have an NFT that I made of my dog, and I don't even know what it is. I made it, and it's a picture, but I don't know. That's the most I know about NFTs. Other than that, I knew the technology behind it, but I'm like, what use is it? Nothing. You can right click and save as, and now you own it. That thing was such a bubble. It was such.
Whenever I think of like the idea of an NFT, it always runs paradoxically in my brain, where I just keep running in circles. It's like, oh, but it can be a collectible because there's only one of each. But it's like, oh, but then what? It's digital though. I think the fact that it's digital and the one of each on a hex code, it just doesn't compute that well because it's not a thing. It's just it's a thing. It's a code. It's not like an object.
Your bank code, all the money in it is just a code.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
That is true.
Dude, do you know how many people I know think that their cash is in a bank vault somewhere and that they have 130,000 individual
do they still think that? It's like, I
Well,
have my actual cash inside.
It's almost like when I eat a steak, I don't drag it all the way back to killing the cow. I'm just like, this is a steak and I love it, and I don't want to think of...
I'm the end user.
Yeah, so a lot of people think of banks and stuff like that, and they're like, oh, that money's somewhere. It's not anywhere, man. And I mean, it's not anywhere. There is no, most of the federal banks, I think, only insure up to $100,000, which you might think is a lot, but when you spread it to like in America, 330 million people, not a lot at all. It's like because there are some people who have, millions of dollars in the bank. Max says, I'm a concept artist in the games industry. AI is scary for sure, but a lot of companies aren't using AI at all because of the copyright. What's your thoughts on AI in game design and art? Yeah, the copyright thing is weird. They did, man. I was just talking to somebody about this. GPT scraped, if it's online, they just scraped it, which I have no clue how it's going to work out.
I like AI art, but I think there's still going to be a place for both AI and kind of, you want to say analog or like real people. Same with like, there's music instruments that you can play digitally that sound exactly the same, but some just prefer that analog always has like kind of a human error thing to it that I don't think.
It's got a flavor to it.
If AI captures human error, that's when you should be scared shitless. I just can't. I don't see that happening.
You know how I see it happening? All somebody's going to do is write the AI and say, add some jitter. Jitter is what humans are.
But I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true, but you can replicate that. But I feel like there's an essence to doing something wrong that AI just can't. Like, it knows that it's doing something wrong because
Yeah.
it's right to do that wrong, but it can't do something wrong because it doesn't have there's no
Correct.
capacity, there's no sentience.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
not only that, but the reason why AR art looks weird to people in games and in everywhere is because what AI art does is it tries to take everything and merge it into the best of the end result. So it's not making those mistakes that a person might make. But humans, that's how most artists are trained. Copy Frank Franzetta to learn how to draw or paint.
Yeah,
and
it could be robotic, basically.
Yeah, I brought that up a couple of years ago where I was like looking at ArtStation going, every one of these artists looks like WoW. Every single one of them. And I realized why? Because art classes had trained people on digital art, which at that time was WoW. So it was homogenized, yeah. And I'm not saying AI art could replace them, but I do think that 99.9% of people won't notice the difference.
Yeah, that's true. Because that finesse that the error, let's call it like, or sentience might give you isn't easily discernible for sure.
Yeah. And for what people want to use, for example, I just pointed my green screen because I see my picture, but so the art there, that's all real, and it can't do words. Like we've seen that in AI art. It'll be like, you'll be like, write the word cyberpunk. Blah, blah, blah. It's like a drunk friend, once it achieves that, I think that's one of the biggest things. Once it achieves true words and they look good and it knows exactly what it's writing, then you do have to worry about artists being replaced for a majority of things, which is, I don't like. Then people will buy it just like vinyl, though. They will buy it. That's another thing. I own art, actual art, physical. There'll be people like me, but also my desktop. I don't need that physical. I'll use AI art for my desktop because it looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, hey, man, that's a pretty cool fucking picture. So there's differences in how deep you want to go. If somebody's like, they want to feel the texture of a painting. But I don't know, man. Like, I worry for artists and writers. And I don't mean I worry as in AI is terrible and everybody should rally against it. I just worry that people aren't preparing themselves. And it's like...
Yeah, and I feel like the most important thing is to have it augment you rather than replace you would probably be the best decision.
Yeah. And
like, accept it. Right.
Force multiplier for a painter to figure out, like, maybe to paint a rough draft and say, what would this look like if I added this and this and this, and you can see them and go, okay. But
it's harder with like a picture or art versus like something like music where you can hear it happening, right? Versus something you just look at. So yeah, I guess like my example would be, it's very, very different for sure.
I mean, especially when you look at these kind of things, what I worry about is, like I said, about 99% of people don't care.
Yeah.
I watched Hulu has or not Hulu, Pluto, I think, is one of the streaming services, and it has an AI 12-episode sci-fi show, 100% AI. And it's a explainer kind of thing where like black holes are blah, blah, blah. And you can tell it's AI. We can say, but I watched it. And I was like, I learned a little bit, and it was 100%, every single bit of it was AI. And it did what AI does. A black hole is this. It's not dark matter. And there's some weird repetitiveness that goes on with AI that humans don't.
Yeah, like a recursive thing.
Yes,
right?
That's exactly right. And I noticed that in the video. I was like, it was generic. It was like it tried to be detailed, but the more detailed it got, the more it started to go back on itself. And then you could tell the writer was like, okay, that's enough. Or long sentences would get garbled because the AI for voice does not like long paragraphs. It'll start going like,
it'll get tired.
Yeah, it gets tired. Well, it gets like a friend late at night.
Yeah, we can also say logo makers are pretty much fucked. Like, as of
logo
now.
makers are in.
And thumbnail people for YouTube probably will.
Dude, do you know on Fiverr?
Algorithmic.
Go to Fiverr and say thumbnail. They're all AI now. It just says I'll make a thumbnail for $5. Every sample was AI. Just looked at that.
Fiverr's fucked too, right? Yeah,
Fiverr's, dude. The amount of people. Yeah. Well, here's the other thing. I wonder how many people got into ChatGPT maybe 2 years ago, whatever, when it first released, and augmented their jobs for a small amount of time before everybody else figured it out. Yeah. I don't know if this is true, but I was like, how many people were using AI and pretending it was art, sold some thumbnails, what have you, and were like, this is my cool idea. It's a little warped, but I like this. Because I saw some people on Reddit pretending their pictures were AI. We saw
now, plus now, like with a lot of people having, even because we had a lot of access to do whatever we want because we have access to YouTube and the internet and shit, and we can learn stuff. But now you're like manifesting that stuff is even simpler and easier. That a lot of people are gonna want to do a lot of stuff. It's just gonna oversaturate the shit out of market, especially
YouTube's already hard. Have you ever look at explainers for space? There's like 60,000 channels, and a good number are AI. A good number are AI. Yeah,
they can be, because
or they're AI written, and maybe they hire a voice actor. But even and ChatGPT will fix this at some point, because one big problem with ChatGPT is it can't remember shit, and they just patched it day before yesterday that you can type in "I'm a teacher" or "I'm a student," and it will write from that point on. It will remember that. But even with AI, I've messed around. It'll get confused, and it'll like D&D or something. It'll bring a character back up who's dead. It'll forget they're dead. But once ChatGPT gets past that and gets memory, then you'll see explainer videos that, you probably won't be able to. You won't be able to tell is a thing. And a lot of developers I know are training their own large models on their own games, and just like not outside stuff, but like Skyrim, every bit of Elder Scrolls lore, their character names, all that, and then you can build quests on it. And
would companies be able to use, like, let's say an AI scrubs a bunch of reviews. Let's say it scrubs all your reviews, ACG, and then the game developer just goes like, okay, I'm going to use ACG to review my game before I release it, or before embargo's up, or before I give the copy to reviewers or anything.
Yeah,
and then just have a AI
games,
ACG.
Yeah,
it can't. Okay.
It can't.
Because there's like a subject kind of a thing there, right?
Yeah, it can see words and text, but it can't. Like if you tried to say, "Is this shooting good?" Currently, the companies can do it though. So Ubisoft currently does have AI. Well, a lot of companies have AI that can look in their game engine, and go, "What's this person doing?" Blah blah blah. They could definitely say, "Is this as snappy as Extraction?" If it is, that might mean it's fun. Like there's for sure that, but a reviewer, no, they can fake them though, because I've seen that where they fake them, and it fake reviews or whatever. You can, I mean, Amazon's filled with them, but what they could do is say the last 10 games, take reviews from the last 10 games that were like that game, and then compare. But you need to have a plugin, and I absolutely bet companies are. Why not?
There's like an element where you need a person. I feel like it's like mastering audio. I don't think AI can still master or mix audio that well yet, because there still needs to be there still needs to be ears.
You know what though? I bet you it can if you gave it 10 samples of ones you did that you mixed, and it would be able to replicate,
like similar to that one, and be like the frequencies are around that range.
So maybe. If you liked your vocals higher than your synths in some song, it may not. And by the way, I'm sure AI's already got this, but you could type in "now don't do it higher," and it would know how to do that. It's pretty crazy. There was somebody else. As a sound designer, I can see AI being a very useful tool, especially for things like creating variations. Well, yeah, and I mean technically Wise already has that. See, that's another thing. A lot of these, they don't call them AI, but like when you look at like a lot of engines, you can already program in variability, on a gunshot, so it sounds slightly different each time.
I mean, there's an RNG tools in most DAWs nowadays. Digital audio workstations.
You were saying you were doing that. I think you were talking about that a couple days ago.
Yeah, a lot of modular stuff. Yeah, which is really cool. I wonder if they have like AI stuff now in Ableton and shit.
Yeah, we use there's a mixer that does AI that the guy from Borderlands, the audio designer from Borderlands, told me about for mixing podcasts, and he was like, you just press a button and it'll clone your voice. Yeah, it'll do all kinds of crazy stuff.
I mean, NVIDIA broadcast alone was fucking phenomenal.
Is that not a magic device?
That was, dude, my mic was broken. It was broken. It was like, it was mostly, and you can hear my voice faintly. And then I turned that on and it's like, nope, perfect audio, perfect voice.
And it is nuts. Insane. You don't even have to crank up the effect very much. You can crank it up to 1. And I've seen people. I remember we were talking to somebody who was starting a podcast, and they were like, "What's the number one thing for audio?" And I was like, "Have an NVIDIA card," because currently broadcast, and it can give you fake like lens blur behind you. I mean, dude, and that's the first pass of that program. Let alone what somebody else is going to figure out. I mean, we're using AI right now.
Freaky, dude. I freaked out using that.
Oh, the AI where it has your eyes.
Where it has your eyes on the camera. Holy shit, that's
all the
freaky.
time. Anybody, you can ask
Freaky.
questions if you want. We're just yakking now. Nothing is off the table
Yeah.
at this point. Hey, thanks, Sleeve, for showing up for the podcast, you son of a bitch. You know what, though? With music, I think music's math, but I think that humans interpret it. So I do think that'll be the longest before somebody says write a sonnet. That won't happen. There's something about music and the progression, and since GPT has no memory,
because in music a lot of error sounds really, really good, and a lot of error is very variable.
True, but even if you took the errors out, if you look at some songs, maybe they'll return right at the end to the starting, but they'll slightly alter it. I don't know if AI remembers that far back to like be able to know. So that kind of stuff. But you're right. And see, I don't know.
You can use it for chord. I see it being used for like chord progression, like nice little melodies and stuff to put in your song. Yeah.
But you were talking about errors. Most of the artists like I know music, remove errors.
Errors.
What do you mean by errors?
As in, it's not, the notes don't always have to hit on a
right. Okay, you're talking about the variability and the flavor,
or a 24th. You know, sometimes it could just be like imagine jazz. You know, like you know,
improvising jazz,
improvising and all that shit. Yeah, that type of stuff where it's not, the notes aren't perfect or the tonality isn't perfect, and that sounds good.
Well, I like when I was learning Silent Night, and then I listened to my grandmother play it on the piano. There was a huge difference because she added flavor. Like she pressed pedals at a different speed than I did, or slightly halfway down a note.
It makes all the difference in piano. Just how hard, how soft you are.
Yeah, that
so
is
much
true.
stuff you can do with one song. Yeah.
I think with electric music, I mean, I've already heard some that are like what you would. I used to joke about Omnisphere because it was a plugin, but like they have that ambient. I think ambient stuff's pretty easy to do now. Like you can get ambient
stuff.
You know, like if you want to say I want
it's loopy
music. Yeah, I want something for a scary level. I bet you it could give you something discordant enough to make you go not know. God, I hope.
Yeah.
I hope when I review a game and I'm like, man, this artist is awesome. They're like, ha ha, it's AI.
AI.
Hush says, how much would you charge for access to TikTok NPC dialogue stream of you? For access to a TikTok NPC dialogue stream of you.
Like with Oblivion music and just talking?
I don't know. It cost a lot just to get me on TikTok, to be fucking honest. Dude,
are you not uploading there?
No. TikTok is a cancer. TikTok is a cancer, dude. Omnisphere is awesome. Yes, it is, my friend. It is. Omnisphere is really good.
Was that synthesizer that like?
No,
came
it wasn't
with, like,
it wasn't the. No, it wasn't the. It wasn't the big one. But it's just one for doing a lot of like ambient stuff. If you want something generic in the background, and it works pretty well. No, the other one. Oh, I can't remember the name. The other one that I
remember Isotope Ozone.
Oh, dude, there's some really good ones. There's some really good ones that come out.
Yeah.
A virtual ACG, nobody wants.
I don't like AI ACG TikTok.
Dude, that's gonna be fast. We already have YouTubers and TikTokers who are virtual avatars. Like that.
Yeah,
that's the thing is my job. Like I was, because I was talking to my wife. I was like, my job reviewing. That's for a while at least, is because you can't connect the game and like what we just talked about. But for presenting data, that shit, you are gonna see channels very quickly start to pop up that are probably read by a real person, but a lot of it'll be ChatGPT. Once ChatGPT gets better at fact checking, because that thing fucking sucks at fact checking.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
It sucks.
Do you think like VTuber fans would be happier for the VTuber to reveal that she's an actual real human or an AI? Because they like the. Do you think so? They'd be happier with a human behind the voice?
Yeah, and I mean that one lady the guy just talked about in the emergency podcast. She made $70,000 in one day by making a fake version of herself to respond to all the Instagram. So she said, like, if you pay $5 to get me to send you a voice recording, and it was just the AI doing it of her voice.
Oh shit, that's smart. Work smart.
Yeah, and the thing is, she's on top of it now, but it won't take. Somebody else will do that. Somebody else. That's the thing is, especially on YouTube. Twitch, less so on Twitch because it's more real time, but for YouTube, man, dude, if somebody wants to do one of those retrospectives, they can just be like, find all the data about Dark Souls,
6-hour ones.
Yep. Yeah. And it's just, and it might be a person reading it, but I guarantee you, if it hasn't been done, I know it's been done because I heard one that I'm pretty sure is AI. So,
oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy, man. We're gonna see some.
Yeah, because it can consolidate all like the negative comments on Reddit or whatever. for that game,
Bro,
and then just put them all together for a
ChatGPT can look at any YouTube and give you up to 10,000 words, a full article on any YouTube video. So you could watch a behind the scenes from Ubisoft. You wouldn't even have to go to a YouTuber. They're doing behind the scenes, be like, write me a preview, and it's done. That stuff is happening like right now. It's nuts, man. Yeah, the music's the one that I want to see. I don't want to see it catch on. I want to see where it goes. I don't think music.
I'm curious about that part. Yeah.
I think it'd be difficult. All right. Well, we're going to wrap this. Oh, wait. Which video was it where Karak ran his review through a program? Oh, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I did those, but I also did one where I used voice to text back to text to voice, and it was Transformers Devastation. And it was just me reading what it thought. It was hilarious. Yeah. And it misread words, and it was just jargon, and it was me reading it on camera. And I was that thing was hilarious. But that's the reason why, another reason why I stopped the AI reviews. AI's too good. AI it doesn't make mistakes anymore.
So it's not funny anymore.
It's not. GPT-3 was hilarious. And then
so you can't do it unironically, man. You can't
at all. You can't at all. It will never say, what's his name? Joel's the bad guy, or Joel's unsafe around women, because the wording is not a complete sentence. And GPT-3 would still like blurt shit, and you'd be like, what's it talking about? And you'd realize it was taking all this shit. Yeah, dude, 4 is way beyond that. It's unfortunate because that was fun to do. Those were some of the best, most fun, stupid videos I've ever done. Like, that was a golden time of YouTube for about 4 months, where I was like, dude, these are hilarious. Yep, short-lived. Yeah. All right, everybody, thank you very much for watching. We appreciate it. Thanks for the super chats. Check us out next Friday if you get a chance. Review this podcast on Spotify, because it does